Good morning to everybody. Thank you very much for attending this session.
Let me start giving the thank you to the members of the panel for coming. It's a big pleasure to have the opportunity to have this conversation this morning. Gracias a todos.
Thank you very much to everyone for attending this morning. Most of you woke up really early in order to take the bus and to come all the way to this training center from Iberdrola, this campus, and we're very happy to have you here and to be able to have a good day today to discuss many things. For those of us who've organized this event, today is the day that we finally come here, because this is the result of a process that has started a long time ago and that allows us to find ourselves and to meet in some working spaces, in some discussions. Since the 2030 agenda was approved at the UN, we've had the opportunity of organizing some seminars. We've seen ourselves in previous conference, we've worked together in transformation projects, and we have exercised a lot objective number 17, which is the one that encourages us to create global multidisciplinary alliances from many multiple perspectives, and that allows us and encourages us to establish strong alliances in order to perform a big social transformation, in order to implement this big social transformation. And this is what we want to achieve today, a big alliance of men and women coming from different sectors, from the private sector, from the academia, from the civil society, from transformation center, with a common objective, with a clear roadmap that requires a big and tremendous transformation, a deep transformation. And we want to start this debate by asking the members of these panels, which are the leaders of this transformation, what is their perspective as to how we're doing in this roadmap that we've approved and that we've decided that it is the best way to moving forward together towards a sustainable development model from the social, economic, and cultural perspective. And what's most important, how can we generate policies that will help us to speed up that necessary transformation? Today, we know, and we've said this before and we've heard it before, that maybe we are the first generation who has the technological capability and enough knowledge as to end poverty and to change the world. That is why we must, and we are the generation that has more responsibility. Today we have enough scientific knowledge in order to know that economic development that we've built has not taken into consideration the limits of our planet, and therefore we need to change the model, and we need to socially transform the model of coexistence, the model of economic production, and the model that will take into consideration the limits of our problems of our planet and will move into a sustainable development. And therefore we are responsible to do that. This is something that we cannot deny. And if we use soccer terms or football terms, we can say that it is already the extra time of the match. We've come to the end, but we're having an extra time, and therefore everything it is at stake. We are coming to the penalty round, and we have no time to continue on doing things the way we were doing them before. It is the moment to change the way we are acting. It is the moment of change how we're doing things, and we have to change the path of our transformation, and that's what we intend to do today. We want to use the best possible knowledge, technology, and innovation in order to promote that change. We need to exchange experiences, and we need to discuss with experts in the world in order to find out how can we do things from now on. And this panel is a good example of this new perspective and how we want to build things from now on. And we will have the opportunity to listen and to debate, because we have time for Q&A with the audience, and we have the opportunity of discussing with a private corporation, Iberdrola, that it is hosting us today. And I would like to thank the chairman of Iberdrola, not only for hosting this event, but for the wonderful work that they're doing with Irene, Agustin, and Monica that have allowed us to come all the way here and generating important changes. Iberdrola is a good example of how the private sector understands that this is an agenda not only for civil society, but also for corporations. It's not only a political agenda, but the corporations can find in the 2030 plan and model for their business in order to accompany us in this process. And we need all these stakeholders involved in this process. And it is a good opportunity to hear how Iberdrola has aligned his strategic model and his objective with this 2030 agenda. And how do they align the way they understand their business with the 2030 agenda? We are extremely proud of having here Professor Sachs, who develops the Sustainable Development Institute at Columbia University. He is an special advisor for the UN for the 2030 agenda, and he's the lead of the SM. It's an important network, and we are happy to participate in it. We collaborate with them, so thank you very much, Professor Sachs, for being here. We're also having Kirsten Dunlop, who is leading right now the climate kit of the EU, which is a tool, an instrument that will produce tremendous transformation in terms of innovation for the European Union. And she is taking the lead in a change on how we need to be capable of using public and private resources in order to make them a catalyst of innovative solutions that will be impactful. And it is irrelevant for us to listen to her here. And we have here someone who is in charge of making a strategic and political decisions, Teresa Rivera, who is our Minister of Ecological Transformation, whose broad experience in the government and in Sustainable Development Institute as an advisor of the UN guarantees that she will have a strategic perspective in her work. Teresa is going to be leading this tremendous transformation and new public policies, the public policies that we need in order to carry out this wonderful change. So I would like to start, Ignacio, by taking a look at what has happened. It's been a quarter of the time that we've given ourselves in order to comply with the Sustainable Development Goals, and I would like to hear from all of you which one is the best strategy or the strategy that we need in order to carry out this deep transformation so that we can achieve the Sustainable Development Goals in the time, in the deadline that we have for it. Thank you very much, Leire, for your kind words to me. It is a great privilege to have you all here. We are a very committed company. We've been so for many, many years with all the aspects that are related with Sustainable Development Goals ever since they were approved. And having you all here at the campus is a great satisfaction. It was also a great satisfaction for me to show the minister this campus that we feel really proud of, because in the 21st century, in which talent is going to be the big driver of things, having a place where we can develop talent at all levels is something that it is wonderful to me, and I hope the minister enjoyed the visit. I would also like to congratulate Leire for how much he is fostering things, change actually, and he's putting a lot of excitement in achieving that change, and I'm very happy. And I was telling the minister that I arrived last night from Helsinki. We had an assembly, the European Roundtable of Industrialists, which is the forum in which the greatest European 50 industries get together. We employ more than 50 million people. We invest a huge amount of money on research, development, and innovation, and I have participated of the executive board for many years. And Leire was asking about the industrial world. It was not easy for the people in the industrial world to understand that we needed to change things and we needed to start doing things in a different way, but we made sure that the Paris agreements were signed by all the European industries. industries in the automobile sector, energy, telecommunications, utilities, oil companies, cement companies, and we've all accepted to participate in this Paris Agreement. And not only have we accepted it, but we consider it as part of the big challenges and opportunities within the European industry. As to the energy theme, we've accepted the European legislation as to the interest and emission trade. We've accepted the marketing of emissions. The funds generated on the CO2 auctions will be used in innovation, and so that we won't be affecting the final customers, our final users. We've also spoken about the carbon leakages, the imports of products and services made that contain energy products in which we haven't included these type of things, and I know that the minister is very much concerned about this. She's already told me about it, and we need to do all these type of things without reducing our competitiveness and without harming the consumer. So in that sense, the Sustainable Development Goals should not be a problem. On the contrary, I consider them as an opportunity, and of course in Iberdrola, this is how we are undertaking things. It was a while ago when we started in our bylaws the concept of social dividends, and I spend more times in my board of directions speaking about social dividends than economic benefits, because the benefits and the profits are seen by the shareholders on a daily basis, and they know what's going on, and I cannot add anything else in the general shareholders meeting. But I have to say that although I'm using more time in explaining the social dividend, and this year we've, for example, introduced not only social dividend, but we've included within our bylaws the corporate social responsibility and the Sustainable Development Goals, and our annual accounts are approved by 97% of our shareholders. We have a capitalization of more than 55 billion. 85% of our investors are international funds, one of the greatest ones in the world, and it seems that they are not afraid of including Sustainable Development Goals on their objectives. On the contrary, so one of the first measures that we have to take is to include the Sustainable Development Goals within our management analysis. And it seems like the big investors are not reluctant to do so. On the contrary, they seem to be really happy to do so. So right now, our financing strategy is one of the main axes why we are using this. Iberdrola it's been the greatest issuer of green bonds in Europe. I think we have 10 million green bonds, but there is a very important element here, which is the issue of measurement. We've spoken about these several times, about all the measurement indexes to measure our sustainability, and we're still looking more at the world of wishes than the world of results. So we're running out of time, as Leire said. We're already in the extra time of the match, and we have to be we have to stop saying we're ready to do. We have to start actually doing things. We've gone from the stage of convincing people about this being possible to the time of measuring what we're actually doing. I think this is going to be fundamental. And in that sense, I can give you a very fast overview of what we're doing in Iberdrola on many different fields. From the 1 to 7 or 10 Sustainable Development Goals, we're having programs for electricity for everyone in order to make this service accessible to everyone. In some countries, we have 5 million beneficiaries, and we want to threefold this, especially in certain South American countries. So in Brazil, we have agreements to protect vulnerable customers. In Spain, 100%. We have a volunteering program where we're having 6,000 workers in our company that devote part of their time in order to approach people that are more vulnerable, and we're reaching more than 3,000 beneficiaries through this volunteering program. In terms of health and well-being, zero accident is our objective in the company. We've seen how one of the topics that we're working on daily is occupational health, and we've been in Brazil last week, and safety is an issue that it is dangerous. If we're not using it appropriately, it can kill us. And in a country with a low cultural level that are having access to electricity for the first time, we're having a high level of accidents. And therefore, we need to educate society in order to prevent those accidents. And we are training preachers from different confessions so that they can train the people that attend their services. Also, in the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, I think that we're very proud because we are providing a lot of on-the-job training. This is one of the most important things that we're doing in our company. As to youngsters, we have recruited 1,400 people last year, and we have agreements with many universities in the world, from MIT to Instituto Tecnológico de Monterrey and many other universities. So we've trained more than 4,000 university trainees, and we have people here from 𝗪𝗵𝗶𝗰𝗵 de Madrid, and we're having a professorship there that we are sponsoring. We're having a professor, in fact, that gave us a training course to all the executive team a few weeks ago in terms of SDG number 5, gender equality. For the first time this year, we have done the labor report of gender equality. In fact, I feel very proud because in our company, women earn a little bit more, not much more, but a little bit more than men. So we're being positive in terms of equality, and we are the only power company included on the Bloomberg Equality Index. I guess this means something. We're sponsors of the female sports. I think tomorrow we're going to have the visit of the female football team, and they are doing wonderful things. Who would have thought that some years ago? And there is also a wonderful initiative that has been implemented by our colleagues in Brazil. We're having an electricians school. We're having in Brazil 26 electricians school. Unfortunately, we are only having men attending, and because women prefer to work in other teams, they don't dare to go to certain neighborhoods in Brazil to do that. But we want to have a critical mass of women electricians being trained over there. I don't want to insist of many other things. Water and sanitation is very important. Unless there is water and sanitation, there is no electricity. Affordable energy and non-polluting, and the action for climate. Well, in our corporation, 20 years ago, we decided to have an investment plan, 16 billion, in order to change our generation mix towards more sustainable generation models, more environmentally sustainable. Now we're having more than 50,000 megawatts installed capacity that it is emission-free. Our emission level is 75% lower than the one of the European emission and 50% lower than the one of our Spanish colleagues, and we want to be carbon neutral by 2050, and in 2030, 50% less emissions that we're having nowadays. So this means that we're not going to have any fossil fuel power plants. We're accelerating and speeding up some of investment. Right now, we're investing 8 billion a year in different countries. 90% are being used for renewables and for networks. And in Spain, we're threefolding our investment plan, the one that we had in the past, in order to fill in our country of renewable sources of energy and Intel smart networks. And we're leaders in smart networks. And I would like to congratulate the minister, because the National Plan of Energy and Climate has been well accepted by all the European institutions. For some years, we've been the ugly duck, but now we are big models in the European institutions. So congratulations to the minister. Because of her program, we're now better perceived. And as to the work that we're doing in SDG 8, we're having a lot of employees worldwide. We are buying like 8 billion per year, and we contribute to our public treasury with 8 billion euros per year. We spend 270 million in research and development. And I don't want to finish without saying one thing. All of these things, and that's why our shareholders are proof the way we manage our corporation. It's good for the planet, it's good for society, and it is good for the shareholders as well. I believe that the main message that we want to send out in here and in all the forums and when I participate, I mean, I don't want to put as an example my corporation, but all the corporations that have changed the way they're doing things and they're doing it in a different way, they're starting to do them better, whereas those who are anchored in the past doing things that cannot be defended end up being sink. That is why I would like to finish by encouraging all of the industrial sectors, all the corporations, all the groups of going in favor of the planet and of the world, defending people, defending talented people and doing things correctly. Not only is not bad for the shareholders, but on the contrary, is very good for them and for society at large. That is why it is very important to be, as we are, at the head of these type of practices, and we are being congratulated by our colleagues in the business world. We have been awarded by the 𝗕𝘗 Institute. We are the most ethical company in the world. This is the award that they give us on a yearly basis, and the thing is that this is a must, but we have to do it all hand in hand. It's not a matter of us taking a flag and going out in the world saying that we have to do this. If we are alone, we can beat up, but if we do it together, we can do it in a better way. Thank you. Professor Sachs.
Point of view, from your perspective, which is the best strategy, the strategy we need to achieve the SDGs?
Well, first let me start by saying thank you, Spain. You've voted right 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
And that's the most important thing you can do, because when we have miserable governments like we have in the United States, we can't proceed. And when we have governments that make sense and that are directed towards sustainable development, we can make progress. So the drama that we face in the world is a political drama more than anything. And I'm just happy to be in Spain today. When I'm back in the United States, we're all nervous wrecks because our government is completely out of control, ruling by decree, headed by a mentally unstable person, and very dangerous. So that's our reality right now. What do we need to do? It's clear what we need to do. We need to stop the environmental destruction, and we need to take care of each other. So the whole idea of sustainable development is you do 3 things. You promote economic development, naturally, but you combine it with social fairness, and you combine it with environmental sustainability. And the basic problem is that our economy per se doesn't work that way. That's why we have to have goals, because if we just let a normal global market economy work, it will produce economic growth, but it will be unfair, widening inequality, and environmental destruction. And so we have to have goals that say, don't go off track. Stop the rise of inequality, make sure you take care of people, and don't destroy the environment. That's it. That's why we have the Sustainable Development Goals. That's why we have the Paris Climate Agreement. The main thing to understand is a market economy by itself will not accomplish that. Period. Impossible. Theoretically impossible. Practically impossible. except if you're reading a lousy first-year economics textbook written by some Anglo-American, ridiculous, libertarian economist. Other than that, an economy doesn't work that way. And I like to say SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, also stands for Social Democratic Goal. It's the same thing. Because this is what social democracy is. Don't let the market determine the value of an individual. Don't let the market determine the dignity of people. Don't let the market determine whether you have basic needs met or not. Don't let the market wreck the planet. So that's the whole idea of social democracy. And that's a very good idea. We're in a big battle globally over this. Why is the United States so crazy right now? It's important to understand. We're so crazy because 40 years ago we turned the economy over to the most corrupt and greedy parts of our society, and through a number of very horrible political decisions, put money more and more into politics, so that our election cycles cost about $8 billion now. And who's paying the money? Big money. Billionaires, big companies, and so they own our politics. So we become a completely corrupted society. And the inequality has widened tremendously as a result of this. And then you end up with someone like Trump, who is nuts, by the way. I'm sorry to tell you. He's nuts. And yet he's our president. And that's because our political system can no longer produce reasonable outcomes, because it's in the hands of big money and corruption. Why did the US say we want to pull out of the Paris Climate Agreement? Well, partly, of course, a crazy president, but it's not mainly that. 22 senators wrote to President Trump the week before to say, pull out of the Paris Climate Agreement. If you look at their profiles, every one of them has their campaigns paid for by the oil and gas industry. You can't make this up. The United States, in its political genius, made this legal. So it's legalized corruption. The Supreme Court said this is free speech of companies. Are you kidding? Honestly, they did. And so this is the battle that we're facing worldwide right now. We're facing completely destabilizing forces where the money is flowing to the top, where a few tech companies know every detail of your lives and sell them and are worth $4 trillion today, where we have people like one person, Bezos, or one person, two people, his wife too gets a fourth of this, who have $150 billion of wealth, and that's considered normal in a society. That's crazy how dangerous this is. And so we're ending up with Trump, with Putin, with a lot of people around the world that are not interested in our survival, our well-being, taking care of desperately poor people, basic decency. That's the drama that we're in. And in the US, we're fighting every day to survive. Our government runs by decree. There's no laws passed. Everything is an emergency, which is how dangerous this is, because we've been in imperial power for 70 years. So in every piece of legislation, it said you can declare an emergency, like a dictatorship in many places. So suddenly buying German automobiles is an emergency for the United States. Or buying a Huawei phone is an emergency. for the United States. Are you kidding? Do you know what Huawei's crime is? That they got to 5G faster. That's their crime. There's no other crime. Not one scintilla of evidence. But the US, by decree, is trying to cause a new Cold War because it's trying to keep China down. And the oil industry in the United States is completely out of control. ExxonMobil, Chevron, Phillips Conoco, Koch Industries, they're the worst. Not one of them would have any language like we just heard of corporate responsibility to stakeholders, to society, to social dividends. They don't even believe in that. They don't even know the language of that. It's shareholders morning till night. There's no other responsibility at all. And the drama is, by the way, that this kind of corruption is in almost every one of the countries with fossil fuels, with large amounts of fossil fuels. Canada is corrupted. Nice man as prime minister, Mr. Trudeau. I like him personally. But when the gas pipeline company said we can't build the pipeline to take their polluting tar sands out of the country, they nationalized the pipeline so that the government would do it. Why? Because they're so scared of the politics of the oil interests in the country. Or look at what just happened in Australia with the defeat of Labor, which was running on a climate change agenda. That's Rupert Murdoch and the mining sector, morning till night. And of course, Russia is Gazprom. It's an oil and gas state, sad to say. So what's the world going to be? Run by the fossil fuels and we're going to destroy the planet? Or we're going to make a shift to safe energy of the kind that Iberdrola is producing, wind, solar power, which is grid competitive, which is at grid parity right now or even cheaper. But still we can't get it done, not because we don't know how to get it done, but because we're fighting incredibly powerful interests. And therefore, let me just conclude by saying all responsibility is now on Spain's shoulders.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness.
Okay? And let me explain that. You are the leading social democratic country in the world today. Okay? You have elections on that platform, which is absolutely spectacular. And we all need to learn how to do it desperately. Of course, you have phenomenal members of government, like the minister to my left, although I would say on our left. But the truth is, Europe has to lead this agenda. This is a European agenda historically. The idea that you combine social justice, economic development, and environment is a European idea. It started here. Europe has to lead. Of course, this is one of the reasons why Trump is actively trying to break apart Europe. Actively. Not passively, not just because he's nuts, though he is, but actively as a matter of policy. That's why Europe has to get its act together right now. And these days are extraordinarily important, obviously. The discussions are already in place. The elections, thank God, went well. And the two main results of the elections is that the center held of Europe, that we want a Europe that is strong and united. And second, I would say the surge of the Greens was great news too, because this is the agenda, and it shows young people are voting for a safe, environmental world. That's extraordinarily important message. Extraordinarily important message. So we need Europe now to have a commission that's not a boring, divided, minimalist commission, but actually one that can take on this agenda fully. Europe hasn't done that yet. Europe's very good at setting goals, but not actually making European-wide plans. You have a wonderful minister who knows all about the right pathways to achieve all of these goals. And that's what Europe needs to set right now, European-wide. Not 27 countries or 27 and a half countries or 28 countries, we don't know which, doing this, but a European-wide plan to decarbonize by mid-century. Completely feasible. Europe could run 100% clean energy, electric vehicles, clean air, and do all of that without really just let Iberdrola produce the energy, right, and transmit it. This is all feasible if the decision is taken to do it. So I think the most important step in the world right now is a strong Europe that is not listening to the crazy voices on the other side of the Atlantic and not letting them break up Europe, which is part of the goal, but rather Europe expressing its values and its role in the world with a foreign policy would be nice too. Not US foreign policy, a Europe foreign policy. One crucial thing that I want to point out is the US is actively trying to stop China's development right now. And the US is trying to pull Europe alongside the US to say China's the enemy. China is not the enemy. China is absolutely crucial for cooperation that we solve these problems. This is by far crucial to understand. China is the world's largest emitting country of CO2. China's on the border. Which way do we go? The US wants to make a new Cold War. Are you kidding? Is that what we really need right now, is a Cold War? Or do we need cooperation? Of course we need cooperation. China has said, we want to have a Belt and Road initiative to upgrade infrastructure in Eurasia. The United States immediately says, don't touch that, that's a Chinese plot. That's ridiculous. It is just a proposal for upgrading the infrastructure of Eurasia. Europe should say to China, if I might, yes, we partner with you because Europe needs upgraded infrastructure, because we want to connect Eurasia, but we partner with you on a sustainable Belt and Road initiative, not a dirty one. That's the great prize. Eurasia, Europe, Central Asia, East Asia, South Asia, that's 75% of the world. If it's made sustainable, we've got it made. The problems are solved. So cooperate with China. Reach out. Say, no more polluting Belt and Road. We make together an initiative for cleaning up the environment, moving to all renewable energy. We do it together, Europe and Asia. If you do that, then we'll be on a path to actually solve these problems. And by the way, if you do that, in the US, I promise you, we're going to get our act together so that we're normal again. Okay? I promise you, most Americans are normal. And we're going to prove it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Vamos a seguir avanzando en el panel.
So we're going to move forward in our panel. I would like to remind you that we want this to be interactive. So those of you have any questions, there are people in the room. so that you can fill in some cards. Just raise your hand so that we can answer your questions.
Y las instituciones europeas
So European institutions, those that were born for innovation and transformation, also have a responsibility to find strategies that allow us to move forward in our change. So I would like now for Kirsten to explain to us what you think is the strategy that we need to build so that industries and private companies and all the public and private sectors really promote a real change and transformation and innovation that changes our path.
And thank you for allowing me to speak English. My apologies for not speaking in Spanish. I think I perhaps, first of all, would like to acknowledge who am I speaking from, where am I speaking from. 𝗂𝘃 is a partner of Iberdrola, partner of Ferrovial, partner with the Spanish cities and regions all over Spain. And I was actually in a conversation earlier this morning around the fact that, if I can echo Jeffrey's comments, Spain is the place where cities and regions and industry are in deep engaged conversation that, from my conversations in the European Commission looking to give birth to Horizon Europe, this is the place where everyone is looking for the thing that is most desperately needed, which is demonstrations, examples, worked examples of what's possible. And I think perhaps my reflections would be thinking about both what I've heard, but also around the framing question of this gathering. We have Sustainable Development Goals. It was an extraordinary achievement to have come together and agreed something. We need those goals because we don't have a system that is implicitly wired to produce social justice and well-being and environmental sustainability. So we need something, a framework to work with. But we are not on track. We are not using that framework in such a way as to drive fundamental transformation in time. And my reflections were to myself, what do we need? What would we need now, practically, philosophically, to do something different in the next very, very, very short window of extra time that we have? And there are a few reflections that I would make. I'm speaking from a place of being an organization that is at the same time a private organization that represents a European instrument of public money directed at innovation, which is a difficult thing to do. This is taxpayer money investing in something which is inherently unexpected, unpredictable, non-linear, very hard to define the reliable outcomes that would show individual taxpayers value for money. It is an investment in a hypothesis and a promise and an intuition that investing in our own discontinuity will give us a creative outcome, will give us an outcome that makes possibility happen. And it's a hard tension to hold. And it very much depends on the community of actors that the knowledge innovation communities represent, because ultimately the essence of that promise is the willingness of multiple diverse actors from industry, universities, city governments, regional governments, small and medium enterprises, and individual entrepreneurs to act together. So the reflections I have are, we would need to practically, in principle and genuinely, privilege the future and not the present. And that would mean we need to start looking at the way in which our financial systems discount the future in favor of the present. We need to think about the legal frameworks that currently privilege the present, including the principle of who has the right to decide, and the legal frameworks of temporal liability. Something like the wealth law of generations is worth thinking about for our next immediate future, because it requires decision makers to think about who and what and when in 30 years from now will be of concern, and play that back into your decision making now. It's like sitting on the boards of directors of companies that know they have an asbestos problem and imagining what it's going to be like when you get a class action against you in 30 years. But make those decisions now. Secondly, we need, and particularly with reference to the Sustainable Development Goals, to begin to break our own silos. We have a number of goals that have unintended consequences in the way in which they relate to one another. If we continue to invest individually in running after them as individual goals and not working on them as a system of effects, we simply won't deliver the promise that sits behind them. Goal 8 is in inherent tension with a number of the other goals. If we don't pay attention to running deeply into Goal 8, or if you come from some of the environments where management by numbers turns into a compliance exercise, if we run the goals as compliant exercises and management by numbers, we will deliver individually on all of them, and we will deliver a catastrophe as a whole set of outcomes. So thinking systemically, working systemically, asking ourselves about the root causes that underpin the need for those goals at all, working at the level of assumptions is going to matter. It's one of the key things that an innovation instrument like Climate Kick is asking of its partners and asking for in terms of innovation. And that leads me to capability. We are going to need to change the core programming that we inject into the world through our schools, through our universities, through our political system, through our civil bureaucratic infrastructure. We are going to need to bring arts and science back together. We need integrative thinking, systems thinking, and we need the capability of connecting and reconnecting the two hemispheres of our brain so that we can dream and hope and imagine at the same time as we calculate and engineer and project. And if we can't do those two things together, it's only 150 years that we created such a schism. It is perfectly possible to bring them back together and begin to think about how do we reunite and embed a capability to think in relationships instead of thinking in single objectives. That leads me to narratives. Narratives of possibility. One of the most challenging debates and dialogues that I engage with on a weekly basis is the challenge of city governments trying to work out how do we change the narrative from I'm taking away your car, I'm taking away your meat, I'm taking away your access to the city, I'm taking away X, Y, Z. How do we create the narratives of benefit, of possibility, of optimism and of hope, and most importantly, of what are we moving to? We have many narratives now, sustained, well-developed, comprehensive and global, on what we need to leave behind. We have almost nothing on what we're moving to, which is why that vacuum is being filled by narratives of rancor, narratives of extremism, narratives of ideology that are not embedded in social justice. We desperately need narratives of possibility that are enabling pathways that we can walk along. And that, I think, leads me to a sense of understanding systems dynamics. It's the same capability back in the door. I don't know if any of you ever watched a film called Tomorrowland. One of my favorite films for two reasons. I like George Clooney, and it has a particularly beautiful vignette right in the heart of it, which is a father telling to his daughter a parable and bringing her up on that parable. And the parable is around two wolves. One is called hope and the other is despair. They are always fighting. Which one wins? Does anyone remember the answer? The one you feed. It's a particularly interesting film on feedback loops. The narratives you feed are the narratives you get. If we feed loss and deprivation and compromise, that's what we'll get. If we feed hope and possibility and robustness and resilience, that's what we have a hope of building. That leads me to a next point, which is, I think, especially this is possibly particularly speaking as an innovation platform, we also desperately need to innovate from the edges, not necessarily only from the center. And much of the Sustainable Development Goals are resting on the core of a centrist movement to action. And yet at the edges, which is unfortunately the legacy of not paying attention to the edges, we now have populist movements increasingly in government, or we have radical extremism increasingly asking for a voice. That's nothing other than the edges long overlooked and overheard. We can reclaim that space. At the edges is also the margins and the thresholds of possibility, some of the most creative experimenters, the edge communities, the early demonstrations. the edges of what can be integrated into creativity and exploration and something that is generative. And if you take a temporal perspective on that, that's the edges of our generations. An aging population in Europe in desperate need of an injection of labor and effort and time, and younger population frustrated and protesting on the ground. Bring those edges together so that we can begin to make policy and make action together with them. And that leads me to a last reflection, which is, I think, again, speaking as an innovation platform, looking into and across the discourse of the Sustainable Development Objectives, the Paris Agreement, the IPCC 1.5 degree report, what is it that I need to design for in allocating funding, in calling for proposals, in building and forming consortia? One of the key principles that I think we have forgotten is to design for radical uncertainty. We do not know how to achieve what we need to achieve. We've proxied ourselves into thinking we know by giving ourselves roadmaps and agreements and targets, but we fundamentally do not know. That's why we don't have the narratives in place. And narratives come before definitive pathways. So the one thing we could possibly assume is that the future will not be an extended present. We will have temperatures that are higher than we've ever experienced. We will have lack of water or too much water in ways that we are unused to and unfamiliar with. We will have a difference in the way storms and weather affects our planet, and most importantly, we will have a difference in the way human beings move around the planet. And we are not prepared for that. We have not thought about it. We have designs for renewable energy that is renewable energy infrastructure that is assuming the temperature and the air conditions will be the same. They will not. We've not designed for a world that is structurally different. And this is where we need our ingenuity, creative ingenuity in play. We need to use innovation as an explicit mechanism to systematically learn and generate options in the face of uncertainty. Because options give us agency and possibilities and pathways. And in the end, when you think about it, we are talking about individual world leaders that we are desperately worried and upset about. There are billions of us enough to begin to counteract some of those horribly powerful single voices. So I think there's a challenge from my perspective to industry. The core shift in business models, somewhere in the world of the trillions of opportunity that are being calculated between now and 2030, is a shift from models that are about protection, that are about stabilization, that are about optimization and fundamentally risk aversion, to models that are about resilience and prevention, generative anticipation of uncertainty, generative anticipation of discontinuous differences, and the business models that build and the value propositions that build around agility and capability to respond quickly, to anticipate, and to generate alternatives. And that comes from learning. I think what I would finish with is, ultimately, Europe is a peace project, and an extraordinary peace project, the only most sustained, extended peace project that the world has ever seen. Sure. It was a peace project designed as a reaction and a response to a scarifying experience of generations of destruction. We have a choice if we can reverse our focus of temporal attention. If this stops being about the peace that we need because of the past, and it starts to become the peace that we need because of the future, Europe holds the seeds to a mechanism, an extended experience of what it means to govern with minorities. The entire of Europe is minorities. To govern with polycentric models, to govern through principle, and to govern through mechanisms of collective action. And that, I think, is why we have the capacity, where we are directing the effort of innovation, where we can direct the effort of policy, and where fundamentally the marriage of cities, regions, industry, and individuals needs to come together. Thank you, Leire.
Thank you so much. Ministra, menuda responsabilidad han puesto.
That's a great responsibility, Minister, for Spain, for Europe, and also for the government. Although we have insisted today that this is a collective mission, and so the government has the responsibility of leading the legal frameworks of, as Kirsten was saying. And this is very complex. It's a long perspective, but it's also on a short basis. And that's the reason why I would like to ask you to go more in depth into this. We know some of the innovations that you have led in the past months. The next years will be very important for these innovations that we have already mentioned, and also the legal frameworks for a country as Spain, so that Spain can lead this 2030 project. Thank you very much, lady. Thank you, Ignacio, Kirsten, and Jeffrey. I am surrounded by committed friends who are committed with people and with innovation and with the environment, and who are also thinking on a prosperous future. I think that we have had many different interventions. I like the way that Kirsten has focus that systemic perspective. It has been quite disruptive when it comes to the previous agendas, indeed. And we've talked about Europe, we've talked about people and opportunities and uncertainty as well. And the change of our mindsets when it comes to integrating flexibility and resilience and risks that we need to accept. Not everything is written down, and the world is very different indeed because it's very large. For the past days, I've been thinking about the fact that, as Jeffrey has mentioned, we have just finished elections in Europe. We are still not voting at the United Nations. We have no elections there, not yet. Josep Borrell, who was leading the Partido Socialista, Socialist Party's list, he said the other day something that is quite relevant, I think, in a discussion like today's. He was defending the idea of Europe, and he said, if we want Europe to be something, Europe needs to be popular. Because if Europe is not popular, the risk is that Europe then will be populist. And I think that this expression is very good when we talk about what it means to be popular, what it means for citizens to feel that the parties do not draw them back, but that actually protects them, and where they are the main characters. And that popular agenda, due to the European projects that really integrates them and defends them, and that integrates that common perspective and the concern for people, and that understands the world in a participative way, is actually representing the 2030 agenda for sustainable development goals. And I think that there are a matter of reflections that are quite relevant as well. They're quite simple, easy for everyone to understand. And there is a call to action to understand and to battle for these goals, as Jeffrey said. And there is also a practical matter that Ignacio also mentioned. I would first of all say that there is a reflection that this is a systemic matter. That is a key element. We're not talking about different perspectives. We're actually talking about a reality. This is a reality, regardless of whether there are different types of leverage that we need to move. And we need to make sure that they're all compatible and feasible with the goals for development. But we do need to have a map. We need to have a clear idea of what our goal is. And we do need a resilience. And we do need to take risk into account. But we do need to have participation and coherence between the different policies. But this is not enough. It's not enough just to have a clear idea of where we want to go. What is the point we want to reach? It's not enough to have a polyarthric perspective. All stakeholders need to be involved, and they all need to also mark the rhythm, because they need to be coherent with this polyhedric perspective. All social entities, whether public or institutions, they need to be the main characters in this process for change from top to bottom. We need to facilitate, we need to promote this process for change. Otherwise, the inertia will follow our agenda. From that point, there is another reflection that I think is also very important, which is, to be honest, it's not enough to just to facilitate this perspective and this involvement of all the organizations, including the leaders of the governments and the presidents and the mayors and the different presidents of the boards of directors, universities, etc. But we also need to be very honest in our perspective. And this means to accept that there are many things that we need to change, and that changes are not always perfect or divine. There are feelings behind. It's not enough just to have an Excel sheet where we insert all of the data and where we have a math formula and magically have a solution. No, there are fears when there is a change, and we need to identify the concerns, the inertia, the fears behind that, because only with transparency and with our highest honesty we will find all the solutions with all the fears or all the problems. And also only through honesty, and I have not seen that film that Kirsten has mentioned. I have not seen that film with 𝗀𝘁𝗀𝗃, but I have liked very much the
Pero hay que identificar.
We do need to promote the benefits of that process for change. I agree that this is not an agenda for suffering, or it cannot be a mandate, it cannot be mandatory. We need to take into account sanctions, laws, etc. This is obvious. But there are many positive things that are related to this agenda. I agree on that. It can be, for instance, public health. For instance, saying that it's very positive that we are going to breathe, finally, air that is clean, instead of saying that we're taking cars away. We need to promote also innovation and positive things. We should also think which are the advantages when it comes to facing the benefits, the environmental benefits, the good qualities, such as I mentioned earlier, having better quality in the air that we breathe, or a combination of different factors, and also having people at the center of the economic prosperity. This can be a good guideline for us when it comes to taking into account all the advantages. This means that there is uncertainty, but it's more flexible. So we introduce a number of variables, such as resilience, and we will favor thus the when we prioritize the multiple factors. I think there is another variable that is very important in everything that we are discussing today. One of them is, I'm not sure whether to call this a reality test or maybe just a test for humbleness. If there is something that we have learned for the last decades, is the fact that the world is smaller than what we think, and that we're all much more dependent than what we think. Inner dependency and finitude. And thus, each of us has a different role to play. But we should all understand each other. And so, the Development Sustainable Goals, 27 of them, act as a reminder for us that we all need to activate in our minds. We all need to cooperate with each other. We need to understand who our natural partners are in order to facilitate the opportunities that we have ahead of us, but also to try to identify who are the groups, the people, the institution, the partners that are threatened or that are the most vulnerable, and who also need to be part of our proposals and the solutions. We need to acknowledge that this is a constructive agenda, but also co-constructive, because we need to take different roles. Academia has a different role than that of governments, or that of civil society, or that of people or citizens or religions, other entities, businesses, private companies, etc. There are many variables, as you see, and each entity or variable has a different role. And thus, we need to move forward. It's not just a matter of having the excellency of only a few, but of cooperating, all of us together. And this means that we need to remind ourselves sometimes, and the president of Iberdrola mentioned this earlier, and this is something we've been working on for the past days. It's not enough to only select in an interested way some factors or some entities, and then I forget about the rest. No, we really do need a full cooperation of all the entities and stakeholders. And I'm going to try to express this in a different way. I think that Europe is a global public partner. It's not just an experiment for peace, but it's been building many complex things jointly for a long time. It thinks about the people, and the micro things are important. Our neighbors matter, and sometimes it forgets about the little things, and it has allowed for populisms to grow. And this is quite a pity. So sometimes it has lagged behind. It has forgotten about the social aspects. It has focused on the big picture. So it's not just about selecting a part of it. It is essential for Europe to also make a commitment with a social perspective. So after a lot of decades, with the end of the ideologies and the end of the Berlin Wall, and also the arrival of the paradise, this is what we thought. We thought that this was something that was automatic, and no, it was not automatic. There were a number of fears, there were tensions, and in a world that is finite, we need some coherence outside and inside, and we need to claim our ability for multilateralism for others, but also for our own citizens inside Europe. It is true that we have had an important discussion in the past days for the mandates that the European institutions are currently in process for reflection of what is the mandate of the next European Commission, and with the agenda for the social inclusion, but also what are our tasks for Europe in the next future, whether we delocalize ourselves, whether we innovate. Are we going to turn ourselves into an attraction park, amusement park? Are we going to facilitate that process for change? Are we going to be responsible for the most vulnerable groups? How demanding are we going to be when we impose this vision for change, our solidarity? And this is the last reflection I want to introduce. This is a very important process for change. It is not possible to build this if we are not in solidarity. It is very important for us to have great doses of solidarity, because it is not only an agenda of transformation with the variable of time, but in the current generation, it must also have the variable of solidarity if we want solidarity between different generations to work out. And what does this mean? It means social policies that are in the process of change, cooperation policies with our neighbors, inside and outside our borders, those neighbors that are in the worst scenarios, also policies that really promote progress, both on a short basis and long basis, also business strategies that understand that this is important for success. And I like what Ignacio has analyzed on this. Sometimes we forget that we need also the support of the future shareholder, but sometimes we also forget that we need this in our business strategy. Any business that wants productivity in very low salaries but very well qualified, or any business that forgets that needs to be perceived as a factor that is positive in its development, will not be successful on a short basis. It happens everywhere. It also happens in university. You cannot be disconnected from reality. And the same thing happens in businesses. It happens in dividends on a short basis. We cannot just base our everything on the returns on a short basis. And this happens on the perception of societies. And on the, when it comes to recovering social progress, that only happens when there is environmental and social progress. I think that Spain is in an excellent point, like both Kirsten and Jeffrey have already said. And I do agree that Spain is in a great moment right now, because it has groups that are very mature and in a very mature society with very innovative groups that is supporting this agenda for collaboration, cooperation, solidarity with great minds, with great youngsters who have great minds as well, with that are supporting innovation, not just technological, but also when it comes to values and combining solutions. And I think that despite all the difficulties that we might find, this is a great agenda with great challenges. It's very stimulating, and this is also an agenda that is summing up, because it makes us think what is the common future that we want to build, and not what our differences are and why we need to fight. And I think that this is always much more positive than anything else. And I think that our responsibility in the government is to activate all the leverages that allow us to promote our common future and not the contrary. Thank you very much.
Bueno, con el nivel del panel, el tiempo.
Well, with this high level of the panel, the time has passed by very quickly. There are some really interesting reflections that we've shared in the panel. We have some questions. I'd like you to answer as briefly as possible. I do have a reflection on something that the minister has mentioned, also Ignacio. Maybe you can answer on this from your experience. We do have some reflections from the public. One of them is how we can make this compatible, this selfishness that has to be solidarity as well, as the minister mentioned, because in the end the goal is to have good results. This is the goal of many power businesses. So, for example, especially when we talk about the bills, the power bills. So how can we combine that with the transformation and that does not leave anyone behind. How can we make those two things, those two goals, those two souls compatible, those two things that we need for transformation? Well, in my board of directors, I have 3,500 people sitting down in Bilbao, and we have many people connected to the network. We have in GCM. We usually ask ourselves more on the first thing than the second thing. First of all, an enterprise, the main goal, has many more goals than just the economic ones. If your only goal is to maximize the benefits, then your only culture has to do with the big bubbles as we have seen in Spain. But so first of all, I would like to clarify that a business, a private business, has many other goals, and not just economic, also has to do with the development of people, also social goals as well. My philosophy is also to invest a lot of money in other results. We invest also worldwide, and we might try to make this compatible with what we think is, for example, in trying to invest in providers so that the surrounding society or the surrounding groups can also benefit. For example, if we have a number of people working in Brazil, we try to make those providers and those people surrounding us to have a benefit. We also try to have a positive environment and also to have continuity for other things and for other goals. So our only goal is not just to maximize our investment. A company has an economic goal, but also an environmental one, a social one, also sustainability, and many other goals. And in our report, we systematically have information on everything we do for shareholders, dividends, what we do for employment, how much people we employ, how much education, rotation and human resources, etc., what we do for society. I have journalists asking me about this. We also talk about how many taxes we pay, and thank God that we can pay taxes, because that means that we are also creating a lot of wealth. It would be dramatic if we could not pay all those taxes and create that wealth. So I think that the main thing here is how we can develop technology thanks to this, and all these factors need to be taken into account. This is the mission of an enterprise. So if you only take into account the economic goals, you are mistaken, and I would like to insist on this. And I think that those people who say that this is not so, my shareholders have voted for me on a 97%, and we report on the taxes. We dedicate a lot of hours on training people. We train the youth, etc. 9.7, those are the results.
With regards to what you were saying very fast, there were people from the audience reflecting about our legal framework and economic framework and even cultural frameworks, whether if they are ready to approach this necessary change that we need to undertake, if we're really prepared, if our current society, our legal frameworks are ready in order to undertake these changes, if the world of companies and enterprises are ready to undertake the real transformation.
So are they ready? Sorry, that's too weird. Are they ready? I don't think so, but the regulation has never been ready. If you think about it, a regulatory project and a regulatory commitment and investment for us is to get ready. I think there are good examples in terms of using the Anglo-Saxon term is sandboxing, where you create a regulatory environment of experimentation. And particularly in the relationship between the experience you can get from trying innovation within business contexts and within physical environment contexts like urban reconstruction or agricultural planning and climate smart agriculture, there are a number of things that you can try at a level sufficiently contained to be able to understand through experience what is both needed and possible. And if you create an environment around that to experiment with the legislation or the policy tweaks, so sometimes it's not the whole book of legislation, it's 2 or 3 clauses that were written in a world in which the technologies we now want to use simply didn't exist, that would now allow us to scale up some of what we need. We have an example right at the moment with Valencia, thinking about how do we change a small amount of legislation would enable a significantly greater load on renewable energy infrastructure. So there are opportunities, I think, for us to experiment and test our way into an alternative. And then if you think about the relationship between what policy is for and what we use regulation for, we use it to create the kinds of standards and frameworks for solidarity and social justice that we need. They are always one step behind our emergent understanding of what is meaningful, but there are ways in which we can deliberately pull the meaning, pull the stories out of what's good and what we need, that can then be translated into the cultural norms and the policy. That, I think, is exactly what industry is doing every day, literally. Yeah. It's what cities are doing on a daily basis.
Bueno, una última reflexión porque estamos fuera de tiempo, tanto para...
One final reflection, because we're already out of time, both for the minister as well as for Mr. Sachs. There are very interesting questions about the need of that change, of that transformation, being a very broad transformation. Professor Sachs talked about the role that the US government is playing against this transformation, and the question is, how can we make sure that this club of the 17 colors become a broader club, a larger club, and it is not subject to the political fluctuations and partisan fluctuations, but make it a transformation that will have an impact and will go down into all social aspects, cultural, economic aspects of society, so that it is not at the risk of lagging behind if there are political changes and partisan changes. And I think that the two of you can approach this question.
If I might, both the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement were unanimously adopted. This is a very important point from global self-understanding and legitimacy. 193 governments subscribed to both of these. Of course, with the global goals, it's relatively easy to sign on and something different to implement them. But it is the case that we have in hand something very, very valuable, which is, at least in concept, a global understanding. That was a long time coming to get each of those accomplished. The Sustainable Development Goals were negotiated over many years, and of course the Paris Climate Agreement came 23 years after the signing of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. It was a very hard battle. We had that. We shouldn't have to replay that battle every day. We should try to build on the legitimacy. Where do we stand on that right now? Well, when it comes to the Sustainable Development Goals, that's in general a normative framework. It's not a legal document in any event. It is well accepted, I would say, in dozens of countries. It was odd that in this recent commission, other than the work of Mr. Timmermans, it was not really a core of Europe itself, which is surprising because there is no more European set of values than the ODS, the Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. And yet it was not really in Brussels, of all places. So this is one thing that is absolutely essential going forward, that this be part of the Europe agenda, not only the individual governments. Your government is wonderful in this, being extremely clear that the Sustainable Development Goals are a core of the agenda. And there are dozens of governments around the world that are on this path. When it comes to Paris, where the stakes are dramatic, because if we lose another few years, we may be out of control of the climate system itself. Yesterday at the Vatican, we had one of the world's leading climatologists, Dr. James Hansen, describing the most recent data, showing that there is definitely an underlying acceleration of warming, a feedback of methane release, and a risk that we are losing control of even the ability to control the climate, because we lose time every day when this is not implemented. And this is not merely a matter of delaying the solution, it is the possibility of the solution slipping out of the hands of humanity with disastrous implications. So we need to make this work. Where do we stand on making this work right now? We have on paper 193 governments that have signed, plus 3 other signatories, the European Union, Cook Island, and Niue. It's 196 signatories to the Paris Climate Agreement. One of them, the United States, has announced the intention to get out. The US tried to break this agreement by pulling others explicitly out. So far, the US has failed on this. This is an evil mission, but no other country has come along with the Trump administration on actually announcing a withdrawal. But several others are playing very dangerous games, obviously. When the 1.5 degree report was issued, several governments at the climate process refused to welcome it. That included the United States, Russia, and Saudi Arabia. So if you want the 3 that are most fighting right now, those are the 3. Let's get real about this. Then there are 2 big countries that are one way or another, China and India. And the stakes are extremely high. China and India run on coal. Just the 2 of them could wreck the world if they don't get off of coal. So what kind of world are we building? Well, the United States wants to build a Cold War with China. I guarantee you that's the end of the Paris Climate Agreement if we go into a Cold War. This is a craziness right now, but it starts with the craziness of my government that doesn't accept, for a variety of reasons, ignorance, greed, blindness, stupidity, all of it, doesn't accept that this is a real agenda. So we need to make sure that we don't lose China and India to this agreement de facto. They won't pull out, that's for sure. India will become uninhabitable, half of India. It's 50 degrees C in the center of India in the warmest days now. So India has complete stakes in this not running out of control. That's 1.4 billion people absolutely at the edge right now. Mr. Modi needs to understand how high the stakes are. Europe needs to help Mr. Modi understand this is no game. This is India's future. And then finally is China. China is a crucial actor. It is Europe's partner. It is not Europe's foe. If you join the US to try to make China Europe's foe, we will lose.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Leire. Yo recogiendo un...
Thank you so much, Leire. If we, based on an idea that has just been put on the table by Jeffrey, there is an agenda that has been approved by 193 countries with different cultures, traditions, histories. They're totally different, but everyone understands that this is an agenda, that it is of the likes of everyone because of its priorities, its concerns, and everything. And that scheme is also valid at a national level, at a regional level. As I was saying before, that doesn't mean that this is easy. We need to teach everyone. We have to facilitate the implementation of certain solutions, and we need to achieve operational advantages that people will feel that they are advantages for them in order to make sure that everyone embraces the agenda and everyone takes advantage of this agenda. Of course, if you ask people, whether if you're a politician and if you're a citizen or a businessman, and if you ask, do you support this agenda? The answer is normally yes, but difficulties comes when you start implementing it. That's why it is important to teach people, to let them know about the results, and to raise the awareness of people. And that is why it's important to do two things. On one hand, do a good identification of the elements that are the most sensitive and the ones that are considered to be a priority for our society, because that will help us to identify the vector that will drive the change. When thinking about Spain, and we have here the High Commissioner for the 2030 Agenda, and I understand, because she is part of what we have tried to communicate as a government, that maybe one of the big concerns have to do with the new concepts that we've heard during the years of the crisis: poor worker, eviction, growing inequality. So therefore, gathering these concerns that are for the whole society as the problems that we want to respond from this agenda, because we need to think about innovation, the labor market, fiscal issues, environmental issues, what will happen with the unpopulated Spain, in order to facilitate the changes that we have to undertake. And this will happen at a global level. The Secretary General will hold a meeting on the 2030 meeting, and he will ask us to work about some critical issues in order to achieve success. When some people is lagging behind, and because some people make complaints and some people become fearful, but we cannot be fearful. On the contrary, we need to overcome that fear, and we need to embark on this agenda. And in Spain, the president of our government, together with the president of Peru, we've been asked for a thing that it is interesting, and we need to feel proud of it. He's asked us to work on the social drivers in order to increase our level of ambitions, understanding that this connection with these social drivers is essential so that people will understand what we're talking about, because these are not abstract objectives. We're talking about health. We're talking about a transition period to access the labor market for and favor people. And so that's something that in abstract terms is very good, but that I can perceive as a threat, because at the end of the day, I'm thinking about me and my family, and meeting ends at the end of the month. And we have to make a very important first effort if we want this agenda to be relevant for the whole society, so that there will be no one who wanna lag behind during the operational phase, because they will think that this is too complicated and will make things very complicated. But to do that, we need to translate in specific terms how this agenda will help us to overcome the concerns of the population. What are the areas that we need to tackle? Areas that will give us the support of society at large, the society in which we want to have an impact. And we are the ones who best know what are the needs, the values, the difficulties, the opportunities of our areas, the areas around us. And this can be done at a local level, at a global level, And we have to do it at all of these levels. I'm the president of Iberdrola. I have my own way of thinking. I'm a mayor, and I have my own way of thinking. I'm a professor at whatever university, and I understand my environment. And this is the first main effort that we have to do that is going to be very relevant in order to achieve synergies and to share value so that no one will feel tempted to drop out. On the contrary, we will feed, like the wolves that Kirsten was talking about, this spirit to go on forward and our desire to go forward. Thank you very much to all the members of our panels. This last comment made by our minister is very good for us to explain the dynamic of the day. I don't know if my colleagues can show a slide so that you will understand what we're going to be doing from now on, because this is what we intend to do. First of all, being aware that we know today what is it that we have to do, what are the objectives that we need to achieve, but also we need to work on how we're going to achieve them, how we can find common areas to work from a common perspective with common objectives. And that's the session that will come afterwards, immediately afterwards. Also, we need to know, as Kirsten was saying, we need to identify reluctances and how can we build a narrative that will help us to overcome this reluctancy and to make sure that society will feel part of this transformation. So we need to put the focus on the benefits that this transformation will give us, and we must not put the focus or the headlines on what we're going to be missing with this transformation. We need to connect with the people who feel more threatened, that it is more vulnerable, who do not understand the change, who do not know how to respond. So we need to create a narrative in order to help this society to embark on this. Also, we need to share experiences. We need to have some innovative experiences that are already happening in order to inspire other people. And we're already seeing very clear innovation examples that are allowing to undertake this transformation. We're going to get to know some of them so you will understand not only the complex challenge, but also the possibility of doing specific things and the impact that they will have. Also, we're going to put in common a positive narrative, a positive feedback. We've already approached this from a very realistic way. We know the complexities that we're going to fight, the people who are going to fight this model, but it is also very important to explain that this transformation has already started and has also been beneficial, and we're having some good examples of this. There are some drivers that are already pushing in this transformation directive, and this positive feedback had to be known by society, and we need to put the light on this transformation that has already started in order to explain it to the citizens and to raise their awareness. We cannot only talk about how complex things are going to be, how complicated things are. On the contrary, we need to concentrate on positive messages and on positive realism. And this is the dynamic and the sequence of panels that we're going to have throughout the morning. We will give you some information about the logistics, but we want for this seminar to conclude knowing that we're having a good framework. We need to get in depth on how to work together in order to move forward, and on the need to speed things up to be up to the task of this complicated work that we have ahead of us, and to be up to the task of what younger societies wants us to. But younger societies are asking us to take action now, so that the world that we will inherit it will be a more sustainable world. Thank you. Great. We're going to start with the first session of the thematic sessions of the days, and this is going to be about narratives, and we have chosen deliberately this topic as the starting point for our conversation during the day, because the narratives, stories, are behind any fundamental transformation in any moment in history, from the most recent ones until the end of slavery at the end of the 18th century, suffragism or New Deal, the movement in favor of civil rights, the Me Too movement, and the movement in favor of climate change entail a certain narrative that shows the epic of social transformation. There is a common purpose that we behind which we group a society in order to drive the transformation that we want to achieve. What is changing in this context is the noise around this conversation. The lack of information is not only the famous fake news, but also the accumulation of information, our lack of ability to differentiate what's certain from the things that are not certain, our lack of capacity to get a whole idea of the issues that we're facing, a full idea. So therefore, the conversation is a bit noisier and more complicated than it was in the past. And the session that we're going to have now is a session in which 4 speakers, starting with Mr. 𝗬𝘀𝗃𝗏, who is going to start with a keynote speech, this presentation, and they're going to be talking about their experience in the construction and the influence of this narrative. And these speakers have very different perspectives. Gorka is professor at McGill's University in Montreal, and he has a very interesting experience from the Aguirre Lehendakarica Center for Social and Political Studies at the Basque Country, trying to build a social narrative in a very complicated context, which is the context of the Basque Country after violence, after the terrorist group. Gorka's experience is fascinating to hear conversations that are not so obvious, that are not always floating around in the phone of the public conversations that we're hearing at this very moment. So we asked him to give us a 15-minute presentation, and then I will introduce the rest of the members of the panels, the ones that are going to be discussing Gorka's presentation, and will make their own brief 5 to 10 minutes presentation each, so that we can have at the end a small Q&A session with the audience. I believe you all have available this Slido system, slido.com, that will help us to take a look at the questions as we go, and that will allow us to have a more orderly conversation. My name is Gonzalo Fanjul. I apologize because I didn't introduce myself. So talking about being a bad narrator, having a bad narrative, that was mine. And I'm one of the organizations that sponsored this seminar. I believe that the microphone is working, and so we can proceed with the presentation. Thank you very much for your invitation. I know that many of you have been working for many days so that we can have a seminar like the one that we're having today, so that we can have this positive dialogue. I think both the approach as well as the members of the panels are very inviting in order to have a different dialogue. So thank you very much for extending this invitation. And as I was saying, we're going to try to briefly share with you how to incorporate these visions, these narratives to social and political transformation. This is what we're normally doing as we do study case analysis, and we study why in the case of the Basque Country we have a social and economical response in terms of equality, that it is different in terms of human development, that it is more positive than in other places. And then we've shared this experience internationally, trying to create new models for human development that can incorporate this cultural dimension. And this is what I'm going to try to share with all of you today. Previous panel was really great, so that I can advance at a faster speed, because normally in this type of conferences we have to start from scratch, saying that climate crisis cannot be solved only with technology. Well, saying this requires already a full presentation in order to explain that premise, but I think that my colleagues were very good at doing this introduction, this change that seems to be like a small change, but it is a huge change. Most of the world is tackling big challenges like climate change challenge through linear and technological responses way of thinking, but through those approaches intending to respond to complex problems through linear proposals and technological proposals will only grant us a bad result, a counterproductive result, in fact. There are more evidences of us achieving a counterproductive result. The more the technology that we invest in a city to try to respond a health issue or an environmental issue, only technology what does is generate a greater level of inequality, and we already have scientific evidences supporting this statement that I've just made. So in our mind, we're normally representing these schemes, these linear schemes, when talking about innovation processes. We have a problem, we need to explore, we need to look for solutions. This is what Kirsten was talking about in order to find a solution to that problem. And we talk about a series of states generating new ideas, testing them, and then scaling them up. But this model that comes from technological innovation, how do we innovate or do we create new products in the technological sphere? We have transferred it without changing it to the social sphere. We think that if we have to do things in the technology field, we have to do that in the social field, and we're calling that social innovation. And this way of doing things gives us very interesting projects, but when we measure the impact, the result is practically either nothing or counterproductive in many of the cases. In the case of climate change, what is it that we've seen? What have we tried to approach from technological perspectives? What startups are going to be able to help us to solve climate change problem? So we've invested a lot of money in technological initiatives, thinking that by accumulating those initiatives, we can create a change in the system. The information that we have up to date suggests otherwise. What do we see when we study systemic transformation cases? Well, we see that the rational part, the structuring of the process, always comes with a cultural part that has to do with how that human group is tackling that complex problem. When we analyze all of the cases, and I'm sure that you have experience of projects or methodologies that you are developing that are very similar in certain specific contexts, and what happens on the field is totally different because it depends on who is developing this type of projects, the context in which they are working, etc. So we know that these processes need to incorporate a cultural dimension and a technological dimension, a process dimension. The technological and process part is very well structured. The cultural part, we say, well, we'll see. That's cultural. That's cultural. That's what we normally say. That's cultural. And we normally choose the people with the special skills in order to understand the cultural dimension so that they can adapt the changing processes or the technological processes to that culture. But we don't have the structures to incorporate the innovation processes, the cultural dimension. That it is equally relevant and in some cases even more relevant than the other elements. So we're talking about a narrative because narratives are the vehicles that we have in order to make sense of the ideas that we have in our minds. This has been a study in the social sphere, and we haven't even come up with anything new. The narratives are the instruments that we use to put our head in order and then to explain things. So what happens? We tend to simplify our narrative. And as we were saying before, we need to create new narratives for a change. Of course, that's true, but how do we do it? This is what we're going to try to understand in this presentation. But the first thing is to differentiate between the different narrative levels. But because what is it that we always find? We find that the narrative that it is on the surface, and icebergs are normally used to explain complex systems. One thing is what we have in this, what we're saying in our surface in this type of fora, and a different thing is what I don't tell you. Today, I'm gonna let you know about the things that best work, but if I tell you about the things that do not work for me, I can communicate that these can't be done. So, but what's more interesting is what's under these, the meta-narratives or the ideas that are operating underneath without us realizing, but are having a definitive impact in the success or in the failure of the changing process. One example that my colleague allowed me to build, she's a bit younger than me and she's capable of explaining things in a way that it is more understandable, especially by people from other generations. At 8 in the morning, the narrative in the surface is, oh, we have to work on climate change. We're working at full for this because I'm totally concerned about it. I understand. I have all my mind into it. It's part of my life. What I'm not saying is, well, yeah, I'm going to work on climate change, but just as long as it doesn't have a tremendous impact in my quality of life. And I'm hiding to myself, and this is probably something that I'm not even aware of, is that deep down I'm thinking, well, this is very important, but it is not going to affect me because this is going to be affecting people from coming generations. So it is not an emergency. It could be an emergency for my children, but it is not an emergency for me. There's another meta-narrative that it is even more dangerous, that it is operating as well, and in every case we need to analyze in order to know which one is working, which is the one that this is okay, this is good, but deep down there's no solution for this. I mean, this is so complicated, so complex that we need to try it, but deep down we know that this is so difficult and the forces against us are so powerful that there is no solution for it. If we're having this meta-narrative at the bottom of everything, it doesn't matter what narratives we build in order to drive the change, that we're not going to generate these changes that we're intending to achieve. So in our opinion, it is more important to devote more time and more resources to understand the cultural dimension of the change process. If climate change fight, it's a problem of social change, and it is, as Kirsten explained very, very well, then we will have to devote as much time as we used to invest in technological answers. We will need that much time to understand how the social changes are taking place. And a company like Iberdrola or any other corporation will need to have teams the same way they have the best researchers in order to provide solutions and techniques to innovate. They will need to hire people to incorporate that level of expertise. What do we see when we break down the change processes and how narratives have an impact on change processes? And I'm simplifying things to a great deal, but we normally find two types of systems operating. On one hand, systems that are based in values. That's why values are very relevant. We need to identify the narrative that we're using and what value system are they associated to. Through what we explain, we can understand the value system that is operating. When the value system is a value system that it is more associated to individual values, what do we find? Individual values are associated to the idea of, well, this is so difficult and there's not going to be a solution, so I'm going to try to do what's best for me and for my family. So this has to be my priority, and this is my priority. These type of values make you have an attitude of preserving and maintaining what you have, and you take for granted that the most general change is absolutely impossible, so you have to concentrate on the aspects in which you can have an impact. So it's a more conservative, more conservative attitude, and the strategic decisions will have more to do with mitigating the problem than with anything else. And they end up being superficial in the sense that they are not going to try and modify the structural elements of the systems, but they will generate incremental innovations. And normally, from that perspective, systemic change is very unlikely to happen. When we see systemic change processes, what do we find? We find that the value system is more associated to values of collective action, of joint action, or were based in the value of solidarity, the fight against inequality. The value of solidarity is a fundamental value. If equality is part of the central or the core values, then systemic change can happen. But if equality is not part of our central or core value system, then there will be no structure for changing in the system. We can discuss this later on, but this value system will lead to a transformative attitude. We want to change and transform society because we believe that change is feasible. If change is not feasible, I'm not going to try to change it. And from that moment onwards, we're going to have an exploration attitude, and we're going to do mass experimentation, because since I do not know what's the solution, I need to incorporate experimentation, mass experimentation elements. So the actions are going to go into that direction, and then we will force regulatory changes, and then we will develop strategies to combine a series of initiatives as if they were what we call here a portfolio of interconnected initiatives. What will be the repercussions of this when working? Well, on one hand, we know that these deep changes, well, in order for us to understand this dynamic, the more that we listen, the more the impact that we can have. Instead of going into that spiral that we saw before, we need to invest more resources to understand what are the narratives that are operating, not in educating the people in the narratives that we want to impose, because social changes or social changes of these characteristics will not come of a narrative that you're trying to introduce. When you try to cascade down from an expert thought a certain narrative, normally people react against that narrative. So the instrument is not expert education in a top to bottom procedure, but it is more a collective and interpretation of this narrative that at the same time can create transformation narrative, create in different ways. But if we have to tell people how to think, that will not change the structural narrative. On the contrary, and we have many examples that corroborate this. What are the implications of this? Well, we're not working with linear processes anymore. On the contrary, we become dynamizers of social movements. There will be many initiatives interconnected in the business sphere, in the public sphere, in the entrepreneurial sphere, all going into the same direction, but are connected in the deepest thing, which is the value system, and in the narratives. How to coordinate this from a logistic perspective, that's more complicated. But to do that, we're experiencing, and I don't have the time to give you all the details, but we're having many colleagues here, and you can always approach us afterwards, but we can do this in open innovation platforms at a large scale. In fact, we're having a large project at Mondragon's Valley in order to generate an an open innovation platform that will respect the cultural dimension and will help us to interconnect different actions in a cascade down mode. What is it? An open innovation platform is a system that gets in common different stakeholders, but they gather them together not only for them to talk to one another, but they're interconnected with common methodologies and with actions. These three elements generate innovation platforms that follow this process. Deep listening, collective interpretation of the information, who's interpreting the information, because if we only interpret this information from an expert thought, we're losing part of what's happening, and then we generate co-creation processes at different scale, at a community scale, in a small scale, large scale, scale that reforms public services, and in a scale of new regulation. So we're talking about 5 elements that are always interconnected in process of systemic change: community, sphere, large sphere, large corporations, the public sphere, the new regulation, etc. When we see these concepts integrated in this level that are responding to a common or shared narrative, we can see a systemic change happening. And this, we're doing it, or we're trying to do it, in very different locations. This is a presentation of the work that we've done in Montreal, and with this approach, we have just been awarded the Smart City Challenge of $50 million in order to experience in the city with these tools. In the case of India, Peru, and Mozambique, we're working with La Caixa Foundation and also at Mondragon's Valley. And in order to conclude, I just wanted to say that what are these tools that we need to incorporate to our process for creating a large-scale innovation? Active listening systems that are deeper in the digital sphere and also in the offline traditional sphere. In the technical sphere, we have technological tools that go way beyond what we had 50 years ago. This will help us to predict behaviors, not only to understand what are the current narratives, but we will be able to model, introducing certain changes in the system, the type of behaviors that people can have. This is being used by Amazon or Google in order to predict whether we are going to be buying a pizza, can use also to predict the types of behavioral changes can happen in the sphere of climate change, for example. Another thing they were seeing, and I think it was, I don't know if it was Ms. Leire, Pajín, or the minister, but she said, as important as doing an active listening, what we have to do is to find a good way of connecting with people, because now we're listening to them in a very superficial way as if we are the experts, and then we made a decision from an office, 3 or 4 people, normally middle-aged men, I have to admit, and it is normally then the ones that decide the priorities that we have to implement in base of this active listening. If the active listening includes all of these different elements, we will be able to see what are the topics that are connected with the social demands and the community demands, and we will be able to take those demands as a reference in order to introduce prototypes that can be related with climate change. Let me give you an example. If climate change is not perceived as a #1 problem in the narrative, it's no problem. Maybe the narrative that we're having in Madrid as to the change, maybe the #1 priority is employment. Well, let's talk about solving the labor problem with prototypes that have to do with climate change. But what's important is in the decision of what are the prototypes that we're going to start with our actions will respond to this active listening process and not the other way around. We're going to educate people. That's what we normally say. When you think that, you know, in the case of climate change, what needs to be done, and they're educating you, normally the result, it's fairly negative, we have to say. And then we need to create this system of interconnection between the different prototypes. This is also easy to show in a slide, and but this is extremely complicated. How can we create concepts or prototypes at 5 levels of scale, community, large, small scale, in a public sphere at the same time? What are the strategies that we need all the time, and how do we approach these stakeholders in order to manage this level of complexity? Things are complex, but the problem is also complex. And I'm going to conclude just by showing you this graph. This is the model, because we've been using very linear slides, but things are not linear. This is so that you can better understand how things work. If you take a look at the bottom part of the slide, these processes is how to go from understanding individual narratives that are operating for these narratives to become common narratives to a problem like, I don't know, climate change crisis, but above all, how to create transformative narratives. Because only with a narrative, because everything is about narrative, and a narrative is totally useless unless it goes hand in hand with an action. And what it is in the transformative narrative? A transformative narrative is the one that generates a vision, of change, but linked to a specific transformation actions. That's what it is, a transformative narrative. And the process, in our opinion, has to be a process to understand how to go through this transition in real time, how we start listening, how we create the prototypes in real time, and how that generates these transformative narratives. Thank you.
Le pongo aquí, colocaos como queráis. Rebeca. Muy bien.
Very well. Thank you very much, Gorka. I think this has been a presentation which, at least I hope it has, at least to me, it has inspired me due to its capacity to listen to new ideas. It has been very disruptive. It has had an approach from a very different perspective indeed. We will now have 3 new interventions. They will be more brief. I will not give them more time like I have done with Gorka. Sorry for this. They will talk about the new challenges from new perspective, very different perspective. Here at my left, I have Rebeca Grynspan. She is at this time, and since 2014, the General Secretary in Latin America. She is an economist, one of the best ones. She lives in Costa Rica, and she has a great experience in the way of building this sort of narratives in a very complex context, such as in a Latin American summit. So we will have the opportunity to listen to her. We also have Giulio Quaggiotto. He is the regional leader for the United Nations development. I would like to say that having innovation inside the United Nations is a challenge itself, which is quite extraordinary. So he is an extraordinary person also. We also have Pablo Santaeufemia. He is a CEO for Bridge for Billions, which is an extraordinary and inspiring initiative, very innovative, which tries to establish and create entrepreneur and innovative projects in many different areas of the world with a new perspective, which actually has a fundamental thing, which is to try to convince others of its challenge to transform things, which is an element that Gorka has mentioned in his presentation. So, Giulio, I would like to ask you to start with a very brief presentation, 5-7 minutes, and then we will have some questions and answers. So, sorry, this will be in English.
Doing innovation in the United Nations is being a bit of an oxymoron, right? And the organization I work for, which is UNDP, has just launched 60 accelerator labs across the world at the same time in 60 different countries. So I just wanted to share 3 quick reflections from this experience, which partially builds on what Gorka was talking about and also the previous panel. So the first thing is when you do something like this in the context of UN organizations, you need to really get to a certain type of narrative or a type of innovation that you stand for. And actually, for us, it was really an interesting reflection to make quite a distinction about why are these accelerator labs and not innovation labs. So an innovation dynamic has, again, a temporal dimension, right? You need to test, prototype. If you follow the model that Gorka criticized, rightly so, it has a temporal dimension. You need to wait it and see that actually things move, and then eventually you scale it. If you are in an acceleration dynamic, you take a very different type of perspective. You say, stuff is already happening. Where do I need to intervene so that I generate accelerating dynamics in this particular context? This means that what you're actually doing is very different type of skills. You're not doing a blockchain to solve all the problems in the world. You don't do a design thinking training for all your staff, thinking that all of a sudden we solve all the difficult problems like climate change. You need to work from a very different place. I like very much this metaphor, which we've taken from a company we're working with called Axilo, and saying if you want to start an avalanche, you have two strategies. You can actually have snowflakes and hope that randomly some of these snowflakes will start to attach to each other and create an avalanche. Now, this is to me the model of innovation that comes from the startup world, where you're basically saying you're trying many different things and hope that something sticks. Chances of creating an avalanche from that are not many, right? What if you're actually starting to compress with snowflakes, create a ball, and then starting to roll something? Maybe you get more chances of getting an avalanche this way. So what we are trying to train our labs across the world is actually on this compression dynamic. Things are happening around. Where are things that we can actually generate acceleration dynamics by putting things together and not just hoping that randomly something sticks, and from a pilot all of a sudden we scale up? That model has not worked very well in development, and I think plenty of examples, right, that failing fast and breaking things doesn't really work very well in a development context. So the second thing then is if we want to accelerate, right, because the SDGs, we've heard from a previous panel the trajectory we're into, then we need to also create we have an incredible deficit of imagination. And this is back to what Kirsten was saying before in terms of actually thinking about different type of futures. So one of the projects that, what does imagination look like in practice? How do you move away from this sense that everything is impossible, our options are more and more reduced, and actually when we're facing with complex things, we need many, many more options to explore because we don't understand the systemic implications. How do you do that? I'll give you just a couple of examples. One is from my previous life. I used to work in the Prime Minister office in the UAE, and we designed something that launched in March. It is called the Ministry of Possibilities. So imagine a government that has a Ministry of Possibilities. This has launched...
Our ministries are no other thing than that.
Yeah. I come from Italy, so I know something about it. So this is a signal to a bureaucracy to say it is possible to imagine other options that are not possible to do otherwise. Another example, Italy is not a place where you typically go for innovation either, but Bologna is a city that has an office of civic imagination. Inside the municipality, an office that is designed to create and allow citizens to imagine different futures for the city and make it happen. Another thing that we are starting to work on at the moment, we are looking with great interest to an organization in Japan that is actually creating this process called inside municipality, which is called future design. And so imagine a municipal meeting, council, where 3 people represents future generation. A bit back to what Kirsten was saying, dressed like people from the future. This is happening in 40, I think, is municipalities in Japan at the moment. They're trying the same process in Nepal. How do you embed these things? How do you create processes to allow people to imagine radically different futures to then generate acceleration dynamics? And the only other thing that other point that I wanted to say, again, from this process of acceleration, is one of the things that is very interesting to me is that we are still stuck into a mentality where we think that we need to define problems really, 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 really well before we can actually come to solutions. If you're actually dealing with incredibly complex and uncertain things, almost by definition, you cannot define the problem really well up front. This is why government procurement is typically a disaster, right? Because you try to define what you want, and then you get something completely different. This is why it is very difficult to actually generate dynamics by creating only looking and focusing on defining the problem really well. So one of the things that these 60 labs have is something called a solution mapper. And this person is actually one that is supposed to look at the edges of what is happening in each country, to look at positive deviance, at the future that is already here. How do we map it? These are people who already found their own solutions. How do we identify them, and how from that we can generate different type of dynamics? This basically starts from a narrative where you start from the assumption that everybody is potentially an innovator. But innovation does not start into a lab, a university only, but there's actually a capacity that is distributed across the population, and if only we are able to find where it is, we can be able to find very different type of solutions around this. So this process is starting right now, and we'll keep you posted on progress as we go.
Thank you very much, Giulio. Thank you. Pablo, adelante.
Pues, creo.
Well, there are many things that I don't agree with. I think we're going to have to talk about this. Well, good morning. I'm Pablo Santaeufemia. I'm the CEO of 𝗫𝘃𝗿𝗁. Thank you very much for inviting me to attend this panel. I'd like to start by saying that I'm 29 years old. I was born in a generation that came to the labor market that was prepared for our parents. Besides that, well, that happened in the most developed countries. There is a great lack of SMEs, and this is called the mist in the middle. There are many small companies, but there aren't too many SMEs, small, medium enterprises. I came out of Spain when I was 26 years old with a grant, and I've been having many grants. I began in 𝗫𝘃𝗿𝗁 when I was 23 years old, and one of the things that I've always been concerned about is that in the end, the developed world seems to be broken, as well as the humanitarian world. And I thought that it was only technology that could solve this. When you start looking at the system is very complex. And just like the system is complex, and as a matter of fact, I studied engineering, so I love system. I started analyzing the system, and so I realized that engineering is a key, but there is much more to it. There are many narratives to this, and that there is a lack of talking about this. Today's world has many different jobs, and many of them are created by SMEs. They will be destroyed due to a number of advances, such as robotics and others. There are many rural areas where there are no SMEs, and thus the economy works in a different way. And then there are many developed countries where many of the created jobs will be destroyed. And I question myself, who will be creating the future jobs? Will it be the unicorns? There is a narrative on Silicon Valley, for instance, which is creating a company in a week, and I have a solution thus. This is not really like that. I think that entrepreneurs, as a matter of fact, we are people who have identified a problem. We do not want to be passive. We do not want it to pass by. We want to find a solution. The problem is that we entrepreneurs create products and services who are trying to solve problems. And we have a problem, which is that nowadays, here today, in 2019, those people who have support for innovation are still the same people. Thus means that the world of entrepreneurship is not too inclusive. And it's usually men who are white, who have a great access to mentorship, to networking, to money. Those are the people who are actually becoming entrepreneurs and who are innovating. So in a world where we have billions of problems with solutions that do not need to be avalanche, they can be small balls, small snowballs, like we were mentioning before. I think that we need to act like a system. So, thus, the strategy, the operation is that sometimes we should take into account that with a small impact, we can make a great change. We have to stick together several snowflakes to have a large system. That's why we need to take innovation to people who do not have access to it. That is the problem. That is the real situation, which is that the ecosystems of education and innovation are not prepared for the generation that is now currently looking for employment, and the new generations that are now coming to a world where, at least in the case of Spain, entrepreneurship is still not a majority, an option for the majority. And if we take this to a greater context, such as Europe, we will find that Spain has a low percentage of entrepreneurship, especially if we compare it to the entrepreneurship index of other countries like in Latin America or even South Africa. So we have narratives that are quite difficult or complex. I am a social entrepreneur. I created my entrepreneur company 6 years ago. Entrepreneurs are always trying to climb the summit. We are always trying to cross the river. We're seeking a bridge, but many times there is no bridge whatsoever. And the problem is that those of us who cross the river, it's quite difficult for us. There are many entrepreneurs who have the bridge built for them, and if we do not find a solution for a problem which we have identified, if we do not have the necessary tools for that business plan that we have in an efficient way, with the money that we need, when we start climbing, we become cold, meaning that we will not be able to climb the mountain that we need to climb. And what I'm trying to say here is that those people who are climbing the mountain are always the same people. So what we do in Bridge for Billions is trying to help other entrepreneurs to climb the mountain. 580 entrepreneurs and companies from many different countries have passed through our startup already. We are trying to help them out with projects that they are passionate about, that belong to their field of expertise. Usually, they are startups with from 5 to 8 employees. There are very exciting projects, and in the world where we live, people usually want immediate results. So I can understand that there are always people seeking little tactics with great impacts, but we must also take into account that changes are possible in minorities that are not seen. And I was very excited when I heard this morning when we were talking about this, how we design for the ends, for the extremes, and because otherwise, the world we are seeking, we will still find that technology is creating a great gap of inequality, and we will see that society is moving forward. But nonetheless, there is still a problem for minority group, that there are 4 million inhabitants that are poor, that are completely forgotten about, and where I see a great potential, and there are a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of minority groups that can have a value. They are the organizations for the future. We have to think about the future, and we need to focus on them as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pablo. I hope we can talk more about this. I think this counterpart you have explained about the model of avalanche and these snowflakes that stick together and can also make up an avalanche. Rebecca, would you like to close the discussion? Well, thank you very much. Very interesting. I have listened closely, and I think that many of the things you've mentioned is something that we can take with us back home and put into practice. I'd like to begin by saying something that might seem obvious, but that is very important. One will never transform the reality. One does not think that the reality can be transformed. And there is a problem here in the sense that many of the narratives that we live are narratives that take us to paralysis, meaning not moving ourselves. And I think that we need to remind people how we have already transformed the reality that we live in, because we have done that before. And I always give the example of my country. Costa Rica is a country that began with the sustainable development matter in the 1970s, meaning that even much earlier than before it became trendy, we worked on this in this 75% of our territory, and we did so for our children. And this is something that we need to take into account, indeed. And we worked closely on environment. We taught about the environment in our school curricula so that our children understood the importance of the environment, and that built up a national narrative in Costa Rica in such a way that our country nowadays has a narrative on this. We have a generation or a number of generations that think that the environment is something that is very important for their lives. As a matter of fact, Costa Rica has been able to work on reforestation and ecotourism in a very strong way. As a matter of fact, Costa Rica has been able to reverse deforestation and has many more forests than back in the 80s. And the reason for this is due to this narrative that I have mentioned before. It is very difficult to imagine the reality itself. And this is important for us to imagine our own world and our role in the world. And by listening to you and the avalanche and the snowflakes that you mentioned, I think that this narrative allows each of the citizens to insert within the construction of something collective from their own reality, because none of us can intervene in each other's reality otherwise. But in the end, we must insert ourselves in a collective narrative. And so I think that this is the great task that we have. And at this time, this is the sole narrative at a global level that can invite us to a global solidarity narrative. All the narratives we are listening to today, this is the importance of them. Because otherwise, what we listen to are narratives that are based on a combat, on a battle, on isolation. The only narrative that takes us to a better world are the narratives of the SDGs. So it's very important that we do not beat around the bush. For example, when we go into the social networks that we thought that would actually get us together and join us, but they're more a mirror than something that joins us, because when we go into social networks, we only read what we already think. We only read our own opinions. We only go more into depth into our own opinions, what we feel comfortable with. We only read about those people who think what we already think. So that's why I think that it's very important that we have spaces that take us to other threats and that allow us to get together with those people who think in a different way. Because there are many of us who think that we are the good guys of the story, and we tend to isolate those people who we think are the bad guys of the story. And thus, there are no bridges between us. There is no dialogue. And I think that's part of the polarization that we are currently seeing at a political level. And that has to do with the attitude we have, the good guys and the bad guys of the story. So how can we create bridges, communication? How can we attract different opinions and have a conversation, a dialogue that is more complex, but that in the end can bring a cultural and social change, that cultural and social change that we all seek. So from the Latin American Cultural Secretariat, we are trying to see what are the spaces, for example, for the youth. Where are the youth innovating? Where are they trying to bring the change? And in Latin America, we have found spaces that we were not aware of, and that seem to be sort of like a movement. We have found new organizations that I must say that when they started to speak to me, I was not able to understand. I must admit this, that there is a generation gap. They talk to me about innovation labs, spaces created by the youth, with a lot of willingness, intention, talent, in important innovations that were being carried out. And I could not understand all of this until I saw it with my own eyes. So we have, they talked to me about mapping cities and putting into contact different spaces and visiting, learning ones from the others. And all of this has created a new and different narrative between themselves, which has also changed ourselves. And this is an example. But just like this example, there are others. This is something that we are trying to do at a political scale, not just at a citizen level. So we need to see what are those specific spaces where we can listen to each other in a different way to what we're used to and really see what is really going on. And when it comes to sustainable development, when it comes to putting all of this into practice, it's true, Gonzalo, I think you've heard me say this before, but I will say it again. Every time I meet with economists, they talk to me about the 3 pillars of development goals, and they talk to me about the growth. I go to the practical community against poverty, and they talk to me about the 3 pillars, and they say, yes, but the most important thing is to combat poverty. And I go to a different space and they tell me, oh, but the most important thing is environment. So I think that one of the most important things of the SDG, and especially to build a more integrated agenda, is for the different communities to speak to each other, not to be separated. And this was one of the goals that we have already achieved through the SDG, which is the cross-sectional, the multi-shareholders factor. So if the SDGs do not become a reality, we will find that there are no connections like the ones that Gorka mentioned. So it's important to take into account. Okay, sorry, Rebecca, that I need you to stop here because I think that there are a number of questions that are related to what you're saying. Not sure whether I'm lost here. I wrote down a number of questions, but there were 3 elements that I think are much related to what Rebecca was mentioning right now. There was a first element on the emotional ability. I'd like to have some comments on the importance of our feelings or emotions on this. Those of us who come from journalism, we know that facts are difficult to defend and that emotions, feelings are becoming more and more important nowadays, especially when it comes to providing news. So how can we join feelings with facts? There are groups from civil society, innovation, and different groups who have different languages. How can we join them together? And it seems that this is something easy for populism, how to build a reductionist identity, building an identity facing the concept or the notion of the others. How can we build a notion, a collective notion of all of us? There was a third question related to this, and I like very much how Rebecca has explained this, which is the narrative of the collective. Maybe it would be better to explain this to people. We talked about this last night in our dinner. How can we reverse some of the measures? For example, we could tell people you are reducing by 2 or 3 years your life expectancy. How can we explain things differently to people? I'm not saying that you all have to answer to everything. I'm just saying that maybe these are some questions we can make comments on. Would any of you like to answer any of these collective narratives, feelings, identities? Well, I'd like to answer the part of feelings. I think that the narratives need to inspire. And that means to talk about feelings. But they need to inspire not by making up reality, but by basing themselves on evidence. But of course, evidence or reality is different for each person. And that's why I think that what Gorka was saying is so important, which is how to build information collectively. Because if what we are trying to do is to try to mobilize emotions or feelings from a manipulative perspective, which meaning that it doesn't have to do with science. Well, data has to be available, the evidence. Yeah, but what data? What evidence? 350,000, is that false data? But it was repeated and repeated, and so it was established in the collective imaginary. Yeah, I understand the challenge here, but my question is, what can we do with this? What do we do with this? I'm saying that this is a very serious problem that we have, but we only gather the information from what is being constantly repeated and reproduced, regardless of whether the data is different. So how are we going to handle this? How are we going to counterface this with what is really happening or going on? So from a perspective of mobilization, we need to be able to mobilize people on reality. Reality is not only negative. You were talking about the destruction of employment and what the future brings for us. Well, I think that the problem of the future is not that we're going to grow without employment. I think that the problem of the future is that we are going to have a lot of employment, but also more inequality. So we need to talk about this. And in Latin America, youth thinks that climate change is the main problem for the future, and we need to base information on this to be able to give them a response. And when we ask what is the reason for this, who is responsible for this, most of Latin Americans say that citizens have a great responsibility for this. They do not talk about only these companies or the governments, but they also talk about themselves as citizens. So, Gorka, maybe you would like to talk about this a little bit more, about the centrality of responsibility. I'll leave that for the end, but I'd like to add two things first. So what we do know in the construction of narratives is that a person changes its narrative or its way of seeing things due to three factors. One is due to common sense. If you do not have any references on a problem, for instance, climate change, meaning you use your common sense. If someone says something to you and it makes sense, you usually believe so. Another one has to do with the closest circle of reference of people. So you usually take that as a value, as a reference, the people that are closer to you. And the third one is your personal experience. So the most important of those three values is the closer. So first is your personal experience. That is the main factor. If you do not have a personal experience, then the person on your closer surrounding. And if you do not have in either of them, then you will use common sense. So common sense is something very broad. Things that we can understand as common sense, certain messages in a certain context, can make certain common sense or not. For instance, Trump. There are things that might not have any common sense here in Spain, but if you are in the United States, they might make sense. And this is important to understand certain things. So if someone says, how can you manipulate certain narratives? Well, they are manipulated when there is no personal experience and when there is no reference or inner circle. So in a theoretical experience, the manipulation can be greater. So the manipulation of certain organizations or people in certain processes, depending on the experience, can be greater or less for populism. Something else that we might not know is that in certain processes, in building the analysis of a problem such as climate change, when there is a group and one person tries to convince another, for example, if I try to convince you about something, or if I try to educate you about, let's say, climate change, I try to explain it. If I try to change your attitude or your opinion, because of my attitude, you will resist. Now, if I go to the discussion by trying to prove my experience but without interest in trying to change your opinion, you will have a natural tendency for connection. This means that we work in the opposite way. So when there is a process with an honest dialogue and a deep listening where you are not trying to convince the other person of what you think, the process of approach is more natural, but we are not building strategies of long scale without principle. So we build it in the opposite way. So if I say, oh, I'm going to explain this person who has no idea what he has to think or what she has to think. So for example, in the programs against obesity, the more we try to explain to those people what obesity is about, the more obesity there is. And this is scientifically proven already. So in the idea of how we try to work in this culturally, we need to be very careful because it's very easy to get the opposite results. And populism is actually getting quite some benefits from this, from an analysis coming from experts to look to other people as experts and trying to explain to them as experts.
Que se hace lo contrario, ¿no?
So the other question or matter here is that all of this without action makes no sense. It's only therapy. But if this does not come with a process of action and also massive experimentation, we'll have a very short pathway. And that's why I think that Kirsten's proposal is very important, which is to create spaces, long field pathways. And thanks to Kirsten's program, we will probably have 3 or 4 different experimentation spaces. We will have different sandboxes.
India, de China, ¿no? Dice, esto lo han hecho en 2000.
They have already carried this out in about 10,000 different spaces. We are trying to work this out already, as I have said, in different spaces. If the new government really wants to become a leader on this in Europe, we should have different 50 or 100, let's say, sandboxes or spaces for experimentation, and have those spaces work together. I don't think this is crazy. I mean, I think this is totally feasible, and this is quite profitable. If the Spanish government has investment for this, it will probably attract much more investment through different agents and shareholders. Sorry, Gorka, that I have to stop you. And when it comes to inequality, when one person feels that it is part of a system that is unequal and that it will only profit others, there is no collective action. That person will not want to be part of the system or participate in it. So we need to understand that transformative actions need more equality. Otherwise, the model will not work out. So, sorry, Gorka, I need a headline. Can you give me an example of deep listening? Just a practical example. So an example that has nothing to do with this. For example, on human rights, just a headline, please. We have joined violence victims with people who have carried out violence. And when you get those people together to try to have them change their opinion, the result is worse. When you get them together to tell their experience, those people try to connect the suffering, and they try to build and try to incorporate into their narrative the elements of suffering and create a new narrative which we could say is compatible and could in the end become something common.
I don't know what else you were going to say, but there is another aspect that has to do with intergenerational elements. There's a generation coming right afterwards, the one of our children, and I don't know if they speak our language or not, and if they sing to the same music. Obviously, their music is quite catastrophic, but I wanted to ask you about this narrative. It's been explained by Rebeca in a very, very interesting way. I wanted to make a very clear example. Let's think about a 4-year-old girl living in California, and his father is a business person. But think about a 4-year-old girl who lives in the outskirts of Dakar and whose father is a business person. I'm sure that you're thinking about two completely different girls, and that's the narrative that we're having nowadays as to the person who is a business person and living in sub-Saharan Africa. Until we change our narrative in the Western world and we stop thinking about the African person as the person who is malnourished, and we start thinking about the African continent as the continent with the biggest entrepreneurial rate in the world, the youngest continent, the most entrepreneur congress, things will change. Things will totally change, and then investment will get to them. And this is a different, this is a sample of changing the narratives, how the narratives change, and therefore change is produced. And this happens through emotions. The problem is that it's very easy to manipulate emotions and feelings. As to the intergenerational issue, it's a matter of speed, the speed of communication that we're having nowadays, and how new generations consume information. We have an information in where we are constantly bombarded by information and emotions and feelings. Our educational system has not taught us. I mean, they haven't taught us about emotional education. They've not given us any information on that. And both positive and negative emotions can tumble down. And being optimistic, I think there's a danger in this. Giulio, maybe you should be taking the floor. I mean, I'm hearing then making some gestures, like if I have to finish right now. And
if there is one thing which I still think we are struggling with, back to the emotions, is that if you look at most of the project goes back to the education bias, right? Or most development organizations, certainly UN starting from, etc., pretty much is copy and paste. There is a problem, so people trash plastic. Therefore, we need to educate these poor people. We need to tell them what to do it, and if only we give them the facts, they will actually change their minds. If this was the template that worked, nobody would be smoking by now, right? Because that thing has been tried and tested many times over, and we know that people are still smoking. Right. So the question is, if you acknowledge that we don't always act rationally, right? This question of the emotion is extremely difficult for bureaucracies to take into account. And so this is one of the things that we are struggling with in terms of actually how you take decisions, right? Take into account that people don't always act rationally. All the behavioral stuff has not really quite made it into many of our part of the planning. And the only other thing that I would say goes back to how do you break these narratives, right? So I mentioned before, this whole question is about getting people to imagine different futures and opening up possibilities. We are planning now a national science fiction festival for young people to imagine alternative economies where everybody is equal, and get them to produce movies, books, narratives that actually say, imagine this is a country where there is a high level of inequality, and say this is the only space politically acceptable where we can actually generate a conversation and get young people to literally imagine and practice the muscle of imagining different possibilities. Now, not that science fiction will save the world, but my point is there must be other mechanisms to actually generate possibilities for people to break from a dominant narrative. And I think we're just beginning to explore a number of different types of possibilities.
I love it, Giulio, because everything that you say sounds like Harry Potter. The Ministry of Possibilities, the Ministry of Possibilities, and the it's a, thank you very much.
Anytime.
Thank you. Rebeca, finalmente.
There are a couple of headlines in this case. The first one is that we really need to understand that the agendas are built, not invented. They're not coming up with. We are still having agendas that are in paper in a drawer, but they're not built. And women have learned that these agendas have to be built in diversity. We need to build and we need to implement that, not knowing where we're going to, but start building with the people. And we need to have systems that are more open to participation so that we can build collectively. My second aspect, my second headline have to do with business people. Because I think it is great about our entrepreneurship, but we want different companies, and we need to create a new ecosystem for these new different companies, and we have to do it by creating a new regulation. We need companies that are different, not thinking only about the maximization of profits, but thinking about social and environmental inclusion, and the system does not provide you incentives in order to do that, so that we need to change the results, not only thinking about entrepreneurship, about the new companies that we want to start up. We don't want to kill old things, but we want them to achieve a new relevance. And if we can make irrelevant what's happening, to make relevant the new things and the new things that we are capable to imagine. Well, I hope that you feel like I do. I feel that I'm totally convinced that this new transformation agenda will have a very important component in a narrative. We cannot undertake this transformation without changing the narrative. I hope you're convinced by our presenters and our panelists, and I hope this can help us to create a plan. There's a methodology, there is experimentation. We have the capacity of testing elements that go beyond that what's already been tested. What I'm not totally sure that we have is the will of implementing this change at a large scale, so that we can do this collective, massive exercise of thinking and changing the narrative. But that's probably the main message that we have to take out with us. We need to undertake this experimentation. We are probably operating in a field that it is different from the ones that we had in past history, but I believe that these presentations have been very inspiring and it will help us to move forward. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm Jordi Moles. I'm a researcher at the 𝗂𝗃, and it is a great pleasure for me to moderate this session. And the title, I don't have it in here, Systemic Innovation Beyond Incremental Change. And I believe that this morning it was made very clear some things that in certain scientific policy circles are not totally clear. The fact that this is not a technical solution. These changes that we need to undertake were not going to come from a technical solutions, and probably the narratives are a best step towards the discussion that we're going to have this evening. The problem that we're facing is not only associated to technological changes, but it is related with changing cultural practices, regulation, etc. And all of those aspects are very closely linked. They're very tightly coupled, as the Anglo-Saxon sense. This is a system with very strong dynamics, very coordinated, and this system is the system that has to change. So the systemic change is incredibly complicated, and I believe, and I would like to say one thing as to going beyond the incremental change. Probably what's behind this title is the fact that incremental changes are not enough in order to disrupt the current system, which is the one that we need to change. So the vision for the session is to talk about practices in projects, programs, innovation activities that will lead to the implementation of a systemic change in innovation systems. And for that, the best presentation that we can have is the one of Mr. Kirsten, who from climate change is doing a tremendous effort to apply that systemic change, and she's going to let us know about that. And very briefly, to those who were not here this morning, Kirsten Dunlop is the Executive Director of 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗃 since 2017. And this brand, 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗃, is more than clear to us now. Before that, she used to work in Australia for the Financial Services Corporation, and she's a citizen of the world, I believe. She's worked in several different countries on different areas, and later on you will see how these mixed profiles are also relevant when talking about transformative change. So without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Kirsten, and then we will have the rest of the members of the panel joining us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. So let me first of all do one thing. This presentation was structured for a slightly longer time, so I'm going to ask you immediately your forgiveness if you see I get to bits of it and I skip through fast. What I want to do is translate what we heard this morning into the extremely practical, if you like, field of trying to change a whole system or multiple systems. And in our case, what I would love of you to hear is that we are attempting to change ourselves in order to change systems, and in order to make innovation more effective to change systems, as you heard discussed in many points during the course of this morning. We are a prototype in that sense. So let me give you just a quick sense of who is the we. We belong to a family. It's the family of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. This was the legacy of Barroso to create for Europe something equivalent to the MIT and Silicon Valley drawn together, and particularly with a concern at the time that Europe produces so much in terms of high quality research and innovation, but doesn't quite seem to manage to get it to market and produce market dynamics, growth, productivity, and job dynamics that the US has managed to do. So the investment of the EIT was to create a mandate for public funding to be made available for the combination of research, education, entrepreneurship, industry, innovation, in physical co-location across Europe to inspire and mobilize and unlock a set of innovation effects. And each of these communities, the KIC in our title stands for Knowledge Innovation Community, is directed at a particular societal challenge. In our case, we were born in 2009, so by the end of this year we'll be 10 years old. Our challenge is climate, and from the outset, we have defined that as being essentially a problem of sustainable economic development and sustainable social development. These are interdependent, fundamentally social questions, and questions of human society and its environment and its choices. What has changed for us is the following. We operate all over Europe. We are present in 28 countries. We have physical presence in 23. We operate also in sub-Saharan Africa, in South America. We have relationships and partnerships into China. In fact, one of the projects that we are most passionate about is greening the Belt and Road, bringing a sustainable lens to the Belt and Road in partnership with China. We've just been part of launching an EIT hub in San Francisco. There will be another that opens in Tel Aviv later this year, and physically in China at the beginning of next year. And before I left Australia, I was part of setting up a climate kick in Australia. So we have also a partnership there, which for the Southern Mediterranean is a very strong relationship in terms of physical challenges. And when you look over our last 9 years of activity, you see something like this, which is what I came into Climate Kick and encountered. And it's an important story of innovation, building, contributing to economic development. You could argue that it's not nearly strong enough for 9 years of activity. And if you compare it to the US, it's not at all. If you took another lens, which is to say these are startups, and they were startups from the outset, it's the result of starting up an entirely new European model, and an unusual model because these are communities. These are not direct delivery. They are delivering with and through and essentially in partnership with others, with the big industries and SMEs across Europe. So and from that perspective, it's not too bad, especially in our case, there's no addressable industry. There's no climate change industry out there. This is about working across multiple boundaries and silos. But in the reflections that we've made in the last 2 years, particularly reflections thinking about what should our next 10 years look like, there is another way of looking at this, which is to say this is a lot of productivity. It's a lot of stuff that we have made or facilitated or pushed to market. Has it changed Europe? Has it got Europe any closer to the challenges that we now face in terms of climate? And the answer to that for us has been no. And particularly if we ask ourselves, has all of this effort got us any closer to producing something like that kind of statement? A prosperous, inclusive, climate-resilient society with circular net zero emissions economy by 2050. If you take the IPCC report, it actually needs to be by 2040. No, we are not closer to that. In fact, emissions in 2017 went up in Europe. So we have a problem. And the problem that we are fixing on is we need systemic change. We don't need lots, we do need lots of single-point solutions, technical solves for new energy sources, for the interlinking between one energy source and another, technical solves for climate-smart feed and agricultural tools, technical solves for substituting or changing the design of plastics, steels, carbons, and cement. But most importantly, we need it to start to add up to a set of interdependent, interlinked, and unexpected benefits by designing together. And that's why we have decided to pivot our entire approach to innovation to see how do we put innovation to work to catalyze systemic change. Because we need that most urgently. And that brings me to the question of velocity. It's not just a structural change in how innovation contributes to what we are doing, but it is also a question around the speed and the scale, the time scales in which it does that. So if I remind you, or if I kind of put the context of why have we made that choice and what are we framing ourselves to try and do as an experiment in our own right, but working under pressure. We have identified the fact that for 10 years we've been operating on the principle of the fact that the role of innovation in tackling the complex of sustainable development goals that are relevant to climate, including the climate goal, is the role of innovation in closing the unknown gap, the gap for which we do not have consolidated solutions between where we are supposed to be on track for and where we actually are. and in fact the even more important gap between what we pledged in Paris and what we're actually going to have to achieve if we want to be able to live sustainably. When you start looking at what that has looked like in the last couple of years, and you bring in play, we heard this morning about the reports, the latest research coming in from James Hansen, you bring in play the IPCC report, the challenge gets even more intense. And it is a challenge not just of an accumulation of solutions, but of the radical systems transformations and transitions that are needed to make anything like 12 years as a window for action feasible. The difference being, and I'm just going to quote straight from the IPCC report, that the nature of change we are talking about would require us to intervene in almost every aspect of the way we live, the way we move, the way we travel, the way we eat, the way we connect to one another, and the way we understand and value work. In fact, more importantly, what we understand about value. That's huge change. It's change that we have absolutely no precedent for. We have a precedent of living through extraordinary changes in a context of global wars, but changes that were driven by particular objectives. We have no precedent for designing something that is as social, as economic, and as political as this type of change requires of us. And so that leads us to what we are trying to do. And I'm going to give this to you not as the right answer, I'm going to give it to you as a hypothesis, as a bold, ambitious hypothesis crafted together with the 400 partners that form part of this particular community. And if you like, a hypothesis crafted because we feel as a community that we actually have no choice. If there's one instrument that should be able to do this, it should be us. So what we are doing is introducing a number of elements. It's a system. We need to change both funding expectations, the way we deploy funds, the way we act together, the way we operate, the way we measure, what our core decision-making mechanisms are, the way we build innovation, and the way in which the entire organization is structured. I'm not going to talk you through all of that, don't worry. That was not the half hour. I'm just going to give you a glimpse into what some of it looks like, because you're looking at is the raw face of making this happen now. Let's start with the first thing. We had, since 2009, we've had that mission. We have this sense of this vision of a prosperous circular climate economy, a climate resilient society, and so on. But between what we were doing with education, with startups, with industry R&D, with innovation projects across Europe, and that vision, there was a gap, magic thinking. An assumption that somehow all of these single solutions would go to market, the market would pick them up, capital would come in, further injections of capital would scale more and more valuable businesses, and somehow magically transformation will happen. It hasn't happened for 10 years, it hasn't actually happened for the last 30, 50, and it is certainly not happening fast enough now. So the first thing we did was to equip ourselves with a theory of change. Everybody has a theory of change. We didn't. We needed one. But most importantly, a theory of change that trained our attention on the fact that we would need to intervene in systems, and that we would need to therefore both understand systems, think in terms of systems dynamics, ask ourselves about assumptions that underpin and structure the logic by which systems operate, and begin to think about some of the less charted waters of human understanding when it comes to the engineering and planning and projections and financing of change. And that led us into deciding that we needed to introduce a different way of deploying around a theory of change, specifically a systems innovation capability and a portfolio approach. I'm going to give you a sense of the four major components of this. The first was to shift the center of our gravity, our kind of epicenter of activity, from the standard funnel model of innovation that I have been working in for years in the corporate world, working in the consultancy world, where you assume that innovation is about finding needles in haystacks. You need to produce a huge, vast range of ideas, funnel them through a series of criteria to work out which are the most promising, and eventually scale up your investment in the ones that look like they will come up with a viable solution. You're looking for winners. And if you're on the East Coast or the West Coast of the US, you're looking for unicorns. The biggest problem with that is that it suffers from political cycles easily, but most importantly, it continues to privilege the things that will produce some kind of short-term signal for being promising. So it trains all of the effort on the individual merits of individual projects, on the innovativeness of new business models, the mousetrap, what they've found that they could open up in the market. What it doesn't do is operate with what you would have heard from Mariana this afternoon, more of a mission-led or a demand-led approach that is designing for the uncertainty of solving for particular transformational challenges. And that's why we are anchoring our center of gravity towards a demand-led approach, meaning simply that we are building innovation with and for the organizations who wish to renew and change their core business models, the cities that know they have got to do something about the physical systems and the social systems that they are carrying a responsibility for, the regional governments that are concerned about changes in resources and changes in the physical systems that we are part of. Partnering with them doesn't mean that we don't focus on entrepreneurship, education, industry, R&D, just means we shift the entire center of operational gravity to working with and from the problems we're solving for the changes we need. Second thing is to say, we know enough to know that we do not have the answers. If we had the answers and it was simply a question of planning, consultancy, and engineering, we would be doing it. So we're going to need to design innovation for radical uncertainty, which means stop trying to pick winners. We don't have time to try to pick winners and hope that the market will pick it up. Assume we don't know and put in place a spread of bets. Multiple, diverse initiatives in the same places, testing parallel solutions in parallel and connected so that we can learn, even if they're competitors. Really looking to deliberately say we've got these huge systems to change. We need to change waste, water, energy, infrastructure for mobility, and the way in which people resident in these environments can participate in wealth generation. Where are there intervention points? Where would you want to use innovation? Because you could use law for some policy change, regulation, but where would you want innovation to unlock a set of new possibilities? Now, let's compose a set of options, multiple possibilities, and put them in place simultaneously so that we can accelerate learning by doing. Accelerate the pace of learning as quick as possible in such a way that we give to Europe something that it desperately needs, which is large-scale examples of what the alternatives look like. If you're in the Lausitz or in Lower and Upper Silesia, you may understand with extreme discomfort and rage that you need to stop mining coal, but nobody's got a decent example of what does the alternative look like. Lock, stock and barrel, from what people do day to day, who pays for school education, how the tax and incentive system works, what the air quality, the physical infrastructure, the whole lot looks like. And the last element is to say to ourselves, if we're going to do this seriously, then we need to start asking for innovation that actually understands and begins to intuit how systems work. And that means thinking about the dynamic capabilities of systems. We know intuitively on a daily basis how systems work because we handle them all the time. We know how to deal with weather changes. We understand that group dynamics in a room, in a management boardroom or at school can suddenly change what a group has appetite to do or not. We know that. We just don't translate it into design principles for what we ask innovation to do, like asking for innovation designed for social and behavioral tipping points of change, asking innovation to explore how might you catalyze a phase transition, a sudden change in state. And this is what we are now asking our partners to bring to us. Bring the best of your brains to bear on how you would design innovation to have a set of system dynamic effects. Now, if I give you practically an example of what that looks like, taking a portfolio approach means, for a start, looking at everything we do as one whole, not structured into the individual impact goals or the individual geographies or the individual themes, but looking at it as one whole body of work and starting to ask, what is it trying to change? What's it engaging with? This is publicly available, not actually this version of it, but there is a publicly available version where you can see exactly what we've been doing for the last 3 years. And you can start to see where are we concentrating effort? And you can start to ask questions, and those are exactly the questions we're asking ourselves. Do we need 25 roof garden projects? Can we not learn from 5 and recycle our effort somewhere else? What happens with roof gardens that doesn't change a whole system? And so on. So we're starting to take that perspective on what we're doing, and we're starting to ask the same perspective of our partners as they bring work to us. This, for example, is a process that we now use to take decisions on what projects we choose to support. Instead of running them through a funneling mechanism that asks for assessment on the merits of the individual project for its innovativeness and use that as the criteria for selection, we run a week-long collective intelligence process that takes on inputs around the value and feasibility, viability and desirability of single projects, but it makes decisions about relationships. It chooses a combination of intervention points and chooses a combination of projects as intervention points in order to test a whole system change and the possibility for whole systems change. And this is something we've introduced in November last year, and we're training ourselves to learn how to do. It's very, very unsettling for the traditional structures of European financing, because it's very hard to understand, but this is inherently qualitative. Yes, it is inherently qualitative. It's about making judgment calls as to what combination we will try to support, to see quickly what combination seems to have an effect, and to learn to structure sense-making right through the heart of what we're doing so that we can understand as quickly as possible where do we see the possibility of combined and unexpected effects, of creative collisions, of a set of co-benefits if you start to design things together that we didn't think about, whether it's multiple cash flows or different technical solutions. And if I give you an example of, say take something like the material production map. This is coming from the 𝗷𝗵𝗶𝗃𝗄 Foundation. What we're then doing is saying to ourselves, okay, use this as a map for understanding how this particular system is structured or is interplaying. Now, where do we have interventions? Where are we doing something in any of the points of this system? And if we aren't doing anything in this whole flow through that comes from materials into collection, then we need to get something in there. So as a community, we need to start putting out an urgent call to partners to say, look, we need to start testing intervention and innovation on this whole system, not just the bits that have come to us by accident. Of course, doing that means working through partnerships. We are a big community of actors, but this is also about the kind of meta-partnerships that help us as a whole community design our efforts, challenge our assumptions, learn and actively sense-make right at every layer of what we're doing to translate that kind of experience into knowledge and ultimately intelligence that decision makers can use. And you'll see, in fact, Mariana Mazzucato and IIPP are one of the key partners with whom we're working to look at how do you take the entire framing of the state intervening to create the space for possibility and for action on multiple fronts in such a way that the state participates in the upsides as well as the downsides. And how do you make that part of a partnership with private system? Now, this is where I'm going to skip forward because I understand we need to move. So I'm going to skip through a number of examples, but I want to get to the one element that was kind of the cutting edge of what we're trying to experiment with. These are just examples of where we see things moving. This is 2 Spanish examples where we're starting to see ecosystems work. Sorry, you're going to have to allow for my missing 20 minutes. I'm going to get to here. Yes. So what we have chosen to do now, we are seeing the beginnings of the benefits of much, much more integrative projects that are beginning to reach for ways in which they can put their hands on the relationships between multiple solutions, single solutions, into combined effects. But we don't think it's moving fast enough. So now what we have done is to launch what we've called deep demonstrations. And that is an explicit call to action, staged, which puts the full suite, the full process of systems innovation in play. So it starts by working with a problem owner And it really looks to understand and map what are the changes that you have appetite to work on or that you're willing to take ownership for, and as big as they are, whether it's in roadmaps, climate emergency plans, Paris commitments, national development commitments, and so on, and the way in which they interface into the Sustainable Development Goals. Then begin to map intervention points, and then start to deliberately design a portfolio of interventions, starting by designing positions. Where would you want innovation to be directed? Where do we want to try and test? What have you already got to work with? What can we put our arms around and have working together as a whole portfolio of effects? And then look for anything in the world, including within our partnership and right across the world, where are there possible solutions that could be the ways in which you intervene? Even just as an initial set of experiments from which you then actively learn, capture, understand, and continue to calibrate. So it's like using innovation as a mechanism to accelerate the pace of learning and to flush up as quickly as possible a sense of what is possible at a whole-scale effect. And what we've done is to start by really going with the flow. Where do we have what we would call problem owners, very keen and willing to act? And several of them are here. In fact, physically here. So you have the Port of Valencia as one of them, very, very keen to go. Here we know that there's a lot of work on soil carbon. There are some extraordinary opportunities in terms of industrial regions, and one amongst them Mondragón. And you heard from Gorka before, actually, Gorka is one of the partners we are really delighted to be working with, because the question of narratives that mobilize change is dear to my heart. Slovenia, a deep and long partnership with Slovenia. And there are many others. I'm not going to go into them. I wanted to give a framing for here you have an instrument in Europe experimenting with different ways of bringing innovation to mobilize transformation, not in terms of policy environments, although we are a key interface into policy, but in terms of a redesign of the mechanics of the innovation system itself and the mobilization of communities around it. And I think I'm going to skip to this last one and just finish by reminding us something that we heard from 𝗁𝘁𝗏𝗏 last year when we organized a conference with him. Very much a reminder about the relationship between the choices you make and the outcomes you live with. If I connect that back to the reference I made around the two wolves story, what you get is what you put in. So really this is about us saying it is possible to change the way in which we are producing effects. It does require us to intervene right back upstream at the level of the way we've designed the system to work. And that's what I'm delighted to be here to discuss with the panel and to share with you today.
Yo me siento en la que es más incómoda. Para mí la de plástico. Pues muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much. I think we have several clear messages. Innovation, the transformational systemic changes are difficult and require a different perspective. This is quite clear. This approach is not a traditional approach for innovation policies. And we now have a panel that is a great panel to see different perspectives for different approaches to think on innovation in a different way. We will follow some new interventions for 5 minutes. We're always running late. But we will follow the order that we can see here on the screen. First, we will have Cristina Garmendia, who is a doctor on biology, which we all know as the president of COTEC and who was formerly the Minister of Science and Innovation from 2008 to 2011, and also the founder of biotechnology and a risk capital society, etc., etc. We'll also have the intervention of Teresa Riesgo, Research, Development, and Innovation at DG, such long titles. She also comes from the Ministry of Science and Technology, where she's had also been the head of Subdirector of International Relations, etc. 𝗂𝘅𝘀𝗃𝗁.
Pertenece al Departamento de Inteligencia Artificial y ha trabajado.
We also have 𝗂𝘅𝘀𝗃𝗁 with us, working at the �universidad de Madrid. He's also worked on technology, and I'm trying to understand everything he does. He's also worked on technology. He works also in Media Lab Prado.
So the three theories are very different, but they are relevant because they have lived the interface between the scientific and technological activity and the industrial activity. And you've mentioned that in your research projects, the industry always participate. So your tradition of collaborating with industry through these collaboration projects. So we're having a person from the academia and people from different institutional frameworks. So without further ado, we're going to give the floor to Cristina. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me? I believe so. Okay, so thank you very much. I'm really happy to be part of this panel with this purpose that we all share here at the Ecotech Foundation. And if you'll allow me, I would like to use my 5 minutes to explain what have we done to transform our own activity and our own way of doing things in our foundation. The Ecotech Foundation is 27-year-old. It's a foundation that was born with a mission, the one of promoting innovation for a more competitive society, more inclusive society, these very noble objectives that we all share, but we were putting the focus on innovation. How did we work? How did we traditionally work? Well, we were working, promoting a research, development, and innovation observatory with some metrics. We measured the state of the art on a yearly basis, and then we established some recommendations as to what to do in Spain in connection with corporations and putting the spotlight on scientific innovation and the entrepreneurial world. This is the way that we were working. We were having a board of trustees that was very relevant. We had the participation of practically all the corporations in the country. We were very impactful and very notorious, both at the national level as well as internationally, especially in Spanish-speaking countries. That was our focus. That was the way that we were used to work. In 2015, we decided that we wanted to become an agent of change. And that meant many things. First of all, it meant to understand that it had nothing to do with our will. It meant that it had to do on how we were capable of introducing changes in the system. And the first thing that we do is to redefine the concept of innovation. We understood innovation as changes based in knowledge that creates value. For innovation to happen, we need to have a change and knowledge and value. But when we talk about changes, we're not only talking about technological changes. In fact, we have to be very careful with social changes, with the social changes that we are observing in society, based in knowledge, not only in scientific knowledge, because there's other type of knowledge, geopolitical knowledge, anthropological knowledge, strategical knowledge, organizational knowledge, that we need to understand in order to carry out changes, and it needs to generate value. Traditionally, we were only measuring economic value, but now there is a consensus so that the value generated by changes has to be a social value, because this is the only way of maintaining sustainability and the P&L account of the entrepreneurial sector. So we have redefined the way that we measure these things, and we now operate in a totally different way. Second question was, what methodology can we develop in order to carry out this reflection into put it in practice. You've mentioned my political experience, and I've lived through a certain amount of time in the political world. We've had, that was a very, very interesting experience. I recommend it to everyone. And when I used to be young, when I was studying and living in the entrepreneurial world, I always heard what politicians should be doing, this is what politicians should be doing, etc. But when you go into the political world, you understand the foundations of why you're doing what you're not doing, why do you do things one way or another, and we've applied this to the technology that we're using at 𝗀𝘁. In 𝗀𝘁, we say it ourselves, there are 3 big groups, and the 3 of them are relevant when producing a systemic change. Traditionally, a group of experts, I'm totally sure that we're having many experts here on the topic that we're dealing with, people that by definition know what we have to do. We have our own expert community. Then we're having a community of influencers that are not necessarily experts on the field on what's being done, but are people that are respected, acknowledged, whose opinion matter, and who are capable of translating what key opinion leaders believe or researchers believe. And it is important for us to know who are these people who are influencers, trendsetters or something like that. We're having people like the King of Spain that whoever he says has a tremendous impact. This is very important because he is a loudspeaker as to explaining everyone else what we think that we have to do. When the 𝗀𝘁 Europe Summit happens, we have 3 heads of states presenting their opinion and thinking about topics that matter. And then we're having the group that we call facilitators, which are equally distributed in the big corporations, in the administrations, etc. And these are these intermediate technical officials that have the key to introduce the changes. And these are, like in big corporations, procurement, head of procurement, well, they make the decision after hearing all the work that has been done by the whole department that gives them at the end of the day one recommendation. When you have to implement a new policy, we're having the subsecretariat of the ministries with intermediate officials that tell us what can be done and what cannot be done. The one at the head of the department, the minister, when an intermediate official says this cannot be done, well, we normally accept it because we have a political experience, but we do not have the experience of knowing how we can do changes with guarantees. And in 𝗀𝘁, it's been a tremendous discovery. The fact that we now can work with people who already have the experience of changing policies, regulations, orientations, dynamics in all fields. And not only is it necessary to know, you need to be committed. What we've been able to achieve with this dynamic, apart from private-public collaboration, is that all that participate have a say. This is what we call the 𝗀𝘁 key. In this part of expert, we're having 100 𝗀𝘁 experts. And for us, these are 100 very plural looks at the field of innovation. In the past, we used to have technologists, but now we're having philosophers, anthropologists, politicians of all kinds of peoples. And when we analyze a topic within the 100 networks of 𝗀𝘁, we see that from very, very different perspectives that help us to learn a lot. What can we do right now in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals? Well, the first thing that we've done is to appoint 17 experts, 1 per development goal. It is not relevant for us whether if we can implement things or not. We are committed with the 17 development goals. What can we do for the oceans? Maybe nothing directly, but we're having an expert that is warning us about what needs to be done and how to do it and how to work directly or indirectly so that things can happen, I believe is relevant. And finally, and with this I'm going to finish, how to take this to society, how to take it out of our limited forum. And the way that we've done so is through 𝗀𝘁 Clips, as we call it. This is a yearly festival, theme festival on a specific topic. And so we have decided how to disseminate innovation with 3 characteristics. There's always music with a narrative around the topic. so that you can live the whole narrative and with all the links that we want to approach. They're very immersive on the topic and experimental. We are having many people in there this year, June 5th and 7th. The topic are going to be Sustainable Development Goals. 2 days talking about the Sustainable Development Goals, talking about many experiences, and families and corporations will attend, and we're starting there. That's not the end point, that's the starting point. And we are going to reflect about Sustainable Development Goals. So to finish with a sentence, I will say that innovation has taken us to the present situation, but is the one that needs to guide us in our transition towards the future that we want to have. And innovation will be an essential axis to take us into that future. Thank you.
Bueno, primero muchas gracias por.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this meeting. I'm learning a lot. I was able to take my day off to be here. I'm so happy. I'm learning so much. Which, by the way, I really needed this. I'm currently in the middle of a task inside the ministry, which I think is quite relevant in everything we're mentioning here. We're currently developing a new strategy for science, technology, and innovation, which covers the years from 21 to 27, 1921, 1927, actually due to a law that Christina passed, which is quite well, by the way. And we're trying to take this law until the last consequence. And as I said, this has to do with science and technology and innovation, and it covers the fact that we need to look at the world from a perspective that I'm even a bit afraid. Why? Because we have to take into account what are going to be the needs in Spain, in the current world, in a faraway future. And why am I afraid? Because we need to take into account these fast changes that are taking place. And well, there are many things that I cannot talk about here, but the first goal and the first thing that we agreed on immediately was that our first guideline and our first goal for the strategy must be that science, technology, and innovation in Spain must try to be aligned with the SDG. This has made our life much easier, because otherwise, what will be the first step? So we have begun with a very large expert group who have decided what the great challenges are going to be in the future. So we have decided that we at least have a first goal, which is a lot already. I think that it's also an objective, as you can see here, that has many challenges and many parts to it, and we all agree on this. It's not easy, actually, to convince the whole sector of technologists, of innovators, large companies, small enterprises as well, those researchers who are inside your labs. We're working for all of them. We're not just working for a small group of people, but for all of these that I have just mentioned. And we want to align all of them together, and everyone by doing something together. So this is our first objective and our first option. When we asked ourselves, what must we change in the system of science, technology, innovation inside Spain so that this is possible? We observed the kids, because we think that they are a great example. And sometimes, as a matter of fact, when I make presentations, I travel around, I make many presentations, I provide many examples coming from KICs, and this has a lot to do with the goals for 2027. And I take the example of many diverse people. where we have many people who know about many different things, who are able to speak about many different things. We have organizations coming from many different backgrounds, and many of you are probably coming from different backgrounds and have very open mindsets. And this is not always so easy for us to bring together all these different people with a common objective. And this type of strategies are the ones that we want to implement in the Spanish strategy for innovation and technology and science. And for that, we need something else. Science, and this is obvious, science has not always been well valued, especially when it comes to interdisciplinary science or multidisciplinary science. What does this mean exactly? Imagine that, for instance, I go tomorrow to a conference of a Nobel Prize on Physics, and that this person has always dedicated his whole life to physics. But there aren't usually awards or prizes to people who have done interdisciplinary things or studies. And we can see this in many scientific presentations. Sometimes interdisciplinary studies have a greater impact than monodisciplinary things. And interdisciplinary studies are also very much necessary and have a greater impact on our daily lives. And this is very important to take into account. It is necessary for us to try to come up with a way to know where those areas are. Those inner and multidisciplinary areas need to be promoted as well. Where are they in practice? How can we promote them? And also, how can we assess them? That as well is something we need to take into account. For example, in our ministry, that is something that we are trying to take into account. It is difficult to assess, but it is very important as well. And to finish, I'd like to highlight something else, which you mentioned this morning as well. We've talked about individualism and narratives. And when it comes to systemic assessment and great goals and objectives, which are multidisciplinary as well, they require cooperation and not just looking to ourselves. And this is something that we researchers sometimes do. I still consider myself as a researcher, and I think that we researchers do this a lot. We think about our own papers and, oh, I have this award. And sometimes we forget about why am I actually doing this research? What is the goal of my research? And not just thinking about, oh, I need this paper and look what I did. We need to get together and think more about the talent and the knowledge that we are creating and how to get that knowledge to new generations. We also have science and scientists who are generating that science that is quite disruptive at a higher level, and we have innovators. All that mix of those three fields is providing us with a great opportunity for everything that we are talking about here today, and so that we can progress and move forward. Thank you very much. Oscar? We should have finished already. So, if you can participate for 5 minutes, yes. I'd like to follow the thread of what Christina and Teresa have mentioned, that we should take into account that systemic changes cannot be held all of a sudden if we don't prepare them in advance. I think that we have a number of actors that are important. And what I'm going to talk about is actually what I think that can be a systemic change in a very specific example on something that I am experienced in, which is public administrations. Something that has to do with the bottom-up local governments, which I have been working with. When you introduced me, you said that I have been with citizen engagement, and it could seem weird that someone that comes from the IT world, and Gorka has mentioned this already, he said that technology cannot per se solve complex problems. Well, I'm going to talk about how technology can solve some problems. I think we do have to combine this. I prefer the digital world, the data, and it seems that they are not related to sustainability. However, yesterday when I was talking to one of the speakers we'll be listening to in the next panel, we talked about a need, a very specific need we have, which is number 7, the access to energies. He said that in Mexico, there weren't enough public data in order to know which specific communities did not have access to electricity. And specifically, in a bottom-up way, there were people who could access to those data and could make a contribution to those public data. There's something I listened to the radio this morning about this child in Peru who was doing his homework under a public light, and I started thinking about how we could bring those changes so that they are available, changes in data, and I was thinking that maybe it's not just technology by itself. I think that we do need a systemic change in the production of public data and what we call open data. And I'm going to talk about bad practices. Some bad practices, I don't know how many of you in the public have accessed an open portal in your city hall. I hope that at least one of you. And in how many of them, can you see the photograph of your mayor? Is that a change? I would not say that's an important change, but we also have many examples of sensors being implemented. With what objective? Have we thought about what is the change that we should see? Because the fact of having a sensor in a bank where people sit down, that is already a change. So let's begin with that. Technology per se is not a change. We have to produce change that produce systemic changes inside local governments. And that's what we've been working on. So by creating a team where I work with, the one with the website in Zaragoza, I could say that one of the first changes we need to think about for a systemic change is that data needs to be open systemically, automatically, and that it's the organization that needs to reuse its own data and the one that needs to produce that change. And when we talk about the meta-narratives this morning, there is a meta-narrative that says, no, this is not possible in the government, in the public government. So how can we make that happen? Well, precisely if we take into account that maybe civil servants, the ones we mentioned before, they are going to be our mediators or facilitators. I've worked a lot with city labs in places like Media Lab Prado, where I ran into people who came up to me with a narrative that said, oh no, the civil servant does not want to provide me with the data of the public hiring because he doesn't or she doesn't want me to find cases of fraud or corruption. And I thought, well, have we stopped to think whether we can offer this data in a joint manner? Because I don't think the civil servant has any interest in not finding this data or not offering it. Thus, I think that this conversation is something that is necessary. Also, the data can come from many different places, not just public administration. It can also be bottom-up. It can be citizens who offer them, for example, through the claims of citizens. If they are public, we can create or generate a lot of information on how citizens see the work from the public administration, the companies that we hire. Why don't we have a clause of data that is mandatory so that they can offer their data and offer the wealth of this data that is being generated? And I think there is also a number of elements such as public services that are being created surrounding this data, that they can be co-created together because they probably reflect what the citizens need from local government or the public administration. So as a conclusion, I think that the digital treatment of data is something that is necessary. Perhaps there was an error in the initial strategy on how open data needed to be treated. We've learned about this. We talked only about the economic value, but Cristina has talked about the social value of data, which could also be an environmental value, and these are values that are essential. And finally, there is a need to have a space for the listening of other actors, not only of civil servants or developers or NGOs or nonprofits or civil society, but of society, all of society, so that we can have even more and more actors and shareholders. Thank you very much. Well, we have I was going to say 10 minutes, but now we only have 5 minutes. I'd like to share a brief reflection. I think that Cristina Garmendia has said something important. She's talked about redefining the concept of innovation, and what we are doing is redefining, as a matter of designing this concept of innovation. One is the concept of innovation that is entering new fields, the complexity of actors and action. We've talked about the social part, the political part of innovation. So it does seem that we have a new concept. And also, we've also mentioned several times the importance of having the involvement of new shareholders, new actors, and having a new approach on innovation. We need to find new mechanisms to have the involvement, once again, of new actors in this process, to articulate new actors in the process, which is something a bit more complex. It's obviously easier said than done. And since we only have a few minutes left, maybe we can pick some questions and try to briefly answer them. So how...
A bit difficult, but I'll give you a shot at it.
Well, I'm actually going to connect it to something that Cristina said. It's probably the most challenging thing that we face. We have run climate impact assessments on individual startups. You would have seen from one of those slides. We have 25 startups, or 25 innovation initiatives. We've looked at climate impact that adds up to 911,000 tons of carbon avoided. The problem is that when you really carefully look at the assumptions that sit underneath those assessments, they don't stand up. Because it's just too long a line between a particular intervention and an entire GHG emission, especially when you think about the unintended consequences of some of the things, which is one of the problems of handling the multiple buckets of change we're trying to handle. We are right in the thick at the moment of designing an evaluative learning mechanism, so a monitoring, evaluation, learning function, but right up on the edge of evaluative learning to try and understand and bring in from natural systems what can we learn from the way we understand how to anticipate or decode what is happening in natural systems transitions, whether we can apply the same kind of principles to understand the effectiveness of interventions through innovation, whether that's policy effects or whether it's behavioral change effects, it's frequency, density, transfer of ideas, connection points, and social network theory. There's all sorts of things. We're literally throwing everything we can at the problem. We have some kind of working hypotheses, but it's probably one of the rawest stages of what we're asking ourselves.
Thank you. Y como última, la número uno es toda tuya. Sobre todo el cómo, ¿eh?
Well, there's another question. I can't resist myself to say something. Leire, you know him, Luis Lezama, 𝗷𝗫𝘃𝗀, gave me a lesson. He said, be careful with the word compliance. it means I comply and then I lie. And I will never forget that, what he said, because we need to convince ourselves that we must not only want to comply with, yes, I'm going to give you a report that has 100 sheets saying that I am complying, and I'm going to act like I am complying, but I don't really believe this. And it's not about simulating that we are complying. No, we really do need a model that has a clear value. If it's a company, for the shareholder, but also we need to comply with the goals. We need to create those metrics, and we need to also make sure that we have results. This goal needs to go to the results of this company, or it needs to go to the social results of such a university. We need to create that model, not just say what it needs to be done, but we really need to prove that we are doing this, and how to prove that, how to create that evidence. Well, thank you very much. I'm afraid we have no more time. This is my fault as a moderator. I work in assessment, and I must say that we're ending this in a wonderful way, because the 2 last interventions means I'm going to have much more work. Thank you very much. And we're going to go on to the next panel. Thank you so much.
Sí, sí, sí.
Put you in the middle this time, that otherwise I feel
Ladies first, please.
¿Sí?
Él me enseñó a sonreír mi hija.
¿Así, eh?
Cuando vino a Estados Unidos me aprendí la sonrisa
Está bien ahí porque
americana.
puedes ver las preguntas sin moverte tanto.
Efectivamente.
Esto fuera. Buenas tardes, soy...
Good afternoon. My name is Valentina Alfaya. It is a pleasure for me to moderate this new session. All together, right after the after panel, to talk about disruptive experiences for this transformation we need to accelerate. The name of this session is Change Has Begun. You can see that we have no keynote speaker, so I'm going to make a small introduction of 45 minutes. No, seriously, 3 minutes, just to put some context on the topic, and so that you can participate afterwards. I'm going to make a small introduction, then I will introduce each of the speakers, and we'll have a great and fructiferous discussion afterwards, right? So we were saying that transformation has begun, and it is true. It has begun from the different agents and actors that are involved in this process, regulators, governments, which is what we from the private sector, and specifically from where Iberdrola has a special context, what we call the intelligent regulation. Intelligent regulation, which helps us to bring private investment to develop different business models and bring regulation. And this is what they're doing very well in many situations. We also ask, of course, for companies to please move forward, to become pioneers, to invest in new business models. I think this is beyond the possibility of many businesses for the problems that we face, also for research centers and universities. We are asking them to create knowledge, create new technologies. Also, companies are doing so in innovation. And then we have the most important of all, us, citizens, as voters. And I'd like to highlight citizens also as consumers. We talk about this a lot, right, Leire? Citizens as consumers, we forget about this. We forget that we also are consumers, and these can be one key element to accelerate change. And we forget to talk to human beings as consumers, and we forget also to speak to those who are responsible, for marketing. The problem is that many times this transformation, which has already begun in a very innovative way, one has the feeling, I might be mistaken, we'll talk about this, this turns into individual things. We are not collaborating. They turn into silos. It seems like each of them is working individually, and I think that this is one of the main barriers for this change that we need, which we've already said is a disruptive change. But I always like to add that it is not only disruptive, but that we also need a systemic change. Kirsten has already said that it is also massive and that it is very fast. We have a 15-old tradition to reduce the impact of many aspects that have to do with these goals, especially climate change. We only have 15 more years to do so, And going back to what we mentioned before and what Gorka mentioned as well, we talked about narratives. We are missing the field of scope. It seems that we are focusing on small projects that have to do with useful things that are intelligent, that are small, but don't you have the feeling that we are doing many little things in many places, but that we are not accumulating a critical mass, a large one? It seems that we are working only at a small scale, but what about at a large scale? Why don't we do something at a large scale? Big demonstrations, like Kirsten mentioned before. In any case, transformation has begun. We are on the path to transformation. And the question now is, will we get there on time? So the main question, or the main thing that I would like to discuss with our panelists here today is, how can we accelerate that transformation and make it massive? Something I was remembering the other day was that with the Agencia EFE, I had a discussion on these surveys you've probably seen on Ipsos on how the environment was influencing the voting intention, whether it was important or not. And it came to my attention that not my generation, but that the generation of those in their 40s was the generation that was the most committed with the environment. And I had in front of me one of the representatives of Fridays for Future, which, by the way, is something wonderful that is happening. So how can we do more? How can we do it better and in a more massive way? We are here to solve the world, so let's start. Having said this, I would first like to introduce the panelists, but I would also like to remind you that we are in a technology revolution. We will be using Slido, remember? Having said this, I'd like to start by introducing Agustín Delgado from Iberdrola. And I would like to thank you for all these things that you do. This is this presentation, this forum, Salamanca, UPM. You have great partners. But can I do a constructive criticism? Can I make one? But making us come out of Bernabeu, having the Wanda Metropolitano, which is a glory. Maybe for the next one, maybe for the next meeting. It's just a joke, I'm kidding. Agustín is the Director of Innovation, Sustainability. He's my alter ego. I'm in Ferrovial, he's in Iberdrola. He's also a doctor in UNED University. Anyway, he has a very large curriculum and a very bright one. So I'm just gonna summarize. We also have Mark with us, Mark Hansen. Did I pronounce it well?
Leire, you know, she knows you very well, so it's been my advisor on this particular issue. How do you pronounce that, the surname? I want to mean.
Nieuwenhuizen.
Nieuwenhuizen, okay, well, great, thank you. Es director.
He is the director of the Initiative for Urban Planification. He's an expert in epidemiology and public health with a special focus on urban planning. Perfect. We also have Manuel Witters, who is a CEO in 𝗏 Mexico. He's one of those people who I really admire because he's an entrepreneur. Agustín, those of us who have a salary, but those who are really wonderful are the entrepreneurs. In Mexico, you are working on renewable energies, but also on the poverty of energy. But something that came to my attention is that you're also working on sustainable planning in the city of Mexico. Because, okay, being a CEO in Helsinki, okay, but in Mexico, with in such a complicated way, this is quite bright. So thank you so much for being here. It is a pleasure. And we also have Eva with us. I've met her before. She's the director also of Puerto de Valencia, which is also going to join Climate Kick. And you are launching a number of initiatives. And it's quite impressive also the work that she's carrying out from the perspective of Portuary Authority. And I'd like to start, if you agree, to speak for 2 or 3 minutes, just to share with us your stance on the topic, on the transformation has already begun. But some pessimists like myself we think, has it really, Agustín?
Okay, first of all, I'm going to talk about the size of the challenge. Well, this is going to be pure improv. So the energy, in our case, energy has always been at the basis of every transformation in mankind history. And at the very beginning, we had renewable energy, but it came a point in time in London in the 17th, 18th century where getting wood was not enough, and they looked for a new source of energy that changed things. It was the coal and then the steam machine and the steam engine improved by watts that led to the Industrial Revolution, and then we'd have oil, electricity, etc. But all of this economic system and progress system that mankind has enjoyed in the last 200 years or more is based on very weak foundations, and the truth is that this system is not sustainable. And when I say it's not sustainable, I don't only mean the problems that we're having in the system and that it is producing in the environment, which is also relevant, and we've spoken about them for long here, but we're facing a triple problem, these trilemmas they call it, and that we have to face at the same time. Otherwise, the solution that we're going to give to it is not going to be sustainable over time. And these three problems, the first one is very relevant and has a very important social component, is the one that we need an energy system that it is competitive, so that the citizens, the customers, can afford. So when we're thinking about an energy transition system, we cannot go into energy solutions that cost 3 times what they're paying for now, because people cannot afford it. And this is something that I said earlier. This has to be done from a global perspective. It's not that it cannot be afforded by people from Helsinki, but it cannot be paid by most of the citizens in well-developed countries. And so we need a competitive system. The system that we're developing has to be competitive. The second part of this trilemma is the supply certainty and the quality of that supply. Here, we're accustomed to have electricity 24 hours 7 and energy 24 hours 7. We use it as we please, but there are places in the world where they either have no access to sources of energy, and Manuel will mention it later on, hundreds of thousands of people who have no access to sources of energy, and if they do have access to sources of energy, it's only for a short period of time, and that's not quality energy. So this is something that we need to solve, because all the inhabitants of the planet for their social development need to have access to energy. They need to have a certainty of that supply and with good quality. And finally, we're facing an environmental crisis, and this has to do with climate change, of course, and we are the industry, the energy system that we're all using, and the one that we've had is responsible for the climate problem that we're facing nowadays, and we are the ones who therefore have to provide one of the most important solutions, and that's what we're working on right now. But it is not only climate change, it's all the things that have an impact on the environment, and in this sense we're talking now about occupying physical spaces, habitats, the brutal loss of biodiversity, which we're not only the ones to blame for, but we're also to blame for. And therefore, we need to change the energy system that has been the basis of our economic development, and we have to do so advancing in these 3 variables. Unless we tackle the 3 variables, we won't have a sustainable energetic system. And this is an environment in which private participation is going to be critical, because we're talking about the size of these type of investments, and if I'm not wrong, in Spain we're talking about 240 billion over the coming 5 years. This cannot be done only with public money, definitely not. We're part of the private sector, but we're going to be the implementing arm of all of these policies and all of this new way of thinking and all of these opportunities that we're seeing in the change of the system. And it is very important for us to do it immediately. This is an emergency, because some people say, oh, yeah, we do have to change, but let's do it later on, whenever we have already depleted the available resources. But no, in this case, we need to act urgently. And companies, in collaboration collaboration with the governments, have to implement this type of policy so that we can have these new energy systems that we require and that will entail a brutal transformation. Every dollar that we don't invest now will cost us more than $4 as of 2030. So being in a hurry, it's important from the point of view of energy efficiency. Mark, what would you like to say?
Forward, particularly in your area, I want to mean the urban health, mobility, urban planning, so on.
Yeah. Many thanks, and it's a great pleasure to be here. And sorry, I'm going to speak in English. It's a bit easier for me. So my area, I work in research. My area is around sustainable, livable, and particularly healthy cities. So that's why I'm thinking, how can we make cities actually healthier? As you know, the majority of the population nowadays actually lives in cities. The great majority in Europe lives in cities. But we haven't actually been doing so well in how we designed our cities and what our cities look like at the moment. So cities tend to be more like hotspots of air pollution, a lot of noise. Here in the south, particularly heat island affects what we're seeing. But also like lack of green space, and people don't do enough physical activity. And all these kind of things are not very good for people. I mean, it damages their health. So thinking from how can you make cities healthier and at also at the same time, of course, more sustainable? I mean, some of the problems that we experience at the moment with our cities is in terms of design and density. Some cities are not dense enough. We get a lot of sprawl. I think Madrid is one of the cities also where we see more and more sprawl happening on the outside. What means that people have to drive further to get to their work, to their shops and this kind of things, what is not good. And on the other side, the other cities are very dense. I mean, if you think about some Chinese cities like Shenzhen, where you get very high rises, very dense, what is on the other side not good either. So the question is, you know, what is the balance? What is the right density in this kind of way? The other thing, what we see in many, many cities is that we have a great problem with the number of cars around. And at times you just think that it's like that we design cities for cars, and actually we don't design cities for people. I mean, and I think that's one of the big challenges that we actually have. And furthermore, what I said is also that what we see often in cities that there is not enough green space around, and we know that we actually need green space. It's very important for health. It reduces premature mortality. It's good for your mental health, good for cognitive development in children. So in this sense, we've got a number of challenges to address that are not only for health, climate change, or for the environment. And in this way, some propose, say, we're going to solve everything with introducing electric cars. We introduce electric cars and we get rid of our problems with air pollution and noise. But, you know, it's only part of the solution, and I don't think it's the whole solution. Electric cars still take a lot of space, take up a lot of space in cities. You have to remember that a lot of this public space, like, for example, 60% of public space in Barcelona is used by cars. We could use this space actually much better. There are much better ways for public activities or for green space that we can use. Also, the idea that autonomous cars would bring the solution are also not true. So I think we need to look at easier and probably more promising and already solutions that are out there in a number of cities. And that's using more active and public transport. In particular, I'm thinking here, for example, cycling. Cycling has been around in some cities in the north, but it hasn't been introduced to many other cities around the world. Well, it's a very good way to get around the city, very fast way, clean way, and it's also very healthy for you. Now, I know some of you will say but I'm not going to cycle because it's too far, or I've got it's quite hilly where I'm cycling. But there is where new technology actually is coming in. And what we have nowadays are electric bikes. And with electric bikes, you can go further, you can go up the hills. Even when you're a bit older, you're not so fit anymore, you still can cycle. So this is one of the examples I think that might actually work quite well. The other thing is also for greening of cities. What we see, as what I said, we need more green space. And we've seen now cities introducing greening plans. for climate mitigation purposes, carbon storage, but also for health. Health is not often included in the plans, but it's very important. We've seen now examples where we try to put the roads underground, to put parks on top. In my own city, in Barcelona, we have Plaça Glòrias, what used to be a big roundabout, lots of cars. At the moment, the road is going underground, and they put a really nice big green park on top. I mean, it's a wonderful place. So I think these are some of the changes that you see happening in some cities, and there are many other examples actually out there for going on. If I look at some examples, what I see is the change of how you change thinking and how you design different cities. And one of my ideal places to go to is Vauban in Freiburg in Germany. Vauban is a neighborhood, it's car-free, sustainable housing, and you know, it's still part of a city, but you have a completely different experience. And I see this as kind of an example with the direction of which we should be going. What I'm looking for is not cities for cars, what we have at the moment, but actually cities for people, where people are the center, and also that we have the city is designed on a human scale. In this, what I think is extremely important to put all these things together is, as what also Kirsten mentioned, is a systems thinking. I mean, at the moment, we're lacking this kind of systems thinking, and I'll come back to this later. One of the problems we have is that we don't have these clear visions where we want to go, what we think is a sustainable, livable, and healthy city. And that's one of the areas where we should be still working on. For me, kind of as what I have an ideal is a car-free city, for example, with what everything comes with it, with an increase in public and active transportation.
In that sense, Mark, I suppose you're aware of the debate we have here in Madrid around the Madrid Central, right?
Definitely.
May I ask you about I don't know, there's something you can point out about
I think Madrid Central is a very good initiative. I think the way it's going. I know with the change of government, we may lose a little bit of Madrid Central. On the other side, I mean, I hope, I know there are some protests from people, but people have got now used to this idea of Madrid Central, and that actually they find that after the changes have been made, it may be actually positive in the long term. So I hope that people buy into it and that it actually stays and that actually it gets expanded, I think. At the moment, as a square kilometer. But I see in many cities where they try to do this, trying to ban or reduce cars in the center of the city. And I think that's, to be honest, the future. And I hope it stays like that.
We will for sure deepen into those ideas during the debate. And thank you, Mark. And Manuel. ¿Cómo ves tú el reto?
Manuel, what do you think about the challenge, the size of the challenge, not based on your specific experience, but you're working in the field of energy poverty and accessibility to energy. How do you see it from your perspective and from the business world, this challenge? Agustin was mentioning some moments in the idea that meant a transformation. One of them is when the light bulb was introduced in the cities. And Edison said that in the future, electricity was going to be so cheap that candles were only going to be used by the richest, but the wealthiest people. It's true. Nowadays, electricity can be very cheap, but it is not only the wealthy people that use in a romantic evening a candle. Nowadays, more than 2 million people in advanced planet in which we are live out of the candles, of the diesel and of the candles, and this has a tremendous impact on their development and how they live and in their potential for development. And this is very unfair because unfortunately climate change is impacting more to those who less generated is. It is us, the ones that produce climate change, the ones that are least impacted by it, whereas the poorest family, the most marginated ones, the ones that have no access to energy are the ones that are more impacted by climate change. So from the point of view of social equality, we need to electrify the world. The beautiful thing of today is that we can do it in an affordable way and in a clean way, as the Sustainable Development Goal number 7 says. How can we do it? There have been tremendous technological innovation with solar farms that can be installed in small villages through good financing, so that what they're expanding spending today in diesel and candles, which is close to 10 euros per month, can be invested into these solar plants and in the operation and in the maintenance of it. The families are being part of the design of these solar plants. And in Mexico, we're having close to 2 million people. This can be seen like a very small problem, but we've been, for the past 10 years, making an effort in order to make profitable this program that will help to electrify all of the citizens. We're having 800 people directly and indirectly working in this project, and we're growing by 100% per year. So what happens? Our solution, well, we're just a small drop, but we need to scale it up so that we can actually reach the 1 billion people in the world that still have no access to electricity, and the majority of them are only being electrified with a small flashlight. So we still have a lot of things to do, and maybe we can stop it at this, and maybe we can talk afterwards about the challenges and the barriers. Thank you, Manuel, because I've been told that you're working jointly. Iberdrola is working with your corporation. Yeah, definitely. It is then when I will highlight the challenges. But it is an excellent example of how can large corporations, extremely large corporations, can collaborate with talented entrepreneurs and business people in Mexico. For example, in Brazil, we have in our retail corporation, well, we give access to people who do not have electricity, but we don't do distribution in Mexico. So what we did there was to get in contact with Manuel's corporation, and through our program, Electricity for Everyone, and through our investment fund, we invested in his company with a model that, as we've mentioned here, we provide capital, but this is no donation. Thanks to their growth, we are recovering the money and we are reinvesting it in supplying energy to other people who also need it.
Porque siempre que hablamos de todas estas cosas
every time we talk about these type of things, especially when we talk about energy transition, we tend to forget that there are many sustainable development goals, and they're all interconnected. And maybe I'm a bit ignorant, but I'm thinking that one of the key points where we see an interconnection between all of these objectives, it's the coastal area where we're having a tremendous economic activity, like in the harbors, in ports. From the Valencia Port Foundation, what do you think about these challenges? Well, thank you very much. Before we start, I would like to extend my appreciation to all the organizers for giving us the opportunity of being here with all of you today. And I would like to give you a context with some figures about the relevance of the port sector and maritime sector at worldwide level. 80% of the goods traded worldwide is transported by sea, and therefore it's unloaded and downloaded in ports. 80% of the traded value is transported through vessels, and is a sector that has grown dramatically, a 4% sustained per year in a crude way. And even if we're growing by this 4%, and if we're representing 80% of the trade movements at worldwide level, the sector only represents 2.2% of the CO2 emissions, according to the third greenhouse gas study from the International Maritime Organization. The problem is not these 2.2 emissions. The problem is that even in the most optimistic scenarios in the future, it's going to be growing by 50% and even growing by 200% from here till 2050. And the sector is not included in the UN Convention for Climate Change. Only last year, in April 2018, the International Maritime Organization designed a strategy in order to reduce CO2 emissions from our sector. This strategy was approved by 173 countries. There was only one who was reluctant to sign and did not agree, but we have set up a deadline in order to reduce the emissions of the maritime sector for 2050. The objective is to reduce by 50% compared to the baseline level that we were having in 2008. If we take into consideration that nowadays we're investing 800 million tons, 940 million tons, which is the figure given by the EU of CO2 by the maritime industry. And the figure is going to be growing over the coming years because the deadline is a long-term deadline. We're having a problem. And to the emissions of vessels, we have to add the door-to-door emissions that are generated in all the logistic chain and the port emissions. When talking about the port sector, we have no information as to the emissions of all the ports in Europe or all the ports in Spain, but we can use the ones of Valencia's port as a reference. Valencia's port authorities have been pioneering the adoption of environmental strategies, and they've already defined a methodology for the calculation of the carbon footprint. They did so 5 years ago, and the last piece of information that we have is that our footprint is 2.58 kilos of equivalent CO2 per every ton manipulated in our harbor. If we assume that this figure is similar to the European average, we're emitting 10 million tons per year in all the ports in Europe. We know that 70% of the ports, the ones that are more environmentally aware, they're having an environmental management system, the ISO 14001 or any other system, but none of them has a clear strategy. They don't have a mission that they need to comply with in environmental terms. If we want to reduce significantly the emissions of these two sectors, the port sector and maritime sector, we need to face a series of challenges. Amongst them, we need to improve energy efficiency, both of vessels as well as of port equipment. We need to improve our capacity of using the vessels. We're having many problems because many of the vessels are returning totally empty to some of the ports. We need to use renewable sources of energy, both at the ports and at the vessels. We need to encourage clean mobility between the port and the city, and we need to encourage circular economy practice. At the Valencia Port Cluster, we have set up ourselves for an objective for 2030 that it is quite ambitious. Our intention is to be carbon neutral by 2030, and hopefully we will be able to face this challenge and achieve our objective, and to be able to prove that if the largest port in the Mediterranean Sea is capable of being carbon neutral, the rest of them will also be able to achieve it. Thank you. I wanted now to ask a couple of questions. You decide the order to answer the questions, but I want you to answer in a very concise, briefly way so that we will have more time to debate afterwards with the people from the audience. But we already know about the size of the challenge that we're facing is huge. But the question is, do we need to face the challenge, even if it's a huge challenge, in a disruptive way? We know that the changes have to be disruptive, in a systemic, in a massive way, but we need to speed it up much more than what we're doing. Why aren't we capable of doing this? Why aren't we capable of speeding up the change and doing it in a massive way when we've been thinking about these type of questions for many, many years? We have the Millennium Sustainable Development Goals, the Millennium Goals, all the problems of climate change, etc. We've been talking about this forever. What is the problem? Why aren't we facing this? Well, for example, concentrating or getting access to energy for everyone, there are several challenges. We're right now 270 companies facing this challenge, 20 of them only in Mexico, and we're not doing it massively enough. On the other hand, we're having some other companies that want to grow faster with a model like Silicon Valley model. I capture a lot of users, but I'm not profitable. So it's like the day that that a company like ours goes bankrupt, many families run out of electricity. So we're taking a risk between scale and profitability. We need to create clear profitability examples, and afterwards we need to escalate them. And the key to escalate them will be in collaborations with corporates, large corporates, and governments. 2 years ago, the Mexican government passed a public policy for universal electrification in coverage. We have participated in it thanks to the investment done by Iberdrola and the public sector with us. We've been able to reach a large number of citizens, but if the government changes, maybe they decide not to continue on with this policy, and maybe that's a problem. Iberdrola's and GE example with us is very good, but we wish we could see Iberdrola investing in 20 or 30 companies that are very similar. The problem is that there are not so many, some of them are not profitable, and there are many cautiousness in the sector. We need not only to grow at a greater scale, but we need many more like us growing and more investment in the sector. That's interesting because training for business people is critical, and depending on what you do, I mean, if a company like yours goes bankrupt, it could be a disaster from the social economical perspective for a full region. What is the problems that you're seeing in Iberdrola at a global scale? We're seeing a large problem, and we're seeing in many of the fora that we attend, like Davos Forum. The problem is that we already have an energy system that it is built and with some assets that are going to be stranded assets, in such a way that the companies who own those stranded assets are not really motivated in order to speed up that transformation. And this is a real problem. If you're a mining company, and this is happening to us in Poland, in other countries with gas corporations also, or even here in Spain, all the transformation that we want to undertake, first, we want to be sure, we want to know that many of the assets of these corporations are going to be stranded and are not going to be used. And there are some companies who do not want this to happen, at least not in the short run. And this leads to people intending to move forward with this problem and move forward. There is an initiative that is the Oil and Gas Initiative for Climate Change. So it seems like they're in favor of climate change. They want climate change to happen. I look at it and they go and they talk and they're devoting 100 million euros, but the problem is the assets. And another problem, and I think it's relevant, there are a couple of extra things that I wanted to say. One of them is this is a world problem. For example, Norway. I read the other day that by 2030, Norway is going to be a fully decarbonized and electrified economy, but they are one of the main oil producers. So we're astonished. The problem is not nowhere. This is a global problem. And that's one of the problems that we're having. And then there is another issue, which is the one of changing behaviors, electric mobility. And we're saying, well, listen, in the future, we will be able to fill in our electric vehicles and it will take us 15 to 20 minutes. That's a lot of time, isn't it? What I mean is that we're capable of transforming the whole mobility sector at the cost that it takes us to charge our car when we do a long trip of 15 minutes, and this having an impact in all of us here, because I have just spoken about large corporations, but then how about us? And the change in the behavior of society is something that we need to do. I really like what Kirsten said about the wolf and about fitting the positive aspects related to these type of changes. And finally, we're not capable of seeing the consequences in the long run, and this is another barrier. Why air quality plans are more successful than climate change policies? Because they are short term. Well, human being is ready to make decisions in the short term
and they will be more economic than ecological. So one of the important barriers that we're seeing is us, the citizens ourselves, how to activate these levers. This is a clear example.
Is fully committed to the challenges, or do you think there is a need of involvement and engagement of the people, or how to do it? That's the point.
Yeah.
Particularly in the urban areas, you know.
I mean, I think what I said before is that reducing car use, increasing active and public transportation, greening the cities, I mean, it's good for environmental quality, it's good for climate change, it's good for health, for livability. I think it's, and you know, I think people understand that and want to buy into it. Only it's not always possible to do that. And there are a number of different barriers for that. I think to be able to do that, you need to have strong leadership. And the lack of strong leadership in this particular area makes it not possible. I mean, may choose other priorities rather than this, I think. And you know, with the leadership, it also comes to the investment. You need to invest in this. Again, what you put your money in, that's what you're going to get. I mean, so far, a lot of money is putting into roads for cars. So you're going to get, when you build roads, you're going to get a lot of cars. On the other side, if you build a lot of cycling lanes, you're going to get a lot of cyclists. We know that with, if you look at studies around Europe, I mean, the more cycling lanes you have, the larger the mode share of cycling is. So you need to put money into it, and you can do that. In Barcelona, over the last couple of years, they put in more than 100 kilometers of cycling lanes. Yeah. And you see many more cyclists now around. They will come. If you invest, they actually will come.
And this has an impact on public health, too.
And that has an impact on health, physical and mental health, definitely. It has an impact on reduction of CO2 emissions. It has an impact on the livability of the city.
And most of all, taking into account in Barcelona, they have a huge mental impact due to the last cup, you know, and the champions. You know, that's for sure. So cycling,
don't remind me that Ajax is my team.
You
know, that's I don't want to hear about Champions League. That's,
no,
but if I can just, one of the things I think what you see though is also what the problem is in cities is that they're often silos. You know, you have urban planning, you've got transport planning, you've got environment, you've got public health, and these guys don't talk to each other. And you know, you need to have a systems thinking. You need to bring people together, have them work together, and also convince citizens that it's a good idea to do this. Actually, most of the time you don't have to convince them; they will follow. I mean, they think it's a good idea. There are a lot of complaints. There are a lot of complaints in the cities about air pollution and noise, but not that much is often done about it. So we need much stronger action to attack this. And at the same time, when we address air pollution, we also address CO2 emissions. You know, if you address environmental quality, have climate change action. These go together.
Yeah, and this has the advantage of finding out some very short-term drivers for stirring up the challenge and the transformation.
I mean, in the beginning you get some resistance, but in the long term, you will see the advantages.
For sure. Thank you. Eva, en el sector portuario, de las barreras principales.
Eva, in the port sector, one of the main barriers is, as you were saying before, is that there is a great dissemination. Some ports are smaller and bigger than others, so that has nothing to do. What's the main challenge that you see, or the main barriers?
We see very different challenges. Legal, when it comes to public policies, technological, behavior, and also those related with entrepreneurship. For example, those related to the legal field in some places, like in Valencia, there are wind projects. There are areas where that are considered that are good for those projects, but others are not good for those projects. So there is a maximum of 3 bets for those projects. So since Valencia Port is one of the maximum as a single point of consumption of the community of Valencia, we are not in a good area for wind generator projects, and with the current law, we have a limitation of 3 bats for wind generators, wind turbines. And the other barriers that we find are the public hiring sector, which nowadays does not take into account the assessment of environmental factors. Thus, in a certain sense, the consequence is that our public administration is not purchasing the best services or products from a socio-economic perspective, but they only base everything on the best value for money. Other problems that we have in a very conservative sector, like the port and maritime industry, has to do with the behavior. What does this mean? It has to do with lack of entrepreneurship, lack of systemic innovation in ports, in the ports of Spain at least. Thanks to the recent initiative of our president of the port of Valencia, which has been supported with the rest of the ports of the Spanish state, we have a project to promote startups and the creation of patents in the ports of Spain. 25 million euros will be received, and we have a call this summer for the creation of startups and new projects for entrepreneurship. This is a start-off. It's the first time that our sector has something similar to this. And so we have a call for entrepreneurs in our sector. But it's the first time. We also have technological barriers. For instance, if we want to move forward for the decarbonization at an international level, we need to think of new initiatives. We need to think about new materials, new systems that are much more economic, that are recyclable, and that also have the same power for a ship that, for example, that is in the Mediterranean Sea. We also need to move forward when it comes to the subventions or the aid with wind turbines on ships and systems that work with renewable energies. Well, you were talking about some of the initiatives that you have launched. We've talked about the size of the challenge. We've talked about the main barriers of the citizens and their role, and whether they are they act as a barrier or not. Have you had the opportunity of working in some of these challenges or barriers? Have you also had the chance to work in one of the solutions, Agustin? Yes, I think so. 3 transformations that we are going through. We are not a startup, but we are reinventing the sector, not only in Iberdrola, but elsewhere. The first one was in the year 2000, more or less. It was the transformation of the generation sector. We were working with nuclear energy, gas, coal, and we started working with renewable energies, which were much more expensive, but had other characteristics that were interesting. That transformation, which began 20 years ago, has now led us to a new national plan. And only in the past 10 years, 70% of the energy in Spain, and this will happen in the rest of the countries, is already being carried out with renewable energies. This has never been seen before. And there is no doubt that most of the power companies are going through this transformation already. As a matter of fact, this campus where we are sitting here right now is an experience to try to recycle not only the materials, but also the workers themselves by finding new positions. We will never have fossil fuels again in Spain. I know that this is a very powerful affirmation and statement, but this is true. We are closing all the plants with fossil fuels. And this is in the sector of energy and power. And the second transformation we are seeing is in the power networks. The ones we had only 10 years ago are power networks that Edison and Tesla could have been recognized perfectly well. But now the power networks are completely automated. We have intelligent counters. We can handle the power flows. The supply has increased, but the added value is that by knowing what is happening in the customers' homes, we are now able to also control the demand. We can know the price for the users hour per hour. We can also offer them a cheaper power. We can also offer them photovoltaic energy and power. And we can also take renewable energy to more centers. We are already doing this. For example, we're already doing that from Canada to Massachusetts. We're also already doing that in offshore plants, taking them to coast centers. And the third transformation is in the use of power. We are working already on something that we are promoting, which is the electrification of transport. In this center, in this campus, we already have 150 rechargeable points. We are using heat already for this. And the next step is the great transformation in the use of power. And I foresee that all of us who are here, we will have electric vehicles in the future. And that is another transformation. The electrification of heat will be the future. I think 50% of the power that we use in the European Union is aimed at heating things. And that is something that we need to take into account. And so this means that we will change the way we use heat in the future. These are three transformations. The first one is a wave that is unavoidable. The second one as well. And the third one has to do with the way we use power and energy and how we change it.
Something that you've really experienced.
I think what I see is what you need, for example, for cycling. You need to have good and safe segregated infrastructure, segregated cycling lanes. Segregated. So that you don't get people to cycle if they don't feel safe. Safety is one of the main things. You don't get women to cycle, for example, if it's not safe enough, or you don't get children. So in this way, what you would need to have in cities, and what I've seen now in Barcelona happening, is also segregated cycling lanes where people are separated from the other traffic, what's important. I mean, at the same time, of course, you need to think about the pedestrians. They are still there, and you don't want to mix up the pedestrians and the cyclists there. This also applies to green space. I said greening cities is also important. And there, again, you can't just plant trees everywhere where you want to plant them and take whatever trees you want. You need to think about what kind of trees you actually need. You need to think about the water consumption. You need to think about the allergenicity, if it causes any accidents, if you put a park in, if it's got good infrastructure, if it's safe for people to go to. So there are many things actually to think about. So it's good quality, safe, that people feel comfortable.
Oh, perfect. So Manuel,
Manuel, business model is an experience by itself. I think that in the last 10 years, indeed, social entrepreneurship and its impact has gained a lot of relevance, and we are currently seeing that social problems that in the past were solved through a number of models that invested money had no return. There are already business models that allow for a return, and thus you multiply the investment and also bring much more investment indeed. And I think that there will be a change in the citizenship. We're talking about investment, we're talking about our footprint, and it is indeed necessary that we still have more success cases, and we also need something that Gorka mentioned this morning for a positive narrative, and that we see, actually that we think for ourselves. So if everyone lives in the same way I do, what would the planet look like? So if everyone eats meat 3 times a week, if everyone eats sushi, if everyone drives a car, how would the planet look like? We need a lot of innovation for those who have no opportunities, and also a lot of social awareness on the other side. We need to make certain sacrifices. We say that we are willing to do them, but are we really? Well, our footprint is 1.7 planets. It might grow up to 3. So, Eva, very quickly, because we're running out of time. You've already said that you have some innovations, anything disruptive. We see that there are different leverages for possible change. I'd like to speak about 3 specific things. First of all, education. We think that education is necessary at all levels, from elementary schools to universities. In our port, for instance, we see that there are professionals, engineers, economists, and other professionals who are convinced of the importance of the environment, are able to really make a difference. And for instance, in our second terminal for containers at MSC, its director has been able to convince a multinational that it works for to change and electrify all the different devices. And we have been able to decrease the CO2 in our operations. So if we want to, we can do so. And also in Fundación Valencia Port, we have created an innovation committee. We are working with the whole community in our port because, as Gorka explained this morning, he said it's necessary to work with open innovation with the whole community and also to promote active listening. We are convinced that it's important to share a common goal and to work with common values in creating transformation spaces. And finally, I'd also like to add that we have a transformation leverage that is bringing very good results, which is that for every euro of discount in the customs fees for the reduction of the environmental impact, we are saving 4 euros, and so the footprint is being decreased in our port. So from the questions from the public, there's one that brought my attention, which is for Agustin. How do you convince the president of a company of this, of the SDE? It sounds like the mechanic Orange movie. Do you put him into a small black room and you show him films? Well, we must say that when they were passed in 2015, Iberdrola already had the sustainability policy. We were already part of Dow Jones. We had been leaders for a long time. And, well, we were already ready for this. So what the SDG have provided us with is basically that, as I said, we were already ready for this, so it was a matter of adding some things up. We also have a committee for SDG led by Monica. It's not been so difficult for us. It was something very global in our company, and the secretariat of the council, he was already convinced of this. He actually wanted us to put it into the statutes of the company. So it's been sort of a spiral, something that has been going on for a while. It's been part of the knowledge of our company. And actually, we are a bit scared now because it's gone beyond of what we expected, and that's a bit the process we followed. So in order to summarize, we've already seen that this is a great challenge. Also, when it comes to convincing internally inside our companies that this is important, And something that we've mentioned several times, how to work together, the governments, entrepreneurs, citizens. Those are some of the great challenges, but it's also part of the solution. And the good news is that we are able to transform. We have the technology for it. Also for the environmental transition, that we have the right prices for this, that we can do this massively, but we still have to overcome the synergies for this, meaning that sometimes we're still not moving forward enough. And there's something I'd like to say to end this panel, something that Eva mentioned when you said that it's important to sum up all the agents inside the port, in the cities, the citizens, the different departments of a large company like Iberdrola. It doesn't have to be only the freaks, let's say, like us, who are concerned about the SDGs, but it's summing up all the time, all the different actors, so that we can accelerate as much as possible. It's been a great pleasure to have this discussion. I've learned so much with you, and I'm sure everyone else has learned a lot, despite the bad moderator of this panel. I would like to make an announcement. All the human beings that are here, we are invited to take a picture, a family picture. Yes, Monica? Is it outside? So we should go outside? Is that correct, Monica? Yes? And we need to return as soon as possible. We need to come back as soon as possible. But let's now take a family picture.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for continuing with us. We have a very tight agenda, but we'll be well awarded afterwards with time for a cocktail, so we will be able to say hello to one another. We'll be able to share a nice cocktail, and we'll have a little bit of fun as well. So we're going to start with Professor Sachs' presentation. This is the main conference of the evening. We're going to change the dynamic in order to give more active participation to the public, and I know Jeffrey will enjoy that part. So after his conference, we'll have a Q&A session, and we'll pass on the microphone to whoever wants to formulate a question. Everyone knows Professor Sachs already. As you know very well, he is the head of a reference Center for Sustainability at Columbia University, which has been for many of those who study and work in the field, in the academia field, a wonderful reference. He's also the director of a network that was created by the UN in order to foster the agenda for the sustainable development, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network that many universities and different stakeholders are part of. In Spain, is a very vital network, and I believe that its future is very bright and necessary. I have to say, we've seen this throughout today's seminar. We need to invest more in getting interconnected. We need to invest more in the networks. We need to invest more in the spaces in we can imagine a better future, all of us together, and where we can prove that collaborative action is possible, necessary, and desirable. Professor Sachs is the author of a wonderful scientific and literary production. All of us working in the field of international cooperation and development, we've all read his books, his publications, but he's also a professor committed with action. He's developed initiatives undertaking risk, which is something that we tend not to do in the academia sphere. We take shelter in our silos. We tell
everyone how others should take actions, but we never take the risk of take action ourselves. So I admire him because of his courage and for taking the risks that are necessary in order to undertake innovative solutions and initiatives. And he is a common lecturer in our country, so thank you very much for coming to Spain.
Y además es una persona que cuando...
Also, he is a person that whenever he visits us, he tells us about our potential as a society in order to contribute with this agenda, and it is like when someone from outside of Madrid comes to our city, he says, your city is beautiful, and you start looking at it with a different eyes, and you realize that there are things that are not so bad here. So Jeffrey allows us to increase our self-esteem as a society and as a country so that we feel more convinced about how valuable we are and how can we contribute to this necessary transition, which is
less than 30 minutes, and I will show you something to when 25 minutes were passed, and then we will open the floor for the audience.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, good. Well, it's a real honor to be with you, and also I thank Iberdrola for what it's doing in the world, which is providing clean energy and also a lot more attention to sustainable development, which we urgently need. The title of the conference, The Unavoidable Transformation, is a very good title. We have to make the changes that we've been discussing, the energy changes, for example, because otherwise the planet will become uninhabitable. And we will make these changes. The question, though, is will we make them too late? It's all a question of timing. It's not really a question qualitatively of what we're going to do, because we will run the world economy at some stage on clean energy. But will we get there fast enough to avoid really long-term disasters? That is the drama. So the whole drama, as I see it, is not exactly the what to do. It is the when are we going to do it, and what can be done to accelerate the pace. Let me show you a couple of slides from my colleague James Hansen that provide the most up-to-date message of where we are. These are the temperature readings on the planet, and we now are about 1.1 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial level. The group that makes these measurements is the Goddard Institute of Space Studies. They do it for the US government. It is the most comprehensive measure worldwide of the temperature changes, and the data are alarming. One measure of how alarming is the red line, which is the recent spike of temperature. This is showing the Earth's temperature over the past 10,000 years. Why 10,000 years? That's the life of civilization. That is the entire period of civilization after the last ice age. And what you can see is that in the last 100 years, the temperature has increased to a temperature that is higher than at any time during the past 10,000 years. This is really important to understand. We're outside of the temperature range of the Holocene now. We're in a temperature that we have not had on the planet for 115,000 years. We're in new territory. It's extremely dangerous. And the temperature will continue to rise. Even if we stopped all emissions now, the temperature would continue to rise, because we're not in thermal equilibrium on the planet. When we add greenhouse gases to the atmosphere, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, it takes time for Earth to warm up to the new equilibrium. It's like putting the blanket on, and then it takes time for the Earth to warm up. The oceans absorb 90% of the incremental energy that's trapped, and the oceans have a big heat capacity, so they don't warm instantly. And therefore, we still have built in 0.3 or even 0.4 of 1 degree Celsius warming with what we've already done. So we're already outside of the safe zone, and more warming is to come. But and one point to make, this is for the last 800,000 years, the correlation of CO2 fluctuations and sea level. The point is that when the scientists reconstruct the atmospheric CO2 concentrations and when they reconstruct the sea level rise during the last 800,000 years, they're completely coherent. Not year to year, but on a centuries scale. When CO2 is high, the Earth is warm. When the Earth is warm, the sea level rises because the ice sheets disintegrate in part or in full. And so you have these lines that are completely coherent. These were not driven by human activity, obviously. There were no humans. They were driven by Earth orbital changes, the so-called 𝗂𝗏𝗏 cycles. But the orbital cycles triggered CO2 changes, which trigger temperature and sea level changes. And the point of all of this is with our recent spike, we've moved into a new period that is consistent with a multi-meter rise of the sea level. Not instantly, but on a scale of decades or century or a couple of centuries. That is a little bit alarming because we built the whole world society, not all of it, not Madrid, but most of it, on the coast. So we're taking a completely reckless gamble right now of a multi-meter sea level rise in a world built on the coastline. And we are already at temperatures of the previous interglacial period, the 115,000 year ago period, the Eemian, when the sea level was 8 meters higher than now. So what a glaciologist would say is we're already in the temperature range that over time will lead to the disintegration of the Antarctic and Greenland ice sheets. Not instantly, but decades or centuries long. We're already setting in train disaster with a lot more warming to come. And we're not done with emissions, you notice, on this planet. We're still emitting massive amounts of CO2. So we're building in a disaster the way we're going right now. And this is the whole point of trying to stop this disaster. Now, what Hansen said yesterday when he presented these slides at the Vatican was that the most recent evidence is that we are not only continuing to warm, which has been at a rate of 0.2 degrees Celsius per decade, but we're seeing signs now of an accelerated warming. And he points out that the acceleration from the bottom of this cycle, which is basically a so-called ENSO or El Nino cycle, looking at the La Nina to the La Nina, shows a warming of 0.38 degrees C over the past decade. And so maybe we're in a period even of doubling the rate of warming that we've had over the last 4 decades. We're in an accelerated mode right now. That is meant to add to your terrifying reality, because this is all bad news. Another point that he made yesterday is that we seem to have now a feedback loop on methane. Not human-induced, most likely, but probably methane released from wetlands because of the warming. So we've had an accelerated release of methane now, 7.05 parts per billion per year, when what had been increasing was 2.8 parts per billion per year. Methane is very strongly, with the very strong forcing of warming, 23 times the CO2 radiative forcing. And so his point was, we are now in an accelerated mode, and we may be on the verge of losing control of the ability to control the climate. The thought is we still have some ability to control it if we stop emissions. But the feedbacks, if they become dominant, mean that even if we control emissions, the natural feedbacks at this point could be so strong that we have a period of runaway warming. So he's been making these points for 30 years, hitting accurately one after another of these forecasts. So I find him my most frightening colleague. And I'm just sharing it with you. He's very soft-spoken, he's incredibly nice, and he's terrifying. And this is really the main message, that if we don't get this under control, we should have no confidence that we will get this under control. It's not just a matter of, if we don't do it now, well, 5 years, 10 years. A friend said, Mr. Sachs, calm down a little bit. I'm not going to quite calm down a little bit, because the news is not good. And we should understand that it really is not good. Not only are we not controlling emissions, they're continuing to rise. So we had another rise of emissions last year of a couple percentage points. There had been some hope that maybe we had reached peak emissions in 2015 or 2016. This is not the case. Human-induced emissions are continuing to rise. The anthropogenic emissions of CO2, we reached about 37 billion tons of CO2 emissions last year. The world is to a large extent in Asia's hands now. China has become the world's largest emitting region. It's about 28% of global emissions. Emissions in India is soaring. The emissions are soaring, excuse me. Asia is now more than half of the world's emissions, and that share is continuing to rise. And so we have an added complexity to this story. Of course, one could cite countless damages that are occurring. In the United States, we're now incurring $150 billion of climate losses per year over the last 3 years. That is rising remarkably. Thousands of people died in the hurricanes in 2018, notably in Puerto Rico, where the loss of life was between 3,000 and 5,000 people. The largest forest fires in California history. These are the forest fires outside of Athens last year. Complete disaster. And we're seeing here for US forest fires, you can see the spike in the last 10 years of what's happening. And again, this is a worldwide phenomenon. Okay, so what do we need to do? Well, we're late. We signed the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1992. It went into force in 1994, a quarter century ago. What have we done with it? Nothing. I can tell you, and I'll tell you why in a moment, the US Congress has not passed one piece of legislation since 1992 on this issue. So we just go on so far. And we go on now in a context of Asia playing an even more dramatic role. What do we need to do? Well, just to stay at 1.5 degrees C, we need to decarbonize by 2050 and then go to negative emissions in the second half of the century. What does negative emissions mean? It means that we have no emissions from fossil fuels and we restore land and reforest so that we're biologically capturing CO2. That's what we need to do. That's to stay at 1.5 degrees C. Remember that 1.5 degrees C is not safe. 1.5 degrees C is most likely consistent with an 8-meter sea level rise. It's 0.4 degrees C warmer than now, at which we're already incurring massive losses. But to get to there, we have to decarbonize by the middle of the century. That's what we said we would do in the Paris Climate Agreement, stay below 1.5 degrees C. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued its 1.5 degrees C report a couple of months ago, and this is the main slide from it. It says emissions should come down from around 40 billion tons to about 0 by mid-century. That gives us 2/3 chance only, by the way, of staying below 1.5 degrees warming. So that's only a likely achievement of the 1.5. Then remember, that's not safe, really. That has to be followed by a significant period of negative emissions. Now, there's very good news. The very good news is technologically, this is within reach, economically, financially, technically, because renewable energy has plummeted in cost, especially photovoltaics, which is available in almost all parts of the world, and also wind power, which is very significant. And so we have a basic pathway. The basic pathway is no more coal, oil, and gas. Produce all electricity with zero carbon sources. Electrify as much as possible, but especially light-duty vehicles and home heating. And what can't be directly electrified because of weight of batteries, maybe long-haul airline flights or ocean shipping, then use the clean electricity to make zero-carbon fuel carriers. For example, hydrogen or green methane or synthetic hydrocarbons. That's the pathway. Clean electricity that is either used directly or used to produce synthetic fuels. And there are 1,000 academic articles a year now on showing those pathways. And Iberdrola is implementing those pathways. And around the world, these pathways are being implemented, but not fast enough, because the fossil fuel industry is alive and kicking. That's why. It's not dead yet. And that's the problem. And it aims to kill us all, unfortunately. What's going on in the world? Well, the countries that have fossil fuels are relentlessly trying to use them. Starting with my country, where, as I noted, we have a bit of a crazy man in the presidency and a corrupted political system, and we have problems everywhere where there are fossil fuels. It seems that that leads to really bizarre politics in general. I've studied that issue in a different context, the so-called resource curse. But one of the resource curses is what kind of leadership you get. Because it is a little bit like easy money, just happens to be incredibly destructive. And so US, Canada, Russia, China, India, the Gulf countries, Australia, Indonesia account for 3/4 or 80% of the challenge, because that's where the fossil fuel is. And they want to produce as much as possible. So Mr. Putin's not exactly on message. Mr. Trump is opposite of message, directly opposite. We're trying to maximize fossil fuel use. If necessary, build, explore in our national parks, offshore, wherever, doesn't matter, maximize fossil fuels. It's unbelievable, actually, that this could be a grown-up world like this. It's just bizarre. But this is what we face right now. And historically, especially the United States, Russia, Canada, Australia, per capita, have a huge historic responsibility that they absolutely do not want to face at all. So why is this happening? Well, I'll just tell you a quick story about my country. One word: money. The greed is unbelievable. So this is the oil and gas lobbying per year. You notice that it's, don't be deceived by 2019, that's as of February. So this is running at about $140 million a year lobbying by the oil and gas lobby. That's the registered lobby. It's our friendly Koch Industries, Chevron, Exxon, ConocoPhillips. They're enemies of the people. Sorry, all they do is lobby so that we don't take action. It's really unbelievable, in broad daylight. And this is the campaign contributions. They buy the Congress. Not exactly the Congress. I'll show you which part of the Congress in a moment. But they're spending, in average cycles of what we know, about $90 million a year. It's not a lot, but congressmen sell for cheap in the United States. And this is only the exposed money, because under US law, you're allowed to give anonymously as well. That's called free speech. So these are the most recent cycles. What you see is just for oil and gas, about in the 2018 cycle, $84 million given, 87% to the Republican Party. 2016, 88% to the Republican Party. 2014, 87% to the Republican Party. 2012, 89% to the Republican Party. In the 2020 cycle, it's just gotten started, all to the Republicans, 99%. One party in the United States is completely owned by the oil and gas industry. I testified a few weeks ago in the Congress. Unbelievable. You wouldn't have such an idiotic discussion in 7th grade. But then you realize, I went down the list, every one of the counterparts was on the payroll of the oil industry. So they're paid to do this. And this is why we have not had one piece of legislation in 27 years. And I just want to remind you, this is your ally, the United States of America. So be careful who you pick as allies. It's not prudent what's happening right now. It's not safe for the world what's happening. Don't lose all faith in the United States. I may have said here this morning, I say it every day, we're not as crazy as we look. about 70% of Americans are normal, more or less. It depends on the day. But if you ask opinion surveys, do you believe in climate change? 70% say yes. Should we do something about it? 70% say yes. Should we invest in renewables rather than fossil fuels? 70% say yes. There are some odd parts of our country, by the way, just really odd. But most of what's happening is not because the US is odd, it's because the system is corrupt. It's because the system got bought out by major financial interests. But what's shown here is a map of states pursuing renewable energy standards. So the craziness is in Washington, much less craziness at the state level, actually. Even oil states like Texas are spending a tremendous amount on wind power now. That's the good news. The reality is not Mr. Trump. The reality is on the ground actually making important changes. New York is going to put into law that we will reach 100% clean electricity by 2040. That will become New York state law this year. In California, 100% clean energy by 2045. And we have 30 states with renewable portfolio standards right now, the ones that are shown in green here. So not all is lost. You have to give us a little time. We have a fight on our hands. That's a really crazy fight. But we're not completely deranged yet, although they're working on it. Okay, so what is the way forward? This is what I would recommend for Europe. Europe is the main strategic actor in this. It's the largest economy in the world. It is the part of the world that is most clear about these issues. One of the reasons for clarity is, thank God, you don't have very much fossil fuel in Europe, so you can think clearly. The places where you do have fossil fuel, you don't think very clearly. Like Germany, which is all green except when it comes to lignite mines, and then it's going to take another 20 years to stop. So politics is similar in Europe, but thank God you don't have very much fossil fuel left. And so you are on the right track. Highly vulnerable to climate change, especially the Mediterranean, by the way, which is disastrously vulnerable. Not so much fossil fuel and a lot of smart people and a lot of good companies. So you're strategically in the lead. For about 180 countries in the world, the main message is how to get organized. Because for those 180 countries, they don't have so much fossil fuel to resist. But they don't know what to do exactly. The problem in Chad or Niger or Mali is not the resistance of the oil lobby. It is, what should we do? How do we get organized? In most of Latin America, the problem is not the oil lobby, actually, although look at what Petrobras did to make a mess of Brazil with all the corruption. The main problem is, how do we get organized? So working with most of the world is not so much of a problem of lobbying, it's a problem of organization and strategy. How to make a decarbonization strategy that is bold and deep and implementable. And I would urge Europe to help lead that effort, starting with Europe itself having a very clear plan of decarbonization by mid-century. That's the job of the incoming Commission. The fact that Spain will play a huge role in the years ahead is great news. You really do have a strategic role to play inside the Commission and inside the new round of politics. And this is where Europe could make its own 2050 plan that is ending emissions by mid-century, and then working with countries around the world to do the same. Strategically, most of the world just wants to know, what should we do? Then come the countries on the list of major emitters. And there we have to think strategically. The US is a tough case. I don't think Europe is going to determine the US future directly, not by sitting down with Mr. Trump. It's not going to work that way. But Europe could have a big role with China and with India, actually. And I want to explain that, because there is a real strategic opportunity there. If you want to affect the United States, the main thing to do is to convince Wall Street that they'll lose money by continuing to finance oil and gas. That's basically the only thing that works in the United States right now, is you have to convince people with money that they'll make more money a different way. That's okay. Wall Street needs to understand, if they continue to invest in oil and gas like they're doing at a large scale, they will lose a lot of money in the future, which happens to be true, by the way. So, first, Europe needs its own roadmap to decarbonization. Europe does not have a plan. It has goals, but it needs a plan. And a plan needs to cover all the main emitting sectors: the power sector, transport, buildings, industry, land use, and adaptation. And the pillars of such a plan are very well understood now. Again, I could cite at least 500 academic articles that all point to the same conclusion: zero carbon electricity, sustainable land use, ending deforestation, electrification of transport, buildings, and industry, synthetic fuels, the hydrogen cycle, synthetic methane and synthetic liquids, and energy efficiency. All decarbonization pathways have the same pillars. And they all have identified technologies associated with them. There are some easy sectors, easy relatively. Decarbonizing power is relatively straightforward. Decarbonizing light-duty vehicles, you just have to start producing battery electric vehicles rather than internal combustion engine vehicles. That's a big deal for Spain. You have a major auto industry, and that industry needs to change over, and zero-emission buildings, of which a lot is known. The harder sectors are old buildings, heavy-duty vehicles, shipping, aviation, steel, petrochemicals, cement, and agriculture. Those are not simple, the industrial sectors. The easier sectors are electricity for appliances and buildings, for heating and for transport. But even the hard sectors all have known technical pathways. And hydrogen is, for example, one of the main pathways for that. Well, let me turn to Asia for a moment. Asia is where the real future of the world is going to be determined in this regard. Even if Europe and the US went to zero, Asia by itself could easily wreck the planet unless it decarbonizes. After all, Asia is home to 60% of everything now, of the population, of GDP, of emissions. In 2016, Asian countries emitted 56% of the CO2 emissions. You can see what the rise of China and India has done to the role of Asia in this story. It's now the drama. So the reason why Asia will change is that the Asian countries are extraordinarily vulnerable to climate change. This is no joke for Asia. India's future depends on stopping runaway climate change, and China's does as well. Both are extremely vulnerable. China highly vulnerable not only to warming but to drying, and India already beyond habitability in several months of the year in the hot south. I looked up the temperature just an hour ago. In Delhi, it is 39 degrees today. In Delhi. And with massive air pollution as well. And so lives lost are in high numbers. Millions of lives lost each year to the combination of heat waves and pollution. So you can see the whole map of India. This is the map today from an hour ago. It's hot, 35 degrees C and higher, and it's getting hotter. And on particular days in India, it reaches 50 degrees C. And that's when the rural suicides come in. And this is from an hour ago, the air pollution. So the air quality over Asia is also desperately bad. Every place where you see red or brown means beyond WHO safety standards. So that is covering what you can see there in dangerous air is probably covering about 40% of humanity right now, today. This is the real-time air quality. And we know in India, the most recent estimates are 2 years lost life expectancy in northern India from the air pollution alone. So they have all the reason to clean up. But they're on a borderline. They're coal economies, and the US is trying to provoke China, or trying to isolate China, trying to threaten China now with a new Cold War. Well, they're not going to decarbonize under those circumstances. This is part of the US craziness, I'm afraid. So what should Europe do, in my opinion? Europe should reach out to China and to India strategically and say, we share Eurasia together. We share a common need of decarbonization. We can work on this together. The Belt and Road Initiative is an extremely important way to do this. China has initiated, as you know, the world's largest multi-country infrastructure program. The US reaction was, don't touch that. Europe's reaction is confusion. Half of Europe says we're in. The other half of Europe says we don't know. The US pushing hard that this is geopolitical. Don't partner with China. This is ridiculous. This is an extremely important initiative, but it's got to be a green initiative. So in my opinion, it's a strong opinion, Europe should respond to China to say, great, we want to be part of this Eurasian investment program together with you. We want to connect Eurasia, but it's got to be clean and green, not the way you're doing it right now. It's got to be renewable energy. It's got to be an open process. It's got to be sustainable in land use. And then we partner with you. And China's answer to that would be, we're in. Because China wants the partnership, needs the partnership. And it makes sense for China. President Xi, in his remarks a month ago at the BRI summit, said, we now know we need to make this more sustainable. This is a perfect opportunity for the next commission to join together with China to say, let's do this Eurasia-wide initiative right and clean and cooperatively. And it's the kind of investment program that Europe needs. It will also create a lot of jobs, a lot of growth, a lot of dynamism, a lot of transformation. And South Asia is part of this story as well. And so my recommendation is that we try to make this into what it should be, a Eurasia-wide sustainable development initiative that engages Europe, that engages Africa, that engages India, that engages China. And of course, Africa has its own story, which is that it is the best solar power in the world without capital and without the technology. And Europe has capital and technology. And especially it has technology, and China has capital, so there's a good partnership there as well. So if we can just stop ourselves from fighting each other and actually cooperate, there's a world of sustainable development to be built that is a truly win-win world. That's why the US doesn't like it. The US likes win-lose. But we need win-win. And the opportunity is present right now. One part of this, one very important idea, is that to make a clean energy system, we should interconnect a grid. Europe, first of all, is still not fully interconnected, which is amazing, by the way, because Europe should have, for a single electricity market, a single efficient grid. It still does not have that. But Europe should have a connected grid with North Africa, with the Middle East, and indeed through Eurasia. And China is promoting this concept of a global energy interconnection. Again, the US response immediately was, that's a trap. Except China's an importer of energy, not an exporter. That's not a trap, that's sensible. And so the idea of linking the wind and the solar, which was a great idea here, Desertec, which stopped because of the financial crisis and because of energy nationalism, needs to be brought back and also linked to this concept of global energy interconnection. A lot of work has been done. It makes a great deal of sense. It would even engage, by the way, Australia, which could be exporting massive amounts of renewable energy in a submarine cable to Southeast Asia, because you can put high voltage direct current under the water, and it's already been done in several locations in the world. This kind of opportunity exists, and this is a long-time design project, starting with Desertec, now upgraded with GuideCo for energy interconnection in Europe as well. So my basic proposition to you is we've run out of time. Fortunately, the elections this week were good news. The strength of the Greens, very important. The victory here of social democracy, extremely important. The mainstream center of Europe held, extremely important. You have a new cycle starting. Please, please, please use it well. Thank you very much.
Well, we have time for...
Tenemos...
So I will pick, if you don't mind, 2 or 3 questions, and then we will try to have more than two or three rounds. So I have one hand here. Can you take the microphone? Marta? There. Okay. Please introduce yourself if you can.
Hola, hello, my name is Hernández Maya. And I would like to ask, what do you think about the relationship with, within Europe and China according to a governance? Let's say that for many reasons, China and the European countries don't like to interact. Well, the European countries have their kind of view about the human rights and all that. So how do you think it's possible to cooperate or have businesses together without interfering in political issues and stuff like that?
Can I take one more? One more question there. You can ask in Spanish or English. There you have, ahí arriba.
Thank you. My name is 𝗪𝗁𝘁𝗲𝗿𝗃𝗄. I'm the one who asked Professor Sachs to calm down a little bit. Thank you. You're very clear with your presentation now. And I have a question for you, Professor. How to reach the other side? I mean, we had this, you're very optimistic about the results of the elections in Europe, and you're right to do so. In Madrid, we're a bit sad, but that's the reality. We have to respect the other side. What arguments would you suggest us to use when we engage with these other people, even if they are nuts or the words you use? And the same with the private sector. Companies like Iberdrola and many others here are very engaged, but we still have the skeptics, we still have the others that are even, as you rightly say, that they are sponsoring what is not science. And how, so my question is, how to engage the people that are not convinced? Thank you.
Let me say a few words about China, and I've written, if you're interested, on CNN.com, an article yesterday about China that trying to say inside the US, China is not our enemy, because now we have the rhetoric all over the United States that China is an enemy. It's extremely dangerous. Of course, said without much perspective. But I think there are two aspects of China to take into account. One is that China's statecraft has been centralized administrative statecraft since 221 BC. This is not a new story. This is a form of governance. And China has gone through many cycles, so-called dynasties in the past, the Ming, the Qing, the Song dynasty, Yuan dynasty, and so forth. And in China's Chinese statecraft and Chinese history, the main idea in China is either we're unified or we're in internal conflict. And so the idea of order in Chinese society is extremely strong. And the idea of vulnerability to division within China is extremely strong in Chinese historical consciousness. In the last 180 years, actually it's 180 years this year, China went through two phases, which is important to understand. A prolonged phase of huge vulnerability and decline, and then a period of recovery. The period of vulnerability started in 1839, when Britain went to war with China. Over what issue? Well, the Chinese were saying to the British, please stop sending your opium here. The British said, we have the right to send our narcotics to you. And when the Chinese tried to stop a British shipment of opium, the British declared war on China. That's pretty nasty, by the way. And that was the first Opium Wars, 1839 to 1842. That was followed by a rebellion inside China, the Taiping Rebellion. That claimed 20 million lives. In the midst of the Taiping Rebellion, China and Britain and France invaded China again, burning down the Summer Palace, demanding extraterritorial rights. That was called the Second Opium War, 1856 to 1860. In 1895, China lost a war to Japan, the First Sino-Japanese War. Then that was followed by demands by the Western powers for extraterritorial rights. That was followed by the Boxer Rebellion, which was in turn followed by more bludgeoning by the Western powers, Europe and the United States, between 1900 and 1903. Then there was an internal revolution, and the Republic was declared in 1911, which lasted 5 years before it fell into internal division and warlord fighting. Then in 1931, Japan invaded, and Japan occupied parts of China from 1931 to 1945. At the end of the war, there was a civil war between the communists and the nationalists. That ended in 1949. Then came Mao. And in 1958, Mao declared the Great Leap Forward. 4 years later, 20 million people were dead of famine. Then 4 years after that came the Cultural Revolution. That lasted 10 years. Then came the Gang of Four, which were arrested in 1977 after Mao's death. Then Deng Xiaoping came to power. And he said, let's calm down. That was a lousy 140 years. Let's have stability and growth. Let's open to the world. Let's make a market economy. Whether it's the white cat or the black cat, as long as it catches the mice, that will be fine. Deng Xiaoping went to the south and said, to be rich is glorious. And he put China on a path of catching up. In 1980, China's income per capita was 2.5% of America's. As of 2018, it was still only 16% of America's, after 40 years of growth. My crazy country got the idea that somehow China's development from 2.5% of US GDP to 16% of GDP is unfair and cheating. Because the US is the world's current imperial power. Please understand that. And it's ready to use power to try to keep perceived threats at bay. It's a little crazy. It's not safe. It's not fair. And it is what China's confronting right now. My view is deal with China respectfully. Clearly, China also signed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Good. We should have active discussion about that. No problem at all. But it is not our situation to determine China's governance, in my opinion. It is to say, bravo, you're on a path of development. You're on a path of international cooperation. We partner with you. The last 10 wars in the world were not created by China. They were created by the United States, by the way. So if you want to look at where wars are coming from, in Afghanistan, twice, the CIA started by putting in support for an insurrection at the end of 1978. Then it invaded in 2001. The US invaded Iraq in 2003. The US sent the CIA in to try to overthrow Assad in 2011. The CIA, NATO, led by the US, Britain, and France, bombed Libya to overthrow Gaddafi, and so on. If you want to know a threat, that's a threat. Too many wars. We should have some peace and some sustainable development instead. So I personally, going to China several times a year for the last 25 years, do not see China as a threat. I see China as a country trying to make up for a couple hundred years of lost time, which it should. And that is how we should act, grown up and responsible. And we can have discussions back and forth. But boy, when you're as irresponsible as the United States is in foreign policy, look at what we're doing with Iran right now. Are we provoking a war? We're trying to starve the country, by the way. Against the whole world wishes, we're putting on sanctions that say not only will we not deal with Iran, but Spain can't deal with Iran. Europe can't deal with Iran. What's Europe's reaction, by the way? Blah, blah, blah. Nothing. Oh, we'll try. Oh, well, can't do anything. Come on. Have a foreign policy, please, that says, no, we don't isolate countries like that on a whim, especially after negotiating a multilateral treaty. So I think the world's dangerous in part because you have provocative power that the US is absolutely keen to be unchallenged in every way. And that doesn't work. The US is 4.2% of the world population. It can't run the world. We should have peace, mutual respect, the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which says one country doesn't determine the governance of another country, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which everybody signed on to. That's my view of this issue. And I believe we could find full partnership with China on this. And for a country that has military bases in 80 countries in the world and US military personnel stationed in 130 countries in the world, to say that China is aggressive is a little bit unfair. China has one little offshore base in Djibouti.
It was the second thing.
How to reach them? Look, we have our politics right now in the United States. It's very serious politics because we need to save our democracy. Everything that's going on, everything Trump does, by the way, is under an emergency rule. It's unbelievable. Everything is emergency decree. If he puts on tariffs on your automobiles, how can he do that? Because there's a clause that says under the National Emergency Act he can do that. Are you kidding? Spanish cars are creating an emergency in the United States. We have emergencies every day now by presidential decree. And we have a Congress that does nothing. So it's very frightening. This is our drama right now of trying to save democracy in the United States. And it's really amazing because he has strong 1/3 or 35% public support. Most are against. But if you have a strong base of 35% and you're a bully, you get quite far for a while. So this is what we're really facing right now. We don't know where this is going to go. I wouldn't provoke, but I would have clear ideas. This is not a guy to be charmed, by the way. Really. That's what Macron tried. It's just that Europe needs a foreign policy to say, here are our standards. This is what we're trying to do. We disagree with you here. You don't want to trade with Iran? We continue to trade with Iran. We have a treaty with Iran. The JCPOA, we're going to continue to trade. Europe needs to be able to do that. Not to say, oh, the US says we can't, we don't. Because if Europe's like that, it won't work. Or if the US says, don't trade with Huawei, and then the next day everybody says, okay, we don't trade with Huawei. This is just bullying. And it is dangerous, actually, because this is how wars get started. And when it's not fair, it's not based on rules, it's not based on evidence, it's just bullying. What I would suggest is Europe say, where's the evidence? And by the way, the British, who almost never do anything that the US doesn't want, couldn't find the evidence on Huawei. And you know how much pressure the US can put on Britain because they can't deviate at all. And yet they couldn't find any reason. And the German intelligence couldn't find any reason not to deal with Huawei. And so Trump escalated. He said, this is an emergency. And then suddenly all our companies say, okay, we don't deal with this company anymore. It's so provocative. It's not safe. And so all I'm suggesting is Europe have a proper understanding of this reality and its own foreign policy in this. Because otherwise we're going to create huge divisions. On climate and issues like that, just keep speaking the truth. Europe is the leader on this issue. And it's important to just respectfully insist. On almost any issue, 20% of the people will believe anything. I don't think we should waste our time mainly on that issue. We're not after unanimity. 70-30 is good enough for me. We're after saving the planet. So we should understand what is a game by the lobbyists and what is real doubt. And on the real doubt, public education, public awareness, but not to lose time trying to convince everybody. It doesn't pay. It doesn't matter, actually. Because in this case, the science is, the science has been around since 1896 on human-induced global warming. So we've got enough knowledge. We need to proceed now pretty darn quickly. And if the U.S., and what's interesting, the U.S. tried to break the Paris Climate Agreement, they haven't done it. But we're not implementing it either. And that's where Europe could strategically play a decisive role. And that's where Europe, having its own clear plan first, and then engaging with China and India, and Africa and Latin America, because Latin America is basically all in, and Africa will basically be all in. The real drama is China and India. and make cooperation there, and then the problem will be 80% solved. And the US will come along because it'll be good money then to come along.
Thank you. I think we have some time left for the last round of questions. I see one hand here. I will pick 2 or 3 questions. Another one there. There and there, no more. Okay, brief questions, please, to have
yes.
time.
My name is 𝗂𝘐𝗲𝗏𝗁𝗁, and my question is about the new Green Deal, the new concept, the relation between climate change, huge public investment, and good jobs.
Yes.
You want to write down?
Yeah, maybe one more. Yeah.
One more. Here. There was. Okay. Let's go.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ana Moreno. I would like to ask about the role that is expected from Russia in this potential Eurasian alliance. What is the role that Russia is playing in the 2030 agenda? Thank you.
Take one more.
Sure, sure.
And one more. There was hand there. Okay. It's almost impossible. There are many hands. But here you have.
Hi, my name is Manuel, and very quickly, I mean, all of the high-level actions that we need to make, I think, are great. Governments, big corporations, but here. But when you look at our own role, personal role, or as individuals, what weight would you assign to it? How important do you think it is? And what are the most important actions you think we can make? Or should we just lay back and say it's government and corporations that should be doing the work?
So the Green New Deal is a concept, not a plan. There is no plan underpinning it. But it is a concept that the U.S., in the U.S., that appeals to the New Deal under Roosevelt to build large-scale, sustainable infrastructure that would both provide jobs, create growth, and make the energy transformation. It's a right concept. In the aggregate, there are a lot of jobs created in this transformation, moving to renewable energy economy, moving to new electric vehicle economy, retrofitting buildings and homes for electrification. It does create a lot of good employment. And it will feature in the 2020 election campaign by several Democratic Party candidates. There is, however, no plan right now. And in this sense, nothing more really to evaluate. But my own position has been that it makes a lot of sense. It's accurate. It's what we need. And I expect several of the Democratic Party candidates for president to be running on a Green New Deal kind of platform. For Russia, the drama for Russia, of course, is that Russia, even more than the US, much more, is a petrostate. It's an oil state. And the power, the money, the public finances revolve around oil and gas. And Russia, interestingly, has not fought the climate change agenda too much. It was one of the 4 countries that didn't welcome the 1.5 degree report. It was the US, Russia, Saudi Arabia, maybe one other Gulf country. So Russia has not been too mischievous on this, but it's not an agenda that is much seized upon inside Russia, I would say, inside Mr. Putin's Russia. The problem, of course, for Russia is Russia absolutely needs a more diversified economy. No country is going to be able to live on fossil fuels, period. And this really will come. I have no doubt that this agenda will become the defining agenda. And so it would be better for Russia if they were in the process of diversifying. There's huge renewable energy potential in Russia of every kind, of hydropower, of biofuels, of geothermal, of solar in some places, and so on. I would love to see the sanctions on Russia ended around a new framework of cooperation between Europe, China, Russia, because where we are right now is just stalled geopolitically. There's a long background to this that is also partly Western confusion. We should never have tried to push NATO into Ukraine and into Georgia, because this is one of the decisive provocative actions caused by the United States that led to the Georgian war and to the events in Ukraine. I don't want to absolve Russia of a lot of responsibility, but the US played provocatively because the idea was keep pushing NATO around the Russian perimeter. And this was absolutely unnecessary, unwise, provocative, and actually a surprise to many NATO allies who told Bush in 2008, don't do this, but they went ahead and did it anyway, which is the US way of doing things. And this created a backlash that we're still not solved right now. So bottom line for Russia is we need to find a way to re-engage. And Russia needs Europe a lot to diversify its industry, to modernize its industry, and Europe would benefit from normal economic relations with Russia. And it's not impossible. But under the current circumstances, we're at a complete impasse. So it's hard to say more except that Russia's not interested in this agenda right now under these circumstances, and it would take a different kind of geopolitical situation to have Russia be an active partner. What Russia is interested in is the Belt and Road, because a lot of it goes through Russia, including through southern Russia, which is fine and good, because that's a lot of land area that needs transport, power, fiber, and so on. And again, where Europe, China, Russia, and Central Asia, the Caucasus countries, the Caspian Sea countries, could really do a lot of interesting things together in thinking beyond the current controversies and thinking about a real growth agenda. Finally, on the individual role. Okay, first, really our main role is as citizens. It's a little boring, the answer, but it's really to say we don't want to wreck the planet, and to say to politicians that don't care or that are acting to wreck the planet, you're unacceptable, and to say to businesses, you're unacceptable. If we were more active as consumers in boycotting bad behaviors, we'd be making a big advance. If you want a list of bad behaviors, I'll give you a good list. But most of Wall Street are bad behaviors. We should not be dealing with them right now because they're funding a lot of this bad action. Exxon is a bad behavior. Chevron is a bad behavior. And so we need to draw more clearly who's on the right side and who's on the bad side, and to behave as consumers also actively in that way, and to understand the difference of what is happening. In behavioral terms, it's a mixed story. I really like electricity, for example. I like to turn on the lights. I like my computer. I like my phone. I don't want to give that up. And I just want, so I don't want to preach don't use electricity. I want the electricity to be clean. So I want Iberdrola to be providing me with clean electricity so that I know when I'm using those things that it's safe. I want to fly airplanes. I like airplane travel. That's what got me here today. So I'm often called, you're a hypocrite, Mr. Sachs. You fly airplanes. You shouldn't fly airplanes. That's not the idea of stopping climate change. The idea is that aviation should run on clean synthetic fuels or advanced biofuels. That's what I want the aviation sector to agree on. So I want the systems that we live on to be cleaned up. Not to not have trade, not to not have shipping, not to not have electricity, but I want them to be clean, and I know that it's perfectly feasible. So that's a big part of it. Behaviorally, of course, we should promote the right kind of companies. We should promote the right kind of candidates. And to the extent that we have behavioral choices, we should take the right behavioral choices. So I learned too late in life to walk rather than to ride, because as a good American, I drove everywhere, even if it was 3 blocks, 5 blocks, 7 blocks. Then we moved to New York and gave up our cars. Wonderful. So behaviorally, that can change. One place that I know behavior actually makes a big difference, maybe this is a little tough message in Spain, but not too tough, is a little less beef eating. That's actually a behavioral choice, because beef is surprisingly a large part of this mess because of the vast land area that is devoted to pasture land and the huge amount of feed grains that are devoted to beef eating. And so this is the one behavioral area where I really would like to see a shift. And that's confirmed in study after study, that if we ate a bit less meat and a bit more animal and a bit more plant proteins, we would have a first-order effect on biodiversity, on safety of land, and on the carbon emissions as well.
Professor Sachs, many thanks for your inspiring and provoking words. I think you have opened the conversation that is not going to finish right here. We are already thinking and having a new look about the relationship with other areas of the world. We wanted to talk about transformation and scale, and it's impossible to talk about scale without considering China and India. I think your contribution has been great for this audience and this conference, and we hope seeing you in Madrid very soon.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful.
Ahora, por favor.
Now I would like to invite to come up here all the organizing entities for this seminar. Mónica Oviedo from Iberdrola. I would also like to invite the High Committee, who will speak some words before concluding our seminar.
Sí, aquí, sí, pues te voy a dejar este, ¿vale? Qué bien, ¿no? Sí. Bueno, a lo mejor en medio, por favor. Sí, me siento aquí. Vale, perfecto. ¿Qué tal? Uy, qué sillas, Dios mío. Bueno, pues muchísimas.
Thank you very much. Taking the floor after Professor Sachs, it's a bit of an anti-climax situation after his extraordinary intervention and under the wonderful dialogue that we have with Jeffrey Sachs. Anything that we say sounds very trivial, but from the perspective of an organization, a governmental institution, the High Commissioner, I would like to share with you some reflections. Some of them came up from the debate that you've had during the day. Some others are already part of what our idea at the High Commissioner and at the government on how to how to make sure that Spain, who has undertaken the path of the application of the 2030 agenda with great courage and energy, well, how Spain gets prepared to become a first-line actor and not only a model here for all of us, but also in Europe, as was requested also by Jeffrey, and also in the world, in the whole world. And my first reflection comes hand in hand with the call that you made to speed things up. Without a doubt, we have speed things up a little bit in the last 9-10 months, but really we are only on the earliest stages. So without a doubt, we really need to speed up, because the current situation, this very convulsed welfare state, designing a world without globalization, has to go into a well-being state, a welfare state that it is social and ecological at the same time. Without a doubt, the welfare state of the 21st century has to be a social, environmental welfare state, having the people and the planet at the core, and the economic dimensions, the social and environmental dimensions have to be well considered. And you have to know that we're very clear about these type of things. We believe that this is the path to follow. Secondly, I believe that we must have an ethical approach, a fundamentally ethical approach. This was part of today's debate, but we have no right of leaving the planet totally wrecked for future generations. A planet that it is worse off than the one that we found, the one that we enjoyed a great deal, based on which we've done tremendous advances that have given rise to a greater well-being for the mankind, but what we've done is totally unethical, and that reflection must set the path to follow. And this has to be done in a time window that it is very relevant, because we need to, of course, tackle the day-to-day issues, but we must have a very long-term perspective. And it's true that when making things and at the end of the month, it's a complication. It is more complicated to think about what's going to happen at the end of the century. But of course, we need to make things in a way that they are compatible with making our planet last till the end of the century. My third thought, and this is part of what we're trying to achieve at the High Commissioner institution, is to get in depth in more methodologies, in mainstreaming certain aspects, certain topics and certain approaches, and that's the methodology that we need to use. The agenda obliges us to work in a different way, and it obliges us to create alliances, not only between public stakeholders, but public-private stakeholders. We speak a lot about the relevance of Sustainable Development Goal number 17. There are certain aspects in which we've been able to advance. We're launching right now a series of alliances between public-private corporations, but the working methodology is going to be key. It's going to be key, and we have to learn many things. And the fourth item, well, you've discussed a lot about the narrative and positive narratives. Without a doubt, this is relevant, but I think it is absolutely necessary to combine the narratives, positive narratives, with examples. Unless we can show certain examples about the narratives with the day-to-day of public policies, concrete and specific public policies, and the actions of the private sector and the third sector are large, there is no narrative whatsoever. We need these narratives, but the only way of making them credible is by putting in practice some specific actions. Let me give you an example. The last 10 months have been months of specific examples in the framework of narratives 2030 agenda. This has worked as a catalyst and it has mobilized us. Finally, I wanted to put on the table another topic that we believe to be extremely important, which is the issue of supply and demand. Society requires from us, is asking for market solutions and public solutions, and we need to be capable of meeting those demands. And both parts have to be capable of meeting those demands. If we give to society sustainable modes of transport in line of what the ones that were mentioned by Jeffrey Sachs a long time ago, they're going to accept it, but we have to give them this alternative, and therefore there has to be some private stakeholders that we need to take the lead in that area. And at this moment, we lack some initiatives that will reinforce the demands or meet the demands of the society. The same thing applies to the public sector. We need to set up public policies in line with the Agenda 2030, with the Sustainable Development Goals, with achieving social and economical sustainability, and it is our obligation to establish those policies. We need to connect these networks that will help us to meet the demands of society, both from the public sector as well as for the private sector. If we're capable of responding with the necessary strength and with courage, that will lead to the topics that we've been discussing today, how to speed up the solutions that are required by our environment, by our space, by our world, and without a doubt, this pressing the accelerator will put us in the right track in order to comply with the agenda and at the pace that it is requested by society, and it's much faster than what we're doing up until now. Thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers. It's been an extraordinary seminar. Thank you, Cristina, for being with us always and for taking the lead in this transformation process. If there is an element that has been repeated throughout the day and it is relevant, it has a tremendous weight in all and each one of the reflections that we're hearing, is the time factor. This time factor that reminds us of the fact that we've already gone a quarter of the time that we have set up for ourselves, and therefore we need to speed things up and know that we cannot continue on moving at the same pace. These time factors oblige us to understand that this transformation that we need is complicated, it's complex, and it requires the combination of two perspectives: the long-term perspective, which is totally necessary, knowing where we want to go and knowing where we don't want to go, but at the same time making short-term decisions. So this double perspective and that double transformation, which is complex, requires new allies, new models, and also it demands from us that we change and we break the silos dynamic that we have used up until now and that brought us here. We cannot continue working each one in our silo in our sectors. We need to tear these dynamics of organizations, and we need to have the combination of different sectors with a common objective, and this is one of the elements that has been mentioned more throughout the day. We've also been able to understand that for the first time there are sectors that understand that you can do good business in doing things correctly. We've heard the chairman of Iberdrola saying that their general shareholders meeting and the board of directors approve the way that they're working in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, because they know that at the end of the day there's money there and they will increase their profits. So we need to take advantage of that mentality that was not always like that in order to join forces between different sectors. Of course, academia and innovation, well, they are they're going to be playing a fundamental role in this transformation. Of course, within the organizers of this event, we're having 4 members of the academia and research, REDS, CSIC, Red Global, etc., because these stakeholders know very well that we need the best transformation tool and technological tool in order to speed up this change. And we need to find new areas for incentives and for recognition to those researchers, those catalyzers of knowledge that are capable of connecting research and social change. In fact, we've heard that maybe this will not give us a Nobel Prize, but we need to find a real recognition that will incentivize the translation of knowledge into social impacts and into social changes. And we've also spoken about something that it is extremely important, finding the influencers that will help us to create new narratives. And health is part of it, because health allows us to connect this future perspective with future vision with today's problem. Today we have clear evidences that can be explained to the citizens in order to encourage them to undertake the necessary changes when talking about air pollution, urban mobility, and their consequences in health. These are areas that allows us to create this narrative that will drive change, and it will help you have these double perspective, short and long term. And finally, 2 lessons. The lesson that we've learned in these last years, and also from the Sustainable Development Goals and Millennium Goals, is that we cannot impose the narrative. We really need to do active listening so that we can build together a common imaginary that will help us to advance. We've repeated over and over and over again, saying that sometimes we have a narrative that it is only reaching a small sector of the population that it is already convinced about the need of a change, but we need to connect this agenda, our commitments, and our narrative with the most vulnerable sectors that are far from this deep transformation, but they need to become our allies, and they need to embark themselves on our endeavor. So we need to convince all the citizens about the need of this transformation. This is extremely relevant. And finally, as Jeffrey Sachs says, we're living a new cycle and we need to take advantage of it. In Europe and in Spain, we have the ethical obligation, but also the interest and the desire of taking the lead of this agenda so that this agenda actually happens despite the threats that we've heard about today and which are real and are there. But we need to be capable one way or another of overcoming these barriers, and we need to convince ourselves that maybe the European Union needs to undertake this deep transformation, and that will be the way of reinventing their global leadership. Global leadership obtained by governments, academia, businesses, but also individual, each one of us. By changing our daily behaviors, we have the opportunity of speeding up in pressing the accelerator. So hopefully this seminar is not the end of things, but from here we will see the creation of transformative platforms that will help us to speed up the change. Thank you, Leire, for your words, although you've already given us some homework. But it is true that we're not finishing here. I want to thank you all for coming to our home, for allowing us to host this seminar where we intended to talk about topics that went beyond the Sustainable Development Goals as a communication tool. I was worried because last year I participated in a session with important representatives of the private sector saying that Sustainable Development Goals was a communication tool, but in Iberdrola we think that they go far and beyond that. 2015 is already over. We already have our logos. This is known by everyone, but we need to move into action and we need to achieve some transformation. And in fact, I would like to complete the answer that Agustin gave this morning as to how difficult or easy it was to convince our chair our chairman, it was not only easy, but he has set up for himself within this variable bonus some strategic objectives linked to the Sustainable Development Goals 7 and 13. Also health, which is a cross-cutting sustainable development goal from the private sector, from Iberdrola. We're clearly committed. We have set up for ourselves a specific goals for 2030, and we want to achieve them, and we want to support everyone. I would also like to highlight all the things that we've spoken about narratives and active listening. Hopefully now we can go into this cocktail and we can take advantage of it to listen actively to what we have to say and to strengthen the links between all the people here. But I also know that I will have to do some homework, as Cristina Garmendia say, with the title of his presentation. This is a transformation that we must undertake. It's absolutely mandatory. But let's forget about the word compliance and let's talk about achievements, because this is a mission and it has to be mission accomplished or achieved. Thank you, Anthony Plasencia. I'm the director of East Global, and it has been a real pleasure to be able to participate in the organization of this intense seminar, very diverse and very rich. And I would like not to give you some new ideas, but to underline from our perspective, which is a research and institution, an institution that comes from the academia world, but fully committed with the challenges related with global health. So from this perspective, I would like to underline a couple of things. One is that at the field of research, we already have fundamental elements that will help us or should help us to be reasonably optimistic as to the contribution that we can make in order to overcome the challenges that we have ahead of us. Especially thinking about the context and some of the elements that have been shared here. On one hand, the recognition of talent. This is what's happening on the day-to-day of academia institutions and research. Also looking into the future. There's no researcher that it is not looking into the future, and the idea here is to look into the future and not to look into the past. Thirdly, teamwork and with no borders. These are assets that are essential for the academia and for the research world, and these are necessary ingredients in order to achieve a response in an urgent way. And this includes partnerships, and this includes collaboration initiatives that can be very different from one another, including the value, and my colleague will also mention this in his speech, the value of letting people know about the results of our research, adding value to the knowledge change. And also in research, we acknowledge one important element, which is the one of the financing. Otherwise, we will not be able to actually research anything. So if there are elements that could be important and that can have an impact in the contributions made to research, well, we will welcome the contributions in terms of financing. And this is what we need to reinforce and to highlight right now so that we can speed up our research. Also, the academia institutions need to use the narrative, adapt it as necessary, but to make of the Sustainable Development Goals narrative our own. At East Global, we're working on that. It's not obvious, it's not easy, but it is true that these Sustainable Development Goals are a very important golden thread for our activity and for the future. Also, within the narratives we're seeing in the academia field, and we haven't had the time to discuss this, the one of the planet health, incorporating this vision, this anthropocentric vision from an academic perspective, and we'll have to see how things evolve and the practical implications that it can have. The systemic perspective, it is already been highlighted, and I believe that without this systemic view, we won't be able to find the understanding of the things that are happening, but what's even more difficult, we will not be able to find responses. And again, I would like to insist on financing. Depending on financing, Spanish and EU financing in our context can be important in order to achieve responses, and maybe it changes the type of responses that we are having.
For us,
need all of the actors that have an impact on research financing to take into consideration the implications of the Agenda 2030, and up until now, they hadn't taken it into consideration. So I think this is one of the elements that is the most important one for the future. And let me wrap up by saying that we cannot speak about science without taking into consideration society. Science and society. It's not science for society, but science with society. This is too relevant. Science is too relevant to be left only in the hands of scientists. So we need to take into consideration society, and this is relevant because this will help to promote what some people called unlikely partnerships between sectors, between actors, and between countries. We've heard about the North-South relationship, the challenges in the North-South relationships, geopolitics, and this is going to be relevant for the future of research, including also metrics. When we talk about metrics, we talk not only about figures per se, but metrics that will help us to visualize and to measure the impact that research has. And in that sense, we can provide a very useful contribution. And my last message, and it probably has to do with one of the underlying elements, the messages around this meeting, the relevance of the implication of the generational changes. We need to attract young talents that will replace all generations, young talents that are not impressed by the acceleration that it is necessary. In fact, they are faster than we are, that we become slower as we age, and they need to integrate dynamics, visions that are more, that are totally different from the ones that we grew up with. And with that, I would like to finish by saying that science, in Spanish societies, scientists are one of the professions with greater social recognitions, and we need to take advantage of that, not to be arrogant, but to use researchers not only to generate new knowledge, but also as transformation agents, especially younger researchers. So we need to use the knowledge in order to impact in a determined way our commitment with the planet's survival and with human dignity. And with that, I would like to finish my comments that have highlighted some of the things that were said here and some things that we need to take with us home in order to feed the good wolf that we want to feed. Thank you so much. I would like to express my apologies on behalf of the Dean of the Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. He would have loved to be in this table participating in the closure of the seminar. But I want to say that the Polytechnica University of Madrid is deeply committed with the 2030 UN agenda. Not only that, it is also committed with the hashtag of the seminar, Speed Up 2030, Acelera 2030. And we've accelerated or speeded up very important initiatives in the last months that are helping to transform the three missions of the university: research, training, education, and knowledge transfer. In the field of research, we've reviewed our own research programs, and we've structured the groups and the centers so that research mission is in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. We've created co-creation space so that the research of the university can find this place of work for each one of the Sustainable Development Goals, and we are breaking barriers of every different subjects, looking for new solutions in order to achieve these Sustainable Development Goals, all and each one of them. All the teachers, all the faculty of the university are going to review our teaching guidelines of the 6,000 subjects that we teach at the university, so that we can indicate in how our subjects contribute in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Next year, our 37,000 students will be able to know how the subjects that they're going to be taken in every different course will provide them knowledge, a vision, or it will help them to advance to learn how to achieve one of the Sustainable Development Goals. Also, our university is fully committed with the United Nations, with academic leaders from the whole world, with the United Nations Global Compact Academy. This is a UN initiative in order to get all the educational institutions in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, undertaking global commitments in this line. We've already established some metrics, and we commit ourselves, we're fully committed to communicate to global society how do we advance in each one of them. We have a full commitment to take or to be evaluated according to international standards, so that we will be part of an international ranking based on our achievements and in the way that we contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. And I would also like to say that our university, Universidad Politécnica de Madrid, it will improve their alliances with private partners and public partners, establishing new partnerships to collaborate. We're fully committed with this, and we're undertaking changes very fast to transform our mission of transferring knowledge, researching, and teaching. I will also talk about one important goal. We have already certified our carbon emission reduction by 27%. We're going to continue on working on that, and we are registering our achievement at the Ministry of Ecological Transition to prove that we are committed in reducing our carbon footprint year on year. With all this, I would like to express my appreciation to all the entities that have organized this wonderful seminar, and I would like to say that the university is fully committed to work with them to contribute to this unstoppable transformation and unavoidable transformation as well. Thank you so much. In order to finish with this seminar, we're going to end up by reading a manifesto that has been prepared by all the organizers of this seminar that we call Madrid's Declaration. It's a very brief text, so we ask for a few minutes of your patience before going into the cocktail. 𝗬𝘀𝗀, and Pepe Esquinas are the ones that are going to be reading this manifesto. So we welcome them on the stage. Hello, everybody. This is an issue that affects all generations, and that's why we are represented by the oldest and the youngest. I do not need to say who am I represented, do I? So I'm going to start by reading this Madrid's Declaration on the topic. It is a wish of mankind that future generations will live better than the current generation. Science, rights, and our capacity to overcome obstacles have allowed our societies to always move forward in history despite the hurdles and the temporary pitfalls. In the last 70 years, progress has speeded up in an extraordinary manner thanks to our access to democracy, education, healthcare, and technology. Never before our planet saw levels of group prosperity that are equiparable to the ones that we are enjoying right now. Never before did we have the opportunities of not leaving anyone behind. But unfortunately, this path is taking us now to the verge of the abyss. Our incapacity to move forward with economic development processes that are not compatible with the natural limits of the planet threatens to take us to beyond the point of no return. The announcement of the 6 big extinction of non-human species is one of the symbols of an emergency, this man-made produce in which the imbalance and the predatory use of natural resources work as a perfect storm, threatening what we've built up until now, preventing and slowing down future advances. This is an partly irreversible process that punishes in a disproportionate manner the countries and the populations that are the most vulnerable ones in the planet. The 2030 agenda was created in order to face these risks and to change our path. The political narrative of the Sustainable Development Goals demand a collective transformation in order to guarantee the common future of mankind on the basis of rights and responsibilities, shared rights and responsibilities. A new social and environmental contract must be signed, leaving behind all dilemmas between North and South, between human prosperity and planet health, because the success of the first ones it is linked to the second one. We are in the same, we're on board of the same boat, and in view of the challenges of the 21st century, either we sink all together or we survive all together. The ambition of this agenda is very clear. Their success depends on the political, intellectual, and social drive. Unfortunately, the Sustainable Development Goals were affected already by the economic recession, but it will be responsible by the international community that, despite the signs of alert, our leaders will only do a tactical game that it is hurdling what it is really important. When it's been already a quarter of the time of the implementation of the 2030 agenda, we have no time to waste. The challenge is firm, and we need to speed up through and define a strategy in order to apply and upscale the solutions that are already included in our toolbox, and a strategy that will have to be disrupted and risky in some cases. But we will be naive if we thought that there is not a greater risk if we maintain the current status quo. Dear friends, today there is no alternative. There is no way back. We need to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, and we have to do it fast. This is the message of the meeting that took place today in Madrid, joining the public and the private sector, activists, politicians, civil society, young people, all of us together. We call our societies. Let's get together despite our differences. Let's create experience. Let's fail and let's move forward. But let's not put our feet out of the accelerator if we want mankind to have a future. This is what we owe to ourselves and what we owe to our sons and daughters. Thank you.